The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, volume 6, miscellaneous by G. as G. Let's get into this fire text from back in 1900. Yo, it's Robert Ingersoll, and I'm low-key passionate about breaking the chains of oppression, fam. To plow is to pray. You feel. It's all about planting seeds of knowledge and watching them grow into a brighter future. In this volume, G, we're diving deep into the Civil Rights Act. We got Frederick Douglass introducing us to some real talk about equality and justice. But like the Supreme Court was all, nah, bro, this act is unconstitutional. It's like they were trying to keep the system in check. Now, G, we got to address the 13th Amendment. It's like a new chapter in our Constitution book, right? But for real, some people thought it was all about protecting slavery. What? That's just not how it went down. Justice Field said that involuntary servitude is a thing, but I'm here for freedom. Fam, the 14th Amendment is like a major key to unlocking our rights as citizens. And let's get into the Louisiana civil rights law. It's all about making sure everyone's treated equally, no cap. But, gee, some people are still trying to keep us in the dark. They're all, blasphemy is bad, but I'm like, no. We got to be free to express ourselves and not have our thoughts policed by the state. And then there's this whole thing about the Constitution and God. Like, which deity should we worship? It's a complex question, fam. But at the end of the day, it's all about in that higher law you feel. Gee, this text is fire. We got a real talk about equality, justice, and freedom. Let's keep pushing for a better world, one sentence at a time. Yes, like, gee, we got to talk about this whole God thing in the Constitution. Can the infinite be flattered with a constitutional amendment? For sure. But is it even possible? This government is hella secular, and the idea of a government of God being a failure is pretty low-key true. So there's this diff between theological and secular spirits. A nation can't just be Christian or infidel. We got to be more than that. The priest thingy ain't needed no more. Science and progress have taken over. Now, let's get into why the Constitutional Convention ignored the question of religion. The OGs misrepresented it for show. Reason is key here. You can't just put God's attributes in the law. That'd be hella problematic. Recognizing God in the Constitution, man, it's like, what even is that? The effect of a clause recognizing God. Well, let's just say it ain't good. Moving on to crimes against criminals, we got to talk about the three pests of a community, forms of punishment and torture, vice transmission by nature. And are people born this way, or do they become vices? Can all peeps be honest? Statistically speaking, most crimes aren't even solved. The poor and insane make up like 50% of the population. It's wild. Now, about kindness as a remedy for vice, we gotta give credit where credit is due. Compensation for convicts is whack, though. And what about professional criminals? Shouldn't they be held accountable? The poverty thing, man. Land holding limitations are key to preventing more crime. And our schools are hella deaf, but let's not forget that education ain't just about the head, it's about the hands too. Discipline is like super important for keeping society from falling apart. But if we're all about letting the big thieves get away with it, what's left for the little ones? Our ignorance should make us hesitant, but let's be real, sometimes you've got to know the truth. Now, about that wooden god thing. Christian and Chinese worship are like two different vibes. The Chinese are all about the living God and stuff. But what about the OGs who predicted Christians would fail? Some interrogation points, man. We got a new party trying to change the game, but is it for real? What's the purpose, though? Is it just about making money, or is it about something more? The classes thingy in every country is whack. Education affects people differently. Wants increase with intelligence. The war between monopolists and competitors is real, though. All this legislation stuff is made by repealing laws, but what about wages and values? They shouldn't be fixed by law. Menvi's machines, man. The capitalist thingy is all about the Benjamins. Poor peeps get devoured by their fellow men. Socialism ain't no better, fam. Liberty ain't always worth comfort, you feel? Priests can be hella fake, though. Art ain't just a sermon, man, it's like a multitude of pictures. Great art civilizes us. Why? Because mediocrity is moral because it's necessary. Art makes us better, but sometimes we gotta settle for virtue, I guess. Art isn't always about morals, man. It's about making people think and feel stuff. We got our moral lessons from artists, though mistaken reformers trying to change the game. But art ain't just a lecture. Let's talk about art, fam. G is low, key obsessed with Christianity, but what's good? G's whole thing is that theological seminaries are hella invested in their faith, and it's all about the vibes they're sending out. They got these religious guide boards that are all about spreading the love, but G is over it. G's all about how Kepler figured out his 3 great laws, but what even is that? And have you seen the way the church does equivocations and evasions? It's wild, bro. Nature's got some major beef with the Bible, and let's be real, miracles are just a thing of the past. Christian dogmas are so extra G, and what's up with all these churches being spirituality is the last resort? So what even is it to be spiritual? 2 questions for you. Creed, defend us. Why am I an agnostic? Part 1 is all about how nature and humanity don't vibe, and why we're all just trying to find our place in this crazy world. G's low-key asking how the true religion can be established, but it's not even about religions or gods, fam. Uninspired books are superior, and that's a fact. Now, let's talk Christian religion. Credulity is where it's at, but miracles. Nope. They're just a myth. G. Theists and naturalists are like 2 peas in a pod, trying to figure out the mystery of inspiration. How can you even prove that inspiration is real? It's God's work and man's life are one big complicated mess. And don't even get me started on the church's rewards for falsehood. It's wild. Huxley's got some real tea, fam. He's all about how agnosticism is not just about knowledge, but about credulity, the real name of an agnostic. Infidel, and let's be real, that word can be pretty unpleasant. But hey, what do we know about Jesus and his apostles? Maybe they were just a couple of dudes who got caught up in the hype. Possession by evil spirits is no joke, G, but Professor Huxley's all about being clear and honest. Then there's August Comte, like the Og of positive philosophy. He's all about science and reason, fam. And let's talk Huxley and Harrison. They're a dynamic duo when it comes to debunking church dogma. Now, Nan is low, key fascinated by the complex character of Christ in the Gospels. He thinks he was just a dude who got caught up in his own legend. Renan's all about the metaphysics of the church, but what's up with these ancient texts? Why would we even write 4 different accounts of Jesus' life? Maybe it's because they're all just legends, fam. The divine origin of Christ is like an afterthought, and Renan's not afraid to say so. Tolstoy's got some real issues with love and marriage, bro. He thinks men are just trying to control women, but what's the solution? His Kreutzer Sonata is all about that complicated human love thing. Thomas Paine was a straight shooter, fam. He wrote the Declaration of Independence and was all about freedom and reason. But let's talk about his thought and religion. He was like totally outspoken. Paine's got some real bars when it comes to criticizing Christianity. But like, what's up with that? He was arrested for speaking out against the church fam. Finally, Paine's Age of Reason, it's like a whole movement, bro. It's all about debunking theological dogma and embracing reason and science. And let's be real, that's some advanced theology right there. UG, like, let's dive into this fire text, bruh. Governor Morrison, Washington, got a letter from James Monroe to Paine and the Committee of General Safety, and it's all about that religious liberty in colonial Maryland and fam. Then we're talking about Orthodox Christianity at the beginning of the 19th century and how definitions of God were getting new vibes. The funeral of Paine was hella lit. B2. Now, let's get into these three philanthropists. Who were all about giving back to the community. First up, A is like a pro at being generous. He built churches and schools for people in need, and they even gave him an epic epitaph. He was the providence of the poor. Mr. B is a manufacturer, but instead of paying his workers a living wage, he took advantage of them to get rich. He thought he was God's own steward's law. Meanwhile, Mr. C was all about sharing the profits with the people who earned them, and they actually said he allowed others to live for themselves. Now, let's talk about these Chinese folks. Should we be excluding them? The Irish and Germans were rising to power, and the Burlingame Treaty was getting some major respect. But China laborers had some major enemies in the Pacific states, and treaties kept getting violated left and right. The Jerry Law was all about policing their behavior, but it was basically a hate fest. These Chinese people weren't all bad. They were actually pretty pious. And when it came to politicians, they just didn't have the same level of principle as like average people. What do you want for Christmas? You like some major changes in government and society, right? Maybe if kings and emperors would just chill and professors wouldn't pretend to know everything. Politicians should be statesmen, not just looking out for their own interests. And editors should print only the truth, no more bees. But for real, there are some major issues with your fool friends. They're all about spreading rumors and being dishonest, even if it means sacrificing their principles. And honestly, that's just low-key toxic. Inspiration is where it's at. Nature isn't always what we think it is, and neither is the Bible. For real, history is full of lies and misinformation. Take 8. Hodson Rugg's account of Ingersoll's conversion, for example. And when it comes to editing a liberal paper, you got to be all about candor and kindness, Don't just focus on one thing. Explore all the nuances. Have a column form for kids too, and make sure nothing is asserted without evidence. And most importantly, teach absolute freedom. Yes, let's get into this. Has been low-key talking about secularism, aka the religion of humanity. They're all about building a home here, you feel. It's like food, fireside, and expressing your thoughts without all the mysteries and miracles. They're hella critical of some preachers like Robert Elsmere and John Ward, who are straight up trash. And then there's this dude and his wife, who is actually a good person. It's all about being honest and not apologizing for your opinions. G's also got beef with the Orthodox minister and his wife, who has a heart. He's like, honesty ain't no excuse, fam. And then there's this other dude, Lyndall from the African farm, who's on a wild story about hunters and death. Women are low-key the real MVPs of the church, if you ask me. They're the ones holding it down while all these egos run amok. And G's got some bars about Christianity and other religions, like how they're always getting hyped about their own savior complex. The libel laws are what, though? All articles should be signed by the writer, or else there's going to be drama. It's like protecting people's reputations is key, you know. G has also got a sermon going on about some new religion thingy, but Mitres, Newton ain't exactly the coolest cat in town. He's all about reinterpreting old words and stuff. And then there's this essay on Christmas, which is like totally not Christian. It's more like some ancient pagan vibes. They're just using Christianity as a way to get people hyped for the holidays. G's also asking if free thought has any constructive side to it. Like, what's the point of all this? Is it just about being all negative and stuff? The improved man is low key, the ultimate goal. They're all about universal liberty, equality, and education. They believe in this world's religion, not some supernatural savior complex. They're also all about being self-poised and independent, like no bells or censors for them. They won't change anyone's mind, 'cause they know the truth already. G's got a message for the working people too. They need protection from the law, 'cause life ain't worth living before daylight, fam. There should be no exploitation, and everyone should get paid equally. And finally, G's talking about the Jews, who are just like everyone else. They're not all that different. You feel it's time for them to outgrow their own superstitions and just be themselves. Last but not least, we got this essay on crumbling creeds. Like, what even is a creed anymore? The common people should be in charge of deciding which path to take, 'cause the old ways ain't working no more. Yes, gee. So like other countries have these religions that are all about the vibes, but G's pulpit position is low-key losing its relevance. You feel the whole eternal pain thing ain't having it no more. Every church got to get with the times and stop preaching that bees. Our schools, though education is like the ultimate lever to level up humanity, schools are hella more important than churches, I'm low-key salty about New York school building Baloo. The kindergarten system is a solid move, but teachers getting paid peanuts. That's like so whack. Ignorance is like the ultimate danger to society. We gotta keep it 100. Vivisection is straight up savage. Man, those scientists think they're doing good, but they're just torturing animals for knowledge that ain't even valuable. Science is more like a hot mess of curiosity and ego than the actual progress. The census numerator's official catechism, like what's the T on government prying into personal stuff? And don't even get me started on debtors being forced to spill their financial tea. Agnostic Christmas. More like agnostic New Year, right? We got to celebrate natural phenomena and myths instead of superstitious crap. The first religion was all about sun worship. That's the real holiday vibes. Spirituality is like so overused, it can't even be applied to Christianity no more. Sumter's gun went off, and it marked the birth of a new era. Lincoln was like the ultimate leader, and his legacy still holds it down. What kind of nonsense are you going to ask of Christians 100 years after Jesus? And let's talk about Christian colleges. Give us time. Gee, cruelty in the Elmer Reformatory is straight up whack. Man, those conditions ain't even rehabilitative. Laws delay. Like, what's good? Can't a trial be had without waiting forever? Bigotry of colleges is real, though universities are all about keeping it traditional and conservative. Colleges like Kansas State and Cornell don't want to touch Ingersoll with a 10-foot pole. Youth today got a whole lot more responsibilities, and independence is the ultimate goal. If you got to say something, people will listen. Science and sentiment. Like, science ain't all about logic. It's also about imagination, creativity. We got to keep it real, but also keep it art. Sowing and reaping is like a messed up doctrine. It's all about guilt and shame instead of actual growth. And what's up with having souls in heaven without regrets? Read some books. Dude, should infidels send their kids to Sunday school? Like, no way. Jesus, those teachings are straight out of the Bible. Ferocious God miracles and all that other drama. Keep it real. Don't want to send your kid to a mosque neither. What would you substitute for the Bible as a moral guide? The Bible is like a bunch of contradictory commands, some good, some bad. It's not even about being virtuous because of a book. It's all about actual intelligence and self-awareness. Let's get into some old school talk. So, like, people used to think about Christ and the Holy Ghost, but they weren't really thinking it through. They had some whack ideas about salvation and stuff, but then they started talking about miracles and how the Bible is all inspired, even if it ain't totally true. And there were these higher critics who were like, hold up, let's examine this further. But then they found out that some preachers were being hella dishonest, and religion was trying to keep us down. They had all these rules and stuff, but they weren't really about justice or love. It was more about control and oppression. Anyway, here's the thing. People need to be honest with themselves and each other. We've got to stop pretending that everything is okay when it's not. We got to stop poisoning the sources of justice and instead focus on being good to one another. Now, let's talk about the Bible for a sec. Like, how did it get made? Was it written by some dude named Moses? Who was the author of those other books we don't have anymore? And why did God only give the message to the Jews? And then there are all these crazy stories in the Bible, like creation, the flood, the tower, and that whole Lot's wife thing. It's wild. But some people were trying to trick us, like Moses making laws for slavery and stuff. And don't even get me started on sacrifices and scapegoats. It's all pretty messed up. But we got to keep moving forward. And we need to figure out why God is always doing whatever he's doing. Is it because us wants to mess with us? And there is this whole civil right thing that went down in 1883. People were trying to keep African Americans from being equal. But we had some brave folks like Frederick Douglass and Robert Ingersoll who spoke up. So let's get real for a second. We've got to be honest with ourselves and each other about what's going on in this world. And we've got to keep pushing forward even when it's hard. Is low-key salty about what the tribunal decided on the Civil Rights Act. They're straight up saying that the first and second sections are hella unconstitutional, even though everyone in the North and South thought it was lit and didn't need no 13th or 14th Amendment to back it up. They knew what the haters of those amendments and the law said about their intentions, and they also knew what the squad members agreed on. All like, prejudice is born, ignorance and slavery are dead, fam, but they're still low-key salty about it. Not attacking people, just their opinions and decisions you feel. The Supreme Court is hella clear on some things. One, the first two sections of the Civil Rights Act ain't constitutional in the states because they didn't get the thumbs up from those amendments. Two, the 14th Amendment is only for the states, and any laws passed by Congress got to be corrective to stop states from being extra. 3, the 13th Amendment just means slavery and involuntary servitude are out of bounds, but it don't make all freedom in the us hella real G4. The 13th Amendment is like universal freedom for everyone in the states. Though 5, Congress might pass laws that directly enforce those provisions, but we're still low-key unsure about that. 6, if they do, their power only goes as far as slavery and its incidents, fam. 7, denying equal accommodations in places of public amusement is like not hella bad, it's just infringing on state aggression protected by the 14th Amendment. 8, the court is hella unsure about what rights those sections are even trying to protect. But that's a whole nother convo, G9. They're also low-key undecided about if this law actually works in territories, and indeed say 10. Congress might pass laws on public conveyance lines between states, but we'll keep it real for now. 11. In this case, the court is like, till some state law says otherwise, or some state action goes against those protected rights by the 14th Amendment. Though, nothing under that amendment can go down, because it's all about state laws and whatnot, right? The thing is, G, the Supreme Court said managers and owners of public places can discriminate based on race or color, which is straight up whack. It leaves 7 million people without protection from the Constitution. It's like the whitest people can be hella racist and the system doesn't care. This decision will get approval from a ton of low-key racists, the haters who do stuff like kidnapping Negroes at night, the dudes who don't let black pill-pell vote. They're going to be hyped about this ruling. Even the savagest ones, they'll be like, yes, I got my wish granted. But on a real note, we got to acknowledge that there's a court for last resort, and honestly, all courts are flawed in their own way. We should just assume judges were being genuine with their opinions, even if they're wrong, 'cause they're still human too. And let's be real, we gotta accept we might be wrong about what others think. Okay? We gotta remember, we create these judges, and they bring their own biases to the table. It don't matter if they got a crown or some fancy robe on. At the end of the day, it's still a human being with flaws. Take away the power trip, take away the fancy clothes, and you're left with a dude who's still got his own opinions, no cap. This whole Supreme Court thing used to be like the ultimate voice, but now we gotta question that, 'cause things ain't always right. Yes, gee, let's get real for a sec. The Dred Scott decision was low-key a major wipeout of the whole reasoning is key vibe since then. We've been trying to put the Supreme Court's decisions under a microscope. Know what I'm saying? We got to keep it real and call out any hella questionable rulings. Even if they're straight fire at first glance, we can still critique them, because at the end of the day, it's all about getting the justice right. The thing is, judges are like, hey, I'm good with what I got, and they don't want to rock the boat no matter how wrong it is. They're stuck in the past trying to keep up appearances, but we ain't buying it. We need to remember that judges can make mistakes just like everyone else. Fast forward to now, we're all about questioning authority and getting our facts straight. We don't just take what we're told at face value. We want answers, we want proof, and we want the truth. It's time for us to be the ones in charge, not some faceless judges with their fancy robes. We got to acknowledge that our founding fathers were straight up influenced by the UK's gotcha attitude. They thought the crown owned all the power. But we're like, no thanks. We took what we wanted and made our own way. Now it's our turn to be the ones making changes and calling out injustices. The Constitution is, like, super problematic. Gee, it's got some major red flags when it comes to slavery, the slave trade, and piracy. And don't even get me started on how we watered down those original ideals of equality for all. It's time for us to take back control and make things right. We gotta keep pushing for that perpetual peaceful revolution where we can address our grievances without resorting to violence or drama. We got the power, G. Let's use it wisely. I can't even write now. Like, G's ancestors were low-key racist and planted the seeds of injustice in the Republic. We reaped what they sowed. During the Civil War, we dipped our toes into their drama. When it came to fighting for freedom, G asked the universe for help, and lo, Key begged for justice, protection. Our OG civilized the Constitution, and we adopted 3 fire amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, aka the Trinity of Liberty. Let's break down these amendments. No one can be enslaved or forced into servitude without getting convicted of a crime first. Congress gets to make laws to enforce this. No cap. Before this amendment, the Constitution was always used to protect slavery. The slave states were considered sovereign, and freedom was just a local thing, but slavery was like the national treasure. For 3/4 of a century, the Supreme Court was trying to keep that trash institution alive. They warped words and phrases so much it's wild. Slavery was the one thing they protected at all costs, and the Supreme Court was their homie. I'm talking about this clause from the Constitution. If you're in service or labor in any state, but escape to another, you gotta go back. The OGs were ashamed to use the word, so they called it a person. They avoided saying slavery, and instead said held to service or labor. They didn't even mention master, because that would be too extra. How can someone owned by another person owe them work? It's all messed up, but the Supreme Court found a way to make it happen. There were hundreds of decisions saying Congress could pass laws for this clause, and they did. Look at how this clause is worded. No one held to service or labor, escaping into another. To who was this clause directed? Yogi. It's Loki Fire. How the Supreme Court went down on Dred Scott. Like they said, a black person, whether slave or free, couldn't be a citizen in no state or us, right? But then the 13th Amendment came through, and it was all good, fam. Now that blacks were straight up free, they became part of the people, aka the state. Chief Justice Chase said it's like this. The people make up the state, no matter where they live, whether they're chillin' in a regular gov or just vibin' on their own. Buff, if the people are all good, and we got a rep gov, then gee, it's your duty to keep it real for every state. A government. If distinctions are made between free G-men on account of race or color, the gov's not Republican, you feel. The way this guarantee is enforced got to be left to G-Congress. The 13th Amendment didn't just end slavery, it low-key built a whole vibe. It destroyed the slave pen and built the Temple of Liberty, no cap. It wasn't just about freeing slaves, it made them actual citizens. It repealed all the laws that were bad for them and erased every report that was against freedom. It took the word white out of laws and basically wiped all the slave owning clauses from the Constitution. If everybody in each state is free, cause the 13th Amendment, What's good if a majority can still enslave a minority? What's up if they make distinctions between free Gs? What's right if they take privileges away from someone just because they're not white? What's right if they make it so some people are treated unfairly when the Constitution says everyone's equal? We ain't done with saying slavery shouldn't exist. We got the words nor involuntary servitude in the amendment. That was supposed to wipe out all the marks and badges of being a slave. Justice Field said that when he was talking about this, it's clear that involuntary servitude ain't just about slavery. It's also about serfage, vassalage, villanage, peonage, and all that other stuff where you got to do work for others just to get by. He also said that the 13th Amendment was meant to make everyone born in this country a free G with no extra restraints. A person can only do one job or stay in one place. They wouldn't be technically a slave, but they'd still be in a position of servitude, no doubt. And nobody would deny that they wouldn't have the same liberties as a freeman, for real. Justice Field also got love from the lawyers who were talking about this case. Whenever a law makes a discrimination between classes that takes away their freedom or property, or just creates a caste system to benefit others, there's involuntary servitude going on G, to show that the God was really trying to wipe out all forms of slavery and servitude. I'm talking about the Civil Rights Act from 1866. It said stuff like, all persons born in this country are free, yas, jai, like all the citizens who ain't got no foreign power over him. Excluding Indians who ain't paid taxes, are straight, up citizens, you feel. And they're good to go for all the laws and stuff, regardless of their skin tone or where they come from. They're all about that equal life. Know what I'm saying? And if they get punished, it's going to be on par with white folks, no cap. The Supreme Court was like, hold up, servitude is way bigger than slavery. It's about being forced to do something or not being able to do something cause someone else is all up in your grill. Like when you're chilling on the highway and some dude tells you to get out of there, that's servitude G. The 13th Amendment was low-key game changer. Okay? It ain't just about slavery. It's about all the other stuff that's still got people held back. It's like, when was the last time someone told you they can't get in a movie or something cause of their skin tone? That's servitude, and the 13th Amendment was like, nah, we good. The Supreme Court is all about it. The 13th Amendment was meant to stop all kinds of slavery, not just African American stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it was meant to stop all kinds of slavery, no matter what. Everyone's equal, you know. So when the amendment went down, it was like a whole new world opened up. People were finally free from all that racism stuff. It was like we got our flags waving high and our people flying free. The Supreme Court is also saying that Congress can make laws to deal with this stuff. They can do whatever they need to get rid of slavery and servitude. And now we're just trying to figure out if someone who runs a hotel or works for a railroad company can still discriminate against us because of our skin tone. G is Loki trying to make sure no one's getting enslaved because they're racist or colored, right? If discriminating against someone is like being in a situation where you got to do work for other people without getting paid, then the Civil Rights Act is totes valid. In this case, the United States vs. Harris, 106U. S6040. The Supreme Court was all. We owe the 13th Amendment gives Congress the power to protect anyone from being enslaved, stuck in servitude, except for when they're getting punished or trying to enjoy freedom. That's pretty much it, fam. I'm good with Justice Field saying, the 13th Amendment ain't just for black people. It's for everybody. It stops all kinds of slavery and servitude, no matter who you are, both 16, Wallace 90. The 13th Amendment is like no one should be enslaved or stuck in servitude. So who's got to make sure this declaration is actually carried out? That's Congress, no cap. So the question is, if someone gets denied entry to a public inn or theater cause of their race or color, are they basically in a situation where they're stuck doing work for other people without getting paid? If so, then they're under the protection of the general government, and the Civil Rights Act is de facto constitutional. It's like, if someone gets denied entry to one place, why not all places? The dude who depends on a conductor or landlord instead of the Constitution is in a situation where he's basically enslaved. The people who wrote the 13th Amendment knew that black people would get persecuted cause of their skin color, and they wouldn't trust some states to protect them. So the general government got given the power to protect colored people from all kinds of slavery and servitude. The declarations in the Constitution about no slavery or servitude don't mean squat if there ain't nobody to enforce it. Not even with the 14th Amendment, which was passed because black people were still getting treated unfairly. Justice Miller said that the 14th Amendment was adopted because the Supreme Court was all when you need more protection for our citizens. Loki, during the Civil War, slavery was hella oppressed and eventually died because of the intense beef between the freedom fighters and the slave owners. It's wild to think that when the armies of freedom got to the South, they were Loki forced to free the enslaved people because their servitude was literally the reason for the war. He also says, when things got super tough during the conflict, the colored folks came through big time and offered their services. Like thousands joined the fight to put down the rebellious uprising. He's also got a message about the South still trying to keep it 100 on slavery, even though the southern states were all like, we don't condone slavery no more. The reality was that they weren't doing enough to protect the enslaved people, so it was almost as bad as before. He's Loki exposing the racist bees the South was spitting. The southern states put a ton of restrictions on the colored people, curtailed their rights, limited their freedom and property ownership. It was like their freedom wasn't even worth anything if they weren't protected by their former slave owners. And he's not done yet. In some states, they were forced to just be servants in public, couldn't own property, get paid jobs, or even testify in court without being treated unfairly. The Supreme Court is all like, under these circumstances, Congress passed the 14th Amendment, and it was all about restored equality. But Congress was all cool with only letting the rebellious states back into the Union once they ratified the amendment. The rebel states were hella willing to agree to carry out the provisions of that amendment in order to become equal members of the federal union. The 14th Amendment is all about affirming citizenship. It's like anyone born or naturalized in the US and subject to its jurisdiction gets citizenship and their rights are protected. It's super clear. The government is contractually obligated to protect its citizens, and that means they can reach across state lines to make sure no one is being exploited or oppressed. G's the real MVP, you feel. He said that when Colombia protected its people under the Constitution, they became part of the Republic. That means G's got a direct obligation to protect his fellow Americans, and the government can't just ghost M, no cap. If a state is low-key hating on its own citizens, it's not G's fault. He's got a stick with the federal government that's supposed to have his back. In times of war, G got to serve up for his country, but in peace, he's entitled to protection, you know? And if G depends on his state for protection, then he owes allegiance to that government, period. But G's doctrine is different. It's all about the government protecting its citizens first and foremost. Now, when the 14th Amendment came out, it was like a wake-up call for America. Bruh. It made us all part of the Republic, but some states were hella salty about it. They refused to acknowledge their own kids, leaving them on the streets, you feel. And that's not right. The Supreme Court said that if G is protected by the federal government, then that's where it should be, not on some state's doorstep. The 14th Amendment created these new citizens of the United States, and it's up to the government to define their rights and provide a remedy when those rights get infringed. G's reps in Congress are like the voice of the federal government, and they defined some key rights and privileges for American citizens through the Civil Rights Act. And when those rights get trampled, the federal courts step in to make it right. But here's the thing, no state can define G's rights and privileges on their own. That's all up to the United States government. When Congress does its job and defines those rights, they can't be taken away by some state authority, period. In the Bartlemy of his Iowa case, Justice Field said, "At best, the amendment grew out of the feeling that a nation is worthless if citizens can't be protected in all their fundamental rights everywhere." That's what this whole thing is about, protecting G and his fellow Americans from harm. This op was adopted for the sake of protecting the newly freed fam, so they could live in peace and security wherever they were living. It was all about making sure everybody, no matter what their vibe or color, had equal access to these resources. It basically created a national citizenship that's primary, not secondary. I got to give props to Justice Field for bringing the heat in this op. Fam. He was low, key dropping knowledge in his dissing opinion on the slaughter house cases where he said, "Hit recognizes citizens of the us regardless of their birthplace or adoption status, and it's not tied to state laws or ancestry. Like a citizen of one state is basically just another us citizen chillin' in that state. So what are these fundamental rights and immunities? Bruh. It's all about equal treatment for all citizens. If someone's discriminating against folks based on color, they're straight up violating the Constitution. Can all citizens hit the highways and ride the rails without being treated like second-class citizens? These rights and immunities are guaranteed by the US Constitution. So can the government protect? In the case of the U.S. Viceroy Zedald, 92 S.P. 207 Chief Justice Wade, Congress can protect these rights and immunities created by the US Constitution. It's all about what Congress decides to do, fam. This decision was a major win for equality and Justice G. I'm low-key hyped to see that G's opinion was accepted by Justices Strong, Bradley, Swain, Davis, Miller, and Field. But, like Justice Clifford and Hunt had some major disagreements, but they both were down with the idea that Congress can protect rights and immunities from the Constitution, you feel. So, in the same case, G's got this fire language. It's clear that the amendment is giving us citizens a whole new constitutional right, which is totally protected by Congress. If the 15th Amendment gave us the right to vote and it's protected by Congress, then can we ask if the 14th Amendment made us full-fledged citizens? And are those citizenship rights protected by Congress too? Is citizenship just about having certain rights, privileges, and immunities? Is it not hella messed up when you invade someone's immunities or privileges? Don't all those rights belong under the protecting power of Congress? The 13th Amendment made slaves free, which gave them a new constitutional right. According to the Supreme Court, that right is totally within the protecting power of Congress. What else is protected by Congress? All the rights belonging to a free person for real. The 14th Amendment made us citizens, but what are those citizenship rights under the protecting power of Congress? Are they not all the same as the rights and immunities of a citizen? In the case of Tennessee vs. Davis, G found out that Theos is like super into this whole government thing, where it affects every single state and everyone living in those states. Justice Strong's got this sick opinion that no state can stop the federal gov from doing its thing. But, like in the case of Pensacola, tell, Co vs. Western Union tell. G found out that the US government is all about operating within its power, and it affects every single foot of territory under its jurisdiction. That was agreed upon by Justice Clifford, Strong, Bradley, Swain Miller, and even Chief Justice Waite. And Pham, in the case of Tiernan viz. G. Is Loki saying that when it comes to stuff that's supranational, like citizenship, the power is exclusive to the feds. And G is right, because citizenship is all about being a citizen, you feel. So if we're talking about what rights and privileges our citizens got, that's some national level stuff too. Unless G's just playing with words and the Supreme Court's all like judicial juggery, and the Civil Rights Act is straight up upheld by the 14th Amendment. G knows that the 13th Amendment didn't protect the Negro, so they made the 14th one. But still, those colored folks were getting played. Then the 15th got added, and it was all like, no way, you can't deny them the right to vote. The 13th made it so they were free, and in G's opinion, that meant they're a citizen now. But the government was all now. So the 14th came through and said they're citizens too. G thinks the 14th Amendment is like a contract between the Republic and each individual. We're protecting you, you're defending us. It's all about giving people sovereignty. The 15th Amendment is like your right to vote matters, and it puts that power in every state's hands. But the Supreme Court is all like, no way. Gee, they're saying that the 13th and 14th Amendments are different. They're saying the 13th just got rid of slavery, but the 14th is all about protecting people from states messing with them. They're saying that under one amendment, Congress can do whatever they want, but under the other, they got to be more careful. And that's a whole lot of nuance. Did G have to do all this, fam? Like, was it K for states to rob and kill free people without due process? Bruh. Was G. Supreme Court trying to say that until the 14th Amendment dropped, states were hella legit to mess with free men like that. But now, they're just trying to walk the 13th Amendment, and it's all weird. Gee, did Congress have the power to abolish slavery and involuntary servitude, though? And didn't they got to protect free people's lives, liberty, and property too? Like, didn't Congress have the power to make nugatory, nullify any state laws that were trying to mess with free folks without due process? If Congress didn't have that power, what was the point of 13th Amendment, lol? Was it just a vibe or something? 14th Amendment says that no state can abridge citizens' rights or deny them life, liberty, or property without due process. And it also says that states got to give everyone equal protection under the law. But gee, Supreme Court is all like, Congress can't enforce this amendment directly, but only for corrective purposes. Like, if a state passes some hella problematic laws, Congress has to step in and make them right. But what's the deal with states not taking action? If a state just lets things be, does that mean, gee, Congress is good to go? Suppose a state doesn't even bother passing any laws about this stuff, but still discriminates against people based on race or color, like managers of trains and innkeepers treating black folks differently. What's the move then? And what's the diff between no laws at all and hella problematic ones anyway? Gee, doesn't need a law to get rid of a law that's already dead, right? Like, what's the point if the state just passes nothing at all? Is it even needed where they pass something unconstitutional? What's good is going to correct it or not? It don't take no special legislation from Congress to wipe out a law that was never meant to exist. The states can't make no moves on foreign commerce, so any laws they try to pass are straight up, null and void, no matter what the vibe is. The Supreme Court has been low-key saying this for ages in these cases, called the license cases. It's like if a law goes against the Constitution, it's basically dead. This was all figured out by Chief Justice Marshall in Gibbons v. Ogden, and then later on by Justice Miller in Henderson et al. Vis. Mayor of New York et al. The same idea went down the Board of Liquidation vis. Macomb too. It's like if a law is straight up unconstitutional, the courts are all. Now it don't count. Now, if Congress needs to pass something corrective, what are they even correcting? That which is void can't be fixed, and that which is unconstitutional ain't worth fixing. If the states try to pass laws without nothing, there's no way for Congress to step in. A state can do one of three things. One, make an unconstitutional law. Two, make a constitutional one. Or three, just chill and not pass nothing at all. The bad law is straight up null. The good one don't need fixing. And if nothing gets passed, there's no way to correct it. Gee, so the Supreme Court is all about it, right? They're asking if something that one person does, like denying someone a spot at their inn or whatever, can be seen as slaving them or keep him in servitude. Like, is it just some regular old civil injury that's good to go, or is it more like they're under some kind of slavery vibe? How would you even know if something is slavery, like, unless they can't appear to it, right? Imagine someone's trying to get on the train because of their skin tone and gets shut down. They take a case and loses. What then? If it's all just some social thing, then ain't no federal question involved, I guess. Why didn't the Supreme Court give us the tea on how to deal with the contrary? It's super clear what they're trying to say, that denying someone equal spots at public places cause of their skin tone is not taking away their rights or putting them in some kind of servitude situation. That's just a social issue you feel. I've been told the phrase, there are certain physiological differences of race that cannot be ignored. It was in the decision, got to read that whole thing in context. Suppose them white folks in the South were doing the same thing they're talking about, drawing lines based on skin tone and all that, and something like that happens, and this dude gets shut down by the system. Would anyone think he's in some kind of involuntary servitude? Would he feel like a low-key servant or nothing? Wouldn't he be all like, wait, ain't I protected by the laws and the Constitution? For real, though, arguing with color is super legit on both sides. It's not just about saying one guy's better than another. Yes, gee, you're my equal 'cause you're black, right? And he can rep his people too with the same source. You ain't my equal 'cause you're white. It's all good, fam. The premise of this convo is hella shallow, bruh. Some Supreme Court judges said that the fourth section of the Civil Rights Act was low-key constitutional back in the day. That section says no citizen who's got the whole package got to be disqualified from serving on a jury in no court, regardless of color or where they're from. It also says if some dude is supposed to be in charge of picking jurors, skips over someone cause of color or previous servitude, he'll get in big trouble and have to shell out $500. In the case of X, Part Vez, Virginia, found in 100 U.S. 339, they said that if some state officer got sued for exclude people from juries based on color or previous servitude, it was legit. But let's get real. There was no law in Virginia saying that a dude couldn't serve on a jury cause of his skin tone or whatever. The officer did the dirty deed and excluded someone anyway, so the court said that even if there wasn't a law at state level saying it, the state still got owned for its officers' actions through their agents. They figured the last part of that section was all about keeping it real with states, not some fancy constitutional amendment thingy. The question is a state responsible when one of its officers is doing something whack outside the law? Like, are they held accountable for what their agent does if it ain't within their authority? Can a state be held liable, or is it all on the government, fam? We know for sure that states can't get sued for their officers' wrongdoings. So how about this officer acting outside of their bounds and getting prosecuted under some law created by a constitutional amendment meant only for states? Yes, gee. So, there's this thing in the Constitution that's low-key, included him, right? So it was all about Neal v.S. Delaware, 103U. S307, where an officer was doing some shady stuff against the laws of the state, and they were all about how Congress could step in under the Civil Rights Act, which is like a major amendment to the Constitution now. But for real, there's this other case, the use. This Rees et al., already quoted, where it's clear that when someone's being all racist and refusing votes because of race, color, or whatever, Congress can be all like, no cap, and make them pay for their actions, no matter if they're doing it under or against the state. I'm hella down with that. Like, when it's about race, color, or previous condition of servitude, Congress has the power to keep it 100 and protect all citizens from getting played. And this language is totally applicable to the 13th, 14th Amendments too. If someone's getting denied a spot at the public inn or on that train just because of their skin tone or whatever, a major Constitution violation, and they're entitled to get some real redress from a federal court. But, gee, the Supreme Court's all nope, and says that when it comes to state ves, people, it's only about the agents, not the people themselves. However, they also said that the word state can be about both the agents and the principles, which is wild, right? And in the Constitution, it's all no state shall coin money, no state shall emit bills of credit. So, basically, any person in a state has the right to do their own thing. But Congress can't touch unless they're counterfeiting us coins or whatever. Long ago, Congress was all hold up, we got to stop people from making their own money and pass this law that says anyone who's getting all extra with their coins is a criminal. Even if it's pure gold and all that jazz, they'd still be in trouble. We got our silver dollar, which is worth 85 cents. But if someone tries to make their own version, and it's not exactly like the US coin, G is low-key saying that if you're rocking a $1 silver dollar, that's a crime fam. It's like the Constitution gives Congress the power to make money and deal with counterfeiting. But it also says they can regulate commerce between states, which means they can hit up individuals too. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are all about giving G that power. They say Congress gets to enforce laws by making rules and regulations. But for real, the Constitution is pretty clear on this. It says Congress shall have power to regulate commerce among the several states. That means they can deal directly with individuals, not just states. The 13th Amendment is all about getting rid of slavery, but it's also saying that Congress gets to make rules and regulations to enforce that change. Now, if the word tribe includes individual Indians, then shouldn't the word state include citizens too? G thinks so. And in this decision, the Supreme Court is like, yeah, when something is under Congress's power, they can make all the rules they want. So let's apply that to the 13th Amendment. G finds that the 13th Amendment abolished slavery and made freedom for everyone. The court says that legislation might be necessary to deal with all kinds of cases and stuff, but it also gets to prescribe modes of redress when someone breaks the law. And G is like, legislation can be primary and direct, right? But then they say, now, this amendment isn't just about stopping states from having slavery laws. It's an absolute statement that slavery can't exist anywhere in the US. So, has liberty been submitted to Congress's power? G asks. The 13th Amendment says Congress gets to enforce it by making rules and regulations. So like G is low-key salty about the Supreme Court's recent rulings on major amendments and stuff. It seems they forgot that courts can use history and the country's conditions to figure out what the legislature really meant when they passed certain laws, right? Like, back in the day, there was this case called Prigvez, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where Justice Story basically said that courts should look at the time period and stuff to understand what the law is trying to accomplish. It's like, for real though, if you're interpreting a statute, you've got to consider all the context and history behind it so you don't end up doing something super unfair or whatever. G is pretty sure that the 14th Amendment gave certain rights to people, and those rights should be protected by the federal government. But instead, the Supreme Court is being hella narrow-minded and saying that Congress can't even talk about this stuff until a state passes its own law that's clearly unconstitutional. Anyway, G is calling out the Supreme Court for not following Justice Story's lead from way back in 1869. There was this case called Hall vs. Decoeur, where a woman named Mrs. Decoeur took a train ride from New Orleans to Hermitage and got shut down because she was black. Like, no thanks. The court basically said that the captain was being racist, and G is all about it. So yeah, G thinks the Supreme Court needs to get its act together and start using some actual common sense when it comes to interpreting laws. And, so like G is talking about this super old case where there was a federal question involved, and they're trying to figure out if the state of Louisiana did what it was supposed to do. See, the state had laws in place that were all about not discriminating based on race or color, but the Supreme Court was all like, nah, those laws are whack. Like, G is telling us that Mrs. Decoeur was supposed to get taken from New Orleans to Hermitage, And both places were in Louisiana, so you'd think the state would be all about protecting her rights. But no, the Supreme Court, all is hold up. Congress got to step in. They said it was cause the boat that was taken, Mrs. de Cuer was doing interstate commerce, and that meant it was protected by Congress. So they didn't have the authority to make laws for its citizens, even if they were in their own state. It's wild, right? But then, there's this other case where the Supreme Court is all about the states making their own moves first, and only then can Congress step in. It's all like the states got to protect their citizens before we can come in and fix stuff. So, G is bringing up this old case from 77 where the Civil Rights Act was already a thing. But the Supreme Court still found ways to mess with it. G said, it's like the Civil Rights Act was straight fire and applied to all states, and the lines between M. So it was low-key uniform across the board. The court was all about how uniformity is key for these carriers, and they're like, Congress got to be in charge of that. And G's all about how the 14th Amendment and Civil Rights Act guaranteed that uniformity. The Supreme Court was also like, Congress has control over the whole thing since it ain't got no boundaries. So if they can do it for carriers, they can do it for passengers too, right? Like under the 13th and 14th Amendments, Congress gets to decide what's good for passengers. That's why in A77, G said states couldn't make their own laws. And in 83, Congress could do whatever it wanted unless a state got on board. If Congress is in charge of interstate commerce, it's got to control both the waterways and the rails. So if they got that power, they don't need no state to take action. That means the Civil Rights Act for passengers is hella constitutional. G ain't forgetting the 8th Amendment says Congress can make laws necessary and proper for executing its powers. So it's like full steam ahead. G is low, saying that God's powers should be hella flexible, right? Like, if the Constitution is solid, it's got to give the national legislature some swag when it comes to figuring out how to make laws work. They got to have some room to maneuver, you feel. And G is all about legitimacy, like means are only good if they're on point and within the scope of the Constitution. 8, so like in M. Colle Vis. The state Chief Justice Marshal was all about it. Congress has the power to choose its own means, and it's got to be empowered to do whatever it takes to exercise those powers. And then there's you, Ves. Fisher, where Congress is like, we got this, we can use any means necessary to make our move. Justice Story was all about that too, if the end is legit and within the scope of the Constitution, then the means are good to go. It's like the power to pass laws that protect rights is not just limited to what's written in the Constitution. They got to have some implied powers to make it work. So, like in Prigg's Viz, the Commonwealth Justice Story was dealing with some heavy stuff. The sin section of the 4th article said that slave owners had a positive right to their slaves, unaffected by state laws. And G is all about taking it to the next level, saying that the 13th Amendment is all about recognizing the right to liberty for every human being. And the 14th Amendment is about recognizing the right to citizenship. And the 15th Amendment is about recognizing the right to vote. Justice Story was low-key, saying that Congress has the authority to legislate for this stuff. But then he's also like, hold up, there's more to it than that. The clause of the Constitution doesn't just stop at recognizing rights. It's also about delivering people back to their rightful owners. And G is all about understanding what Justice Story is getting at. Congress has some serious swag when it comes to enforcing these rights. Now let's look those amendments in a whole new light. Fam. G is low-key savage when it comes to the Constitution. Bruh. Like, it ain't just about the explicit rights they got listed out. It's about protecting those rights too, you feel. But now the Supreme Court has been extra and reversed that decision. So Congress is basically left hanging, unable to safeguard them rights they're supposed to be protecting. It's like they got duties, but no actual power, know what I'm saying? They can't just choose their own means. Gee, it's like they're stuck in a cycle of their own strength. You feel? They're basically a prisoner in the judicial system, for real. Justice Story was straight fire when he said that the words, "but shall be given up on the claim of the person to whom such labor or service may be due," gives Congress the authority to make laws about enforcing it. Now, let's take a look at the 14th Amendment, okay? It's like all persons born or naturalized in the states are citizens, and they got rights too. They're protected by law, but also no state can just come for them without due process, So, if Congress is supposed to be able to make laws about enforcing it, then why don't they have that power with the 14th Amendment? Like, if but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due gives them authority, then shouldn't the same go for them? It's not like there is a difference. G. The first time was about human slavery, but this time it's all about protecting people's rights. In M. Colli Vis. The state, they said that when the government has a duty to do something, they got to choose their own means too. And in the illegal tender cases, it's like the government can use any means not prohibited to fulfill their duties. It's all about finding those rights and make laws around MG. So yeah, Congress got the power to make laws necessary for exercise in all them powers they're vested with no cap. G, like the Constitution says it's got to do what Congress wants, right? When Congress is trying to pass laws for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, they got the right to make whatever laws they need, as long as it ain't against the Constitution, you feel. Any legislation that's good for a cause and don't go against the Constitution is straight fire. The Supreme Court of California said it best in the People vs. Washington case. Laws that help people gain freedom are low-key appropriate. But how far can Congress take this? If they can just make laws to help all people get their freedom, why not do whatever they want? My answer is legislation stops when discriminating against race, color, or previous servitude stops whenever someone's rights get trodden on by the state or an individual. The Gov has got to step in and protect it. Gov can't just let states or individuals come for its citizens based on who they are. Gov took on this duty, and it can be done through a law that makes a rule for everyone to follow. All this stops when discriminating stops. I've been looking at the authorities, and I got some propositions. 1, state sovereignty only goes so far, 2, the general government's powers weren't given by one state, but by the whole us. Us laws are supreme over every state. 3, the Constitution is like the supreme law of every state. 4, us Gov is all about exercising authority over all us territories and states and people. 5, no state can stop the federal government from doing its thing or paying attention to what it's supposed to be doing. 6, Congress got to enforce the Constitution, and they got the power to make whatever laws necessary. As G. So, the government got to protect every citizen in the land. no matter what they look like or where they're from. They got the power to make laws that keep everyone safe from discriminating cause of race or color. If a state don't do its job and pass laws that stop discriminating, then you can take your case to the Supreme Court, fam. If the court ain't doing enough, you can go straight to federal court for some real redress. When it comes to slavery and involuntary servitude, the 13th Amendment is like super clear. We got to be free from that stuff. The government is in charge of making sure that doesn't happen, especially if states are getting all extra and trying to mess with people's rights. The 14th Amendment is like a major key too. It says everyone born or naturalized in the US is a citizen, no matter where they're from. We ain't just citizens of our state. We're citizens of the whole country. Gee. That means Congress got to make laws to protect us, 'cause it's their job. Congress can't just ghost us and leave us up to the states to handle. They got to step up and do what's right. The Supreme Court has been doing some major work lately, too. They're cutting through all that tie stuff that binds us to our state instead of our country. Under the old Constitution, we didn't even know who was a us citizen, but now it's clear we're all in this together. G is low, bro, about how our state is hella irrelevant to the federal government, you feel. The 14th Amendment is all about smashing state prejudices and getting that national patriotism vibe going. All statutes, like any amendments to the Constitution, got to be super literal when they're trapping people's natural rights. But if they're protecting those same rights, we got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Know what I'm saying? Every court should be straight up strict about laws that are wok, but loose about ones that are fire. When it comes to building upon the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Supreme Court don't got to look back at ancient decisions that were all about state sovereignty and masters' rights. Those amendments totally threw that out the window, fam. They're like the foundation of our nation's laws. So we should be looking forward, not backward. Congress got the power to straight up end slavery and involuntary servitude with new laws that apply to every state and individual. And when people are getting denied basic rights because they're a certain color or whatever, that's like involuntarily servitude. Bro, the Supreme Court has been hella slow to catch on to what the amendments are all about. It's like they're stuck in the past. We got to remember, government is here to protect liberty, not just some other thing. Liberty is like the real deal, you know. It's the only reason we got governments and laws in the first place. Take that away, and we're just a bunch of nobody. This recent decision was straight fire, said no one ever. It gave new life to state sovereignty and breathed on some old hate. It's like it took us back to a time when people were trying to starve out some other human beings just because they didn't look right, fam. From this decision, John M. Harlan was straight up genius, like he had the whole thing figured out. Yes, gee, we got to give it up for the judge who's low. He a total hero. He's all about dat moral courage and intellectual strength. He ain't afraid to call out prejudice and custom, and I'm hella impressed by his skills. For real, this judge is all about freedom, and he'll be remembered for ages. The Supreme Court says that slavery can't exist without law, but gee, that's straight up whack. Property don't just exist because of laws, it's the other way around. Laws were made to protect property, not the other way round. The Supreme Court is hella mistaken if they think laws come from cause and effect. Laws were created by people who had a thing for possessing stuff, and then the law was born to protect that possession. When one dude enslaves another, it's straight up unjust. It's like, what even is law if not justice? These statutes that are all about enslaving other humans. That's just some dark magic right there. The idea is that laws only exist because of some fancy constituency contract or something. Gee, that's wild. We can't even imagine trees forming groves without some conspiracy. It's like, no, gee. The thing is, people are social beings, and when we live together, rules just kind of form naturally. These regulations and customs harden over time, and then we call them law. It ain't about some dude signing a contract and then forming a government. It's more like we made the laws to make life better for everyone. And honestly, gee, this whole social equality thing, that's not even close to what's going on here. Nobody thinks laws can enforce social equality. That's just basic logic right there. This is all about creating justice and fairness, not some airy-fairy concept called social equality. Yo, gee, let's get one thing straight. Equal rights ain't about being all equal, fam. A colored citizen can still get served at a public inn or hit up a theater like everybody else. We're talking about social equality, but that don't mean everyone's on the same level. Feel me. Them Fed soldiers who escaped from Libby and Andersonville, they ain't worried about eating with a Negro, 'cause they're more concerned about survival, you know. Charity don't care about no color. It's all about helping someone in need. Even Confederate soldiers were down to chill under the same roof as the dude they were fighting to enslave. Hunger ain't racist, fam. It just wants some food. When it comes to Dane, people don't care about your identity or skin tone. Famine is all about eating, not about who you are. When it's time to get real, prejudices take a back seat. Positional power can be hella cruel, and sometimes people in charge ain't got no heart. But, let's not get it twisted. Social equality ain't just for the rich or the powerful. It's about treating everyone with respect, regardless of what you look like on the outside. There are some things we gotta deal with ourselves, fam. Like who we choose to hang out with and how we want to live our lives. But that don't mean we can just keep people out of public spaces 'cause they're not good enough. A railway's public, innit? It ain't nobody's personal space. What I'm trying to say is, no matter the color or background, people in public places should be treated the same. Good and bad manners. Clean and unclean. We shouldn't make distinctions cause of race or color, fam. Geez, social equality ain't even up for debate, fam. It's not about white vis white or black vis black. It's about everyone being on the same level, you feel. We gotta have total freedom in our social vibes. But we gotta also do public stuff, right? And respect each other's rights without no cap, regardless of skin color. Hanging out together in the same ride, stopping at the same spot for food or a drink, sitting in the same theater, it's all good, bruh. Speaking, reading, vibbing to the same tunes, traveling on the same road, eating the same snacks, breathing the same air. It's all basic human stuff, right? But G's are getting hella stressed about social equality, like they think ridden with people of color is like super extra or something. They want to be protected by law from getting married to someone they just met. They can't even trust themselves, so they're all like, let's make a constitutional amendment and all that jazz. They're cool with serving food made by people of color. Waiters bringing it to M, and ushers showing M where to sit. But redding in the same car. That's just too much for M, fam. They're like, This is the future of our species or something. But G's who think this way are straight up wild. Like Walt Whitman wrote about, and we can call them immovable pudding heads. Like, liberty ain't even a thing, it's just equal rights, bruh. We're not all on the same level. No cap. There's differences in weight, height, everything. You can't make two identical leaves or grains of sand or hairs, fam. We're physical and mental not equal, and law knows that we all got equal rights written on us by nature. And if you hate someone because they're black, that's just the spirit of caste. Bruh, if you hate someone because they're poor, same vibe. The dude who lifts up others with work is way more superior than the dude who just sits around and does nothing. I'm low-key inferior to any man whose rights I'm hating on, fam. We gotta recognize that we ain't all created equal by reason of our skin color, or whatever. We're superior when we got a good heart and brain, bruh. Superiority comes from being honest, virtuous, charitable, and most importantly, loving liberty. The super cool dude is the one who lifts up the weak and protects them. G stands erect by bending above the fallen. He rises by lifting others. In this country, all rights must be preserved, all wrongs redressed through the ballot box, no cap. The colored man has a major stake in the sovereign power of the republic, fam. At the ballot box, he's equal to judges and senators and presidents, and his vote is just as lit as any other. He got to use this power for his own protection and to keep his kids safe, you feel. The ballot is his sword and shield. It's his political source, the rock that keeps him grounded. He shouldn't be voting for anyone who don't believe in equal rights for all, no matter the color or race. He shouldn't be playing games with party vibes or vague promises from politicians. He should be voting for the real deal, for people who are low-key trying to protect him and high-key fighting for justice and liberty. He can't trust some white people's word, and he knows some black people ain't always telling the truth. So he needs to see the principle in action, you know. He can bet on one thing: the best white people are his squad. The humane, civilized, just intelligent and grandest ones are all on his side. His enemies are also his enemies. They're just mad at liberty, progress, and justice. The real OGs who make their whiteness honorable believe in equal rights for him. The nobles, living or dead, they're always down with him. He's asking them to stand with him, no cap. Don't put the blame on the Republican Party unless they officially endorse it, because they gave you those 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments for real. They were given in good faith, but the Supreme Court messed it up. Let's see what the Republicans do next. They got a wild history full of cowardice and courage. The average of progress gets nervous after winning, but bold after losing. We used to apologize to prejudice. Now we're like, let's keep it moving. The Proclamation of Emancipation only gave freedom to slaves outside our borders, but we told the South to lay down their arms, and they kept their slaves. We tried to buy peace with slave chains still on them. Gee, ain't got time for that, bruh. We low-key offered to sacrifice the North's masculinity and the natural rights of colored folks on the altar of the Union, but they said no cap. If we had accepted, we would have been straight hella salty. At one point, we was all like, nah, we ain't got time for that black dude coming through our lines. So we'd meet him at the outpost, get their info, and send him back to slavery. The Gov was all about the war being for the Union, but also keeping it real with the whole slavery thing, you feel. We was hella anxious to acknowledge that black people is actually human beings, not just some property or contraband, so we called M that instead. We was also super hesitant to let them fight for their own freedom. Like, what if they messed up the uniform and everything? These inconsistencies, though, we learned from our mistakes and finally realized that slavery is straight up rebellion, and everyone's responsible for it. So we was all, slavery gotta go. The North got its act together. People became hella enlightened, and we passed them 3 sacred amendments. The Republic was finally free, and we celebrated. Then there was a period of, wait, what do we do? And some folks was too scared to speak up. The colored citizen was left to deal with the consequences, and it's been a whole lot of what now for years. This Supreme Court decision is like the ultimate example of that hesitation. But, gee, your squad has been on point. You're as chill as the earth, as lit as the stars, and you've been law-abiding and grinding hard. You ain't nobody to mess with. You just quietly getting it done. When I think about how my ancestor was in schools while you and your fam was on the auction block or in the fields with whips, I'm hella impressed. All I can ask is that you keep doing what you're doing, educate them youngins, make yourselves independent, work for homes and for yourselves. See, when I see your little ones with books under their arms, it's a whole mood. It's hella hard to hate each other, but why should we hate anyone? It's hella hard to forgive G for what he did to you, right? Like, I get why we're low. Key racist towards the colored people, though. To us, they're like a constant reminder of our messed up history. Their struggles are literally our shame. When white people see their virtues, it's like triggering them or something. They can't handle that patient forgiveness, bruh. So, if we were in their shoes, would we be hating just as hard? The colored people ain't asking for no revenge, fam. They just want some justice. They're willing to let go of the past, hide their scars, and move on from all that pain. We got old issues coming back at us, though. Is this a real nation where everyone's equal, or is it still all about racism and whatnot? Does G gotta protect his citizens no matter what? The Fed just step in some state is hella messed up. This is like another chance for us to take sides, you feel. According to my vibe, the most important thing is being true to yourself no matter what. All that drama, rewards or punishments, fame or poverty, it's all just a waste of time. Gee, I made my choice and I'm standing by it. Where my heart and brain go, I'll publicly rep it. This is my idea of doing my duty. If we ain't got freedom yet, if citizens can't be protected no matter the color, if the amendments are all messed up, we need another chance and another until our Constitution is a real shield for every human being under our flag. Trial of CB. Reynolds for blasphemy. Address to the jury, yo. There's this dude G in Morristown, New Jersey, who got put on trial for distributing a pamphlet that said something bad about the Bible. The state is trying to pin it on him for blasphemy, which is like super serious in New Jersey. If he gets convicted, he's looking at a fine or some jail time. This like first time they're ever trying this case in NJ, even though the law is hella old. G was just chillin' in Boonton last summer, talking about free thought and all that jazz, and people got mad at him for it. Now he's facing a prosecutor who's like super determined to take him down. The judges are all like, peace out, we got this. G had been low-key a Methodist minister, right? But he was all, don't vibe with some parts of the Bible, and couldn't rock it as a moral guide. So he dipped out of the church and started spreading his own truth. The churches in Boonton were hella mad at him, and they got the Catholics and Methodists to come for him. They took the beef as an excuse to trash his tent, throwing eggs, veggies, and even slashing the ropes and canvas. It was wild. They made his tent a hot mess, but G slipped away in the chaos. He didn't stay in Boonton long after that, but his pamphlets were still getting read by people who probably wouldn't check them out otherwise. Boonton was still shook about it when Mr. Reynolds showed up in Morristown. This time he wasn't trying to hold meetings or nothing, just carried some pamphlets with him. G dropped into Morristown on October 13th, and a Boonton squad came to try and get him locked up for blasphemy. The grand jury was all, peace out, let's hear it. And they found 2 indictments against G, one in Boonton and one in Morristown. G coughed up 500 bail to face trial. Since Colonel Ingersoll had some throat issues, the trial got pushed back a few times through the winter. But on Monday last, it was set for yesterday, and everybody was hyped. For 6 months, this blasphemy case was the tea that everyone was talking about. It was like the whole town was abuzz about it, and gossip was running wild in social circles. You knew that if you could spare the time, you'd be at court yesterday. Lines started forming early, and people were getting restless. By 9:30, the courtroom was hella packed, and the staffs had to be stationed at the bottom of the stairs to keep folks from sneaking in. For 2 hours straight, people inside were low, key talking about blasphemy. It was like a never-ending conversation. Outside, people were chilling on the lawn and waiting patiently for their turn. At 11 o'clock, the train pulled in with Colonel Ingersoll on board. His arrival brought a whole new level of drama to the day's gossip. It was so intense that Bodie even noticed an elderly dude wearing a black suit walking into court. Yo, G was low, key trying to cop a 6 silk hat with an army badge pinched on his coat, looking all high and mighty like some rich merchant. No, he showed up to the courthouse just chillin' behind this famous lawyer homie, but for real he was the last one in. Then, the defendant came through too, so it was all good to get this trial going. The court was set, and 5 jurors were already vibing with their seats taken. Colonel Ingersoll was like, what's my beef about challenging these jurors? He got the lowdown that he could challenge up to 6 of M, and had to do it before they even took their seats. The only disqualifier for a juror would be if they couldn't change their mind, no matter what you feel. Colonel Ingersoll was all about getting those jurors on the spot, so he asked them straight up what was good with each of them. He was trying to figure out if they had any biases or not. One dude didn't know what prejudice even meant, and Colonel Ingersoll was like, might not define it, but my way is that a person's prejudiced when they're low-key making up their mind without even knowing the tea. The guy thought he fit that bill. The Presbyterians were getting roasted pretty hard by Colonel Ingersoll. After chillin' with 20 of these jurors and exercising 5 of those peremptory challenges, the court was ready to move on. They brought in a new crew of jurors. The prosecutor, Cutler, got up and said he was going to focus just on that indictment for the Morristown thingy. He was all about getting Reynolds guilty, if they could prove it. Then he called out these 16 townsfolk who'd gotten pamphlets from Reynolds, but none of them could admit to reading. Bruh. Colonel Ingersoll tried to ask some questions, but he kept it chill and didn't cross-examine too hard. Colonel Ingersoll was all, I don't know if I got any witnesses on my side or not, so he started making moves for a recess. The judge was like, don't even think about getting up and talking, Colonel Don. But Colonel Ingersoll was all, maybe after dinner I'll come correct. And the court was all, good luck with that. Gee, the judge eventually adjourned it until morning, and as Colonel Ingersoll left, a whole crew came up to congratulate him. One old dude said, Colonel Ingersoll, I'm a Presbyterian pastor, but your speech about defending liberty was straight fire. What's good, sir? Yo, it's all about free speech and whatnot, fam. Like, every citizen in Jersey got the right to express their honest thoughts, right? So you're asking yourself if a dude can just speak his mind without getting hella mad at him. And that's some major sauce. I got a cop to it. This case is super lit for me because I don't want to live in a world where people can just silence each other. If you can't express true thoughts, it's like not living. Low-key, men who are all about shutting people up ain't worth hanging out with, period. So I'm straight up denying any church or state from putting a padlock on someone's mouth. That's straight up work. We got to have the right to speak our minds and not be some heroes who trying to squash us for expressing ourselves. And if you got the right to work hard and harvest own crops, then are also good to go when it comes to cultivating or brain, who can read, observe, investigate, and then you can share thoughts with others. That's what repping intellectual liberty is all about. But without it, we're just a bunch of paint by numbers humans living in a world we're basically serfs and slaves. If someone can't express their thoughts, then nobody's ever been blessed with the right to do so. That's some hella deep truth. Bruh. Like, where did all this freedom come from? How did it even get here? Is it 'cause we're all basically human beings at the end of the day, and we all got to think for ourselves? Can you help me understand why I'm thinking a certain way, if that's what you're thinking? When you look out at nature in the woods or whatever, it makes you think stuff, whether you want or not. No one can control their thoughts, fam. They're like brain, do a thing. G got no right to force you to think alike without asking. Your brain's got its own vibes, and you should express M. If others getting theirs out, you should too, 'cause you got rights, fam. Whoever tries to take it from you is straight up robbering. For real, people been trying to force their thoughts on others for thousands of years. But did they succeed? Nah, they ain't succeeded yet. Why? 'Cause brute force ain't an argument, you feel. You can stand there with the squad, or by the authorities, or even by the noose, and be all like, correct or get left behind, homie. And people usually reckon. But do they actually get convinced? Nah, they still got their own thoughts. You ain't made a new argument just 'cause you said something. So why are people trying to force it down our throats? They've been trying to rule minds with force and violence, for real, like trying to spread religion with the sword and torch. They putin people in dungeons, iron boots, and even burning folks at the stake. And what's the result? We still ain't thinking alike today than we were back then. Every church that ever existed tried to make people think their way, but they started in the minority, fam. Even John Calvin, the founder of Presbyterian Church, was all about free speech when he was in the minority, but once he got power, he forgot about it and had Servetus burned at the stake for disagreeing. It's wild. Gee, I'm trying to get you to understand how the world been trying to force people to think alike. Why did the big guy make us all so different? Why can't we just be one way? Maybe nature is good enough and lets us be our own selves. Maybe it's better that we ain't all the same, fam. Yes to everything that everybody else might say, like liberty is key, fam. More important than food or clothes, more empowerment than gold or houses or lands, more empowerment than art or science, more empowerment than all religions. It's the liberty of a man that's most turned up. If Civi is always trying to take away liberty, then I'm low. Key with Mr. Buckle on this one. Civi is defo curse. I'd totes give up the fancy schmancy stuff from the 19th century. Forget every invention that's been made by humans and just want to go back to the wilden days of savagery if it means keeping liberty alive. Every dude who got heart and brain feels me on this, gee. So how do churches always defend themselves when they're in charge? They always come up with some statute about blasphemy arguments or free speech, fam. And honestly, that statute is always going to be shady. It's just a way to keep people from talking and arguing. It's like the church wants to prevent discussion, prevent argument, and prevent someone from expressing their real thoughts. That's not how you create a safe space for real growth. I'm all about spreading good vibes and doing what's best for humanity. Gee, I only advocate for things that'll make the world happier and better. If I know myself, I want to help people become better citizens, better partners, and better parents. I want every home to be filled with shine and joy you feel. And if I'm wrong about something, I'll stop talking about it. But I'm a believer in liberty. Fam, that's my religion. I think everyone deserves the right to free speech, not just because they deserve it, but because it's their right. I'm also all about intellectual hospitality. Gee, if someone comes to your door and you're a good dude, you welcome M with open arms, offer M a seat and some food and let the convo flow. You don't got to be a hater, fam. Now, how should we treat new ideas? I say we got to keep our minds open and let them come in like they're breaking bread with us. Yo, sit down. Gee, I got questions for you. I'm trying to figure out if you're low key or high key salty. If you're cool, let's vibe. If not, if prob you think you are straight fire. But a room is hella better than a company, so I'll swap ideas with you. Why though? Can any dude be all like they got it figured out? No way. Every dude who's ever thought knows how little he actually knows, and that applies to everyone else too, fam. There was this one time in Europe when the Catholic Church was poppin', but I'm trying to make it clear to you, jury, I ain't mad at Catholics nor Presbyterianism. I don't do personalities. I do ideas and principles. I ain't trying to hate Presbyterians, just their doctrine. You feel. Same with roomies. I ain't got time for the sickness when it's got a dude, but if it's just the roomie part, etche. So I'm all about smashing principles that are whack. But I always keep it real, no hate on dudes, no hate on victims, okay? There was another time when the Catholic Church was regnin in Europe, and this dude Martin Luther pops up, and what did the Catholics say? Oh, they're going to burn in hell. But those dudes didn't go the dark side, fam. They were good peeps. Maybe they were wrong about the whole Catholic thing, but I got love for their stand against it too. Same with Henry VT's beef with the Pope. I always had the Pope's back, but whatever, it made no diff. And then there was this other dude, Martin Luther, and they said he was bad news, so they kicked him out. But the Baptists, they turned out to be fire, fam, good husbands, good dads, good citizens. After that, some English dudes became Episcopalians, cause of a war with Henry V. And I always had the Pope's back on that one. But it didn't matter. The Episcopalians just got straight no cap. And then there was this dude Martin Luther, like again, and they said he was bad. So they kicked him out too. But some dudes from that crew ended up in New England and became Quakers, and honestly, they were the real MVPs. Yaz, gee, people on this earth are low-key OGs, you feel. They're all about being diligent, thrifty, chill, kind, and loving. But then these Puritans were like, no cap. They're corrupting our youth, and started hanging. They said it was because people would start believing in all that good vibe stuff. And what's the tea? Anyway, the Quakers were straight fire. No prophecies were fulfilled. And the Unitarians were like, the world is totes gonna go down. But bro, the world kept it moving. And they dropped some dope dudes like Channing and Theodore Parker. One of them was low-key a genius with a heart of gold. The Unitarians thought he was a blasphemer, though, and prayed for his death, fam. But no, God didn't take him out. Then came the Universalists, who were all about spreading love and good vibes. They said God ain't trying to burn nobody to hell just cause of a little mistake. It's like, this life is short and we're all tripping on shadows, fam. And then the rest of the sects were all, you can't get rid of hell. It'll be a wild west out there. But they didn't do that. Gee. Now, these Universalists were good peeps, straight up. They weren't trying to hurt nobody. None of those prophecies came true. And yet the drama kept going. So now we got folks who ain't tripping on the Bible. And they're still within this law, bruh. Gentlemen, let's get into it. First off, this statute, Mr. Reynolds is facing has some major constitutional issues. It don't align with New Jersey's constitution at all. It was passed by dudes who thought burning a heretic was a good idea back in the day. They even had modest women and men tied up, naked, getting lashed from town to town. Those were the OGs who made this law. Gee. Now I'm trying to show to you that there's been sleeping for centuries, and we ain't seen no prosecution for blasphemy in this state before. So let's talk about what blasphemy even is. Fam, it depends on where you are and who's in charge. What's considered blasphemy in one country might be a normal religious exhortation in another. And tip you, American Christians can be super impudent and bigoted. We send missionaries to other countries to tell them their religion is false. Gee, that's the T. Yes, gee. Their gods are low-key myths. They think their saviors and apostles were hella imposters, and our religion is straight fire. You send a dude from Morristown who's all about the Presbyterian life over to Turkey, right? He's like, hey, Mohammedans! Check out my pamphlet. It's got the T that the Quran is a total lie, that Mohammed was not a prophet, and that the angel Gabriel is way too extra. Then what would the Turks do? They'd be all low-key, put this dude in jail, send him home with some shade. And then what would Morristown folks say? Honestly, they'd be like, why did we send a dude over there thinking he had the truth? But these heathen people were just too caught up in their superstition to listen. Jay, doesn't that show how extra we need more missionaries? Now let's flip the script. A dude comes from Turkey to Morristown, got a pamphlet, and he's all like, the Quran is fire, Muhammad is the real MVP, your Bible is a total myth. The Morristown people put him in jail. Then what would the Turks say? They'd be all, Morristown needs more missionaries. And I'm low-key with them. In other words, we need some intellectual hospitality. Let's let the world chat and see how ridiculous this trial is. I'm totes sure the prosecutor agrees with me that this law is either a total win or a huge mess, and it shouldn't have even happened in the first place. So here's the thing, G. When someone comes into town and starts spreading some ideas, you just chill. If they didn't say anything, nobody would have even heard about it. But instead, we got to stop the convo, and that question has been lit in this country since this indictment went down. And let me tell you why a trial like this is going to make all these haters talk even more than before, ever. It's going to give Miss Reynolds some major real estate with 50 million people who are low-key hyped about it, and yet we're doing it just to stop the discussion. This whole thing is hella idiotic. Gee, it defeats itself, and you can't squash the ideas by force. Not only that, but mish. Reynolds has every right to be defended, and his team has every right to give their 2 cents on this subject. So what's next? G is low-key in jail, but the argument ain't getting sent to jail yet. That's still a hot topic, free as the wind. If G kept him at hard labor for a year, like all the time he's in there, hundreds of thousands of people would be reading some part of this trial, no cap. The problem is if you could just lock up a thought, then intellectual tyranny might get real. If you could just put a striped suit on an argument, or lock up a sick fact and keep it in the dark so its light never hits your brain again, that's when you'd stop human progress for sure. Nah, let's check out this statute G is talking about. First off, the state got a constitution, which is like a rule book that limits what the legislature can do, and it's like a shield to protect private rights, and it's all like you go as far as you can, no further. The Constitution is all like, this is your armor, this is what's going to keep you safe, this is what's yours. And in most places, they got the Bill of Rights, which is like a list of general declarations that say certain things. Like in New Jersey's old Constitution from 1776, it had a declaration about religious freedom, even though people back then weren't all educated or whatever. It was on the eve of a revolution, and that Constitution got passed on July 3rd, which is like one day before the Declaration of Independence. So when we look at this statute, G, we got to go by what it's saying, and I found out that in that 18th section, it says, person no can be taken away or worshipping from worship God however they want, or forced to go to a church that ain't their vibe, nor can they be forced to pay for nothing that don't feel right. That was a major move. G. It separated church and state, which is like a big deal. Now the state can't just take money from you to support a particular religion, and it's all like, you gotta give your own money if you want to support something. That means something to you. That's cool, I guess. But then G said something else in the next paragraph that ain't so fire. G, like, you gotta know that back then it was all about not hating on people because they're religiously different, right? So if a Protestant from this state wants to chill, they shouldn't get left out of any civil rights just cause of their beliefs. It's low-key cool that they can still be elected to office and enjoy all the same perks other citizens. But, like, what about Catholics? Did they have any right to be in office or not under this law? Anyway, in 1844, another constitution went down and the word Protestant got left out. It was all about no religion being better than another, you feel. But, gee, it's still true that you can't get elected just cause of your religious vibe. And honestly, this new law says nothing about any faith whatsoever. So, yeah, that's a pretty fire provision, right? No religious test, no problem. It's all about being free to do without worrying about what others think. This same clause was actually copied from the Virginia Constitution, written by G himself, Thomas Jefferson, and it allowed people to testify in court about their faith or lack thereof. It got adopted by a bunch of other states too. But like this law is straight out of touch with that whole vibe. It's what that you can't be denied any civil rights cause of your faith, but then you can get locked up for just expressing your thoughts, you know. And I'm going to try to convince you that this law is hella unconstitutional. But first, let's talk about how you're free to say whatever you want, write what's on your mind, or publish it however you please, as long as you're responsible for not being a total troll. Then there's the big deal clause in 1844G. It's like super important and all that jazz. Yes, G, like a star in the night sky, the First Amendment is super clear. No law can limit your free speech or press freedom, right? It's not even subtle. It's like no law can touch my liberty of speech. And then there's this other thing, the same statement, but for speech and press. And for real though, G, you got to know that there's a higher law than any statute or constitution. It's like your own conscience, fam. You got to keep it 100 and respect yourself. And the only way to do that is to live your best life according to your highest goals. Feel me? There's this one law that's above all, and it's not even made by humans. It's just how things are in this world. And it's like the breath of progress, you know. But gee, there's been these laws in the past that were straight up savage, like passed by people who were too scared to speak their truth. They'd be all like, give us power and we'll squash anyone who doesn't agree. And it was all about controlling the minority. So yeah, this law is like a snake sleeping beneath the surface, waiting to strike. But for real though, gee, this Constitution is fire because it's all about keeping that freedom of speech alive, and I'm low-key hyped about it. Yes, New Jersey has been fire. Men have done well for real. You've had average health in this country, no cap. Nobody roused the statute until G went to Boonton and gave a speech that was straight up honest, and the people were like, and threw some stones. Then Miss Reynolds published a pamphlet on blasphemy and dropped a photo of those Christians in Boonton. That's his whole thing. Let's read this infamous statute. If any person shall willfully blaspheme the holy name of God by denying, cursing, or contumeliously reproaching his being. I'm low-key thinking this is wild. Many dudes have cursed the God of another dude's neighbor. Catholics have cursed Protestants' God. They called them idols and laughed at their ceremonies. And it's been going on for centuries. But I say no human being has ever cursed the God they actually believe in. That's just not how it goes down. No one curses what they think is truth, fam. They curse the idea of someone else's God. Like, can you even imagine? No human being has ever lived who cursed what they thought was infinite wisdom and goodness. You know that, right? Every dude on this jury knows that. Then what have they cursed? Some God they don't even believe in, that's all. And can we say that's fair? Can a person really be wrong for having an opinion about someone else's God? I'm dead, it's true. They have the right to give their 2 cents on Jupiter or whatever. Nobody can stop them from doing that. But, like, thousands of years ago, you couldn't even say Zeus' name without getting in trouble. And now everybody's all like, it can curse Zeus too. What changed? Is Zeus dead? No, he's still out there, just as powerful as he ever was. But the Roman people ain't got it no more. That's what happened, bruh. The Greeks are gone. That's all. So when a church is in the minority, they're always talking about free speech, but when they're in the majority, forget it. They just want to silence people who are speaking truth to power. And isn't that wild that they preach forgiveness and turn their backs on anyone who dares to speak up? Read this law for yourself. Do you know how messed up it is? I'm low key feeling like John G. laughing in his grave run. That's exactly how he'd write it, no cap. Every inquisitor would be hella excited to read that law with a smile on their face. The Christians who burned people for speaking out against religion would have been all about it too. You feel? They used to chop tongues off people before burning them, 'cause they didn't want to hear them say anything that scandalized the Christian fam building the fire. They did it for fear they'd spew something that the gentleman building the flames. Everyone would have been hyped about this law, no doubt. Let's read on, or by cursing or contumeliously reproaching Jesus Christ. Bro, whoever did that since Jesus got crucified. What's good? He was crucified 'cause people in Jerusalem didn't believe in free speech. They had a law against blasphemy just like this one. Can you even imagine? We've come so far on the human progress train to stop chilling in the blood and mire of the past. No way, we got to keep moving, fam. Some people say Jesus was just a dude. Others think he's a god, or maybe both. But nobody ever said one word against him for spreading love and kindness. Nobody ever called out his vibes 'cause he said, do unto others, or blessed are the merciful. And are those who preach about mercy the ones putting people in prison when they try to debate him? No. Bruh. The problem is with the priests, ministers, and regular people who were supposed to interpret these things. They got so caught up in their own agendas and gave meanings to human words that don't even exist. I'm going to give it to them. Most of what's been done in this world has been straight up honest. Even when people do the best they can with what little info they have, like praying to a stuffed snake for their kids' health, I believe they're good people doing the right thing. And if that's not going to be answered with wisdom, then maybe it was just the way it's supposed to be. I'll give props to the Presbyterians who thought most of PL were headed straight to hell, because at least they believed what they said, even if it sounded hella harsh. I wouldn't send one of them to jail, not even if they called non-believers wretched dogs. I'm low-key confused about G. You feel? I'd just respond, nope, cap. Be kind, though. I might roast him a lil, but for real, answer him in kindness. These mental divisions are def natural, fam. They're necessary, like we gotta have some drama to make life interesting. You know how mechanics can't even get two clocks running on the same beat? It's wild, right? Now imagine trying to get billions of people with diff vibes and brain power all thinking the same way. That's straight up impossible. And it's not like G is trying to make us all identical or nothing. The Inquisition and other haters just want to suppress our differences. This statute is straight fire not. It says, or the Christian religion. What even is that? Is it just a label, though? If you're attacking another Christian's beliefs, that's your right. Like, if G thinks Catholics are going to hell, he can say it. And if he believes it, he gotta say it. For real, I don't want to be part of no religion that I don't believe in. We all make mistakes, fam. Our horizons are narrow, and we can't even see the stars from our own backyard. So, yeah, what's the Word of God? Apparently it's just the Old and New Testaments. But for real, how did they decide which books made the cut? Was it just a vote? Did they convene and say, yes, let's put this book in the canon? G got the T on this, though. Can G show that all the Hebrews were real deals? Like, did G get the right to say they weren't part of the gospel in Romans? And can G prove some of these books were low-key written after like 200 years, fam? Can G spit truth if G feels it's true? I ain't trying to confirm or deny, but can someone say it if they feeling it, though? If G read the Bible straight up and was like, this is a fake book, would G got a hush up, hightail it out of Jersey, only to come back and be all, it's not true, bruh? Or can G keep it real and say, fam, I got this book, but I don't feel the vibes? If G felt the truth in it, G would rep it. G went to Turkey and read the Quran, thought it was a total fake. Would G just sit on it? We wouldn't say G was low-key salty if G didn't speak up. Hypocrisy is what we don't need no more of that. What's going to keep us from having more hypocrites? Wipe those old laws off the books like the Holy Scriptures. Is this book holy? Can a person be real with themselves? Thousands of people agree on the good stuff, like don't me about stealing. Everyone's all good measure. And love thy neighbor. But does it matter if G believes in the flood or not? Whether G built an ark or not, does that change how G acts? It's what when someone's all about being a good person, but denying some ancient stories. Can believing in those stories make you a better dude, though? Does it matter if G doesn't believe in it? Suppose G says, I'm low-key thinking that's a mistake. They didn't get it right. Fam, I'm like the dude who reported that was a bit extra with his hearing and got the story kind of whack. Any harm in saying that? Can you imagine an infinitely good God sending someone to hell because they don't believe the bear story? So I say, if you're all about the Bible, cop to it. If you ain't feeling it, let it be known. And here's the major mistake, imho, in Protestantism itself. The Protestants, when they were low-key fighting the Catholics, said it. Read the Bible for yourself. Don't take it from your priests. Read it with your own eyes. It's a revelation from God to his children. And you're the kids. And then they said, if after you read it you still don't believe it and you go off on it, we'll toss you in jail and God will toss you in hell. That's a pretty spot to get someone in. It's like a dude who invited his neighbor over to check out his sick pics, saying they're fire, and I want your real opinion. A dude who looked them the other day said they were trash, and I low-key threw him downstairs. Now I need your real take. So the Protestant church is all like, this Bible is a message from your Father in heaven. Read it, judge for yourself. But if after you've read it you say it's not true, we'll toss you in the penitentiary for a year. The Catholic Church has more sense about that. At least they got some logic going on. They're all, this Bible is not for everyone, it's given to the world, but it needs to be interpreted by the church. God wouldn't give a Bible to the world unless he also picked someone or something to break it down. They said, we don't want the world filled with interpretations, and all these interpreters going at each other. And the Protestants have gone full on absurd by saying, judge for yourself. But if you judge wrong, you'll get locked up here and in hell after that. Now, let's see further. Or by profane scoffing expose them to ridicule. Think of such a law as that, passed under a constitution that says, no law shall abridge the liberty of speech. But you can't just roast the scriptures. Did anyone ever dream of passing a law to protect Shakespeare from being roasted? Did anyone ever think of such a thing? Did anyone want any legislative enactment to keep people from throwing Robert Burns' songs in the trash? The songs will be sung as long as there's love in the human heart. Do we need to protect him from ridicule by a statute? Does he need some extra help from the government? Your Jersey is G. Need some law to keep people from roasting Euclid in this neighborhood. And is it even possible for a book written by an infinite being to be protected by, like, a legislature or something? Can a God's work just be funny enough that humans can't even laugh at it? Bruh, humor is like super important for the human brain. It's like the light bulb in your mind, you feel. Humor is the real test of truth, fam. If you take away someone's sense of humor, they're just going to be a hater. Teach this dude who has nothing but hate and intolerance the basics. Fill his head with weirdness. And he'll be low, key ready to vote for that law, G. Let's read the fine print. And every person so offending shall, on conviction, be fined nor exceeding $200, or imprisoned at hard labor not exceeding 12 months, or both. I'm trying to remind you that this law is like super old from England. The language might have changed, but the vibes are still here. G. The punishment back in the day was hella harsher. Instead of getting fined $200 and locked up for a year, they'd just straight up take all your goods, brand you with hot iron on your forehead, and for the second offense, it was death by fire. Those were the good old days when people were all about the orthodox religion. The question is, G, is this law constitutional? Is it in line with our Constitution from 1844 that says liberty of speech shall not be abridged? That's up to you to decide, fam. Is this law just a relic from the past, or is it still relevant? I'm trying to convince you that our founding fathers never meant for a government like that. When they fought for religious liberty and free speech, they wanted all those laws to get wiped clean. Another reason why I think so is that we got naturalization laws in this country. People can come here with whatever religion they're into, and they don't have to change it. They just got to swear allegiance to the us, and that's it. You can be a Hindu or something and still become a citizen of the United States. It's like we got room for all kinds of people. GG is low-key trying to say that religious liberty is a real thing in New Jersey, right? Like, this dude's from India, and he believes in a different God than Christians do. G isn't hating on him for it, though. So, like, if this dude comes to America and becomes a citizen, does he still have the right to speak his mind about his religion? Can he be all like, there's no God except Brahman, and Buddha is the real savior? I'm dead serious. G says he has that right, and you can't take it away from him. He also got to be able to say some stuff that's going to make people think twice about their own religion, like if they're mistaken or whatever. It's all about keeping his liberty of speech, fam. G is saying that if this dude's got the right to speak his mind, then he's got to have the right to explain why he believes what he does. And if he's going to say some wild stuff, G says he can't just get roasted by people. He needs to be able to defend himself with wit and a smile. It's like, if something is too extra, it shouldn't stay in this world, you feel. So, like, if this dude comes from Persia or somewhere else and wants to share his beliefs, G says he's got to have the right to do that. And can we talk about how weird it is for a state to invite someone to come over and then try to take away their God, but not their Shah? It's like you don't ask someone to renounce their dude, just their leader. Makes no sense, G. Oh, And what was the vibe of the government at that time, though? Who were the leading guys? And what did they think about religion? Were most of them low-key blasphemers like this dude in court, G, is talking about Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln, who were like super big deals. G respects Eam for using their power wisely, not as a dictator or whatever, but as a way to help people. Thomas Jefferson was all about keeping it real. Fam, he had some similar views to this dude in court. G is low-key a total legend, fam. He was literally made Pres of the US, and he wrote the Declaration of Independence, started the University of Virginia, and even penned that one clause in the Constitution that's all about equal rights for everyone. But when people say some wild stuff like this one's got blasphemy written all over it, I'm here to tell you it was a total vibe check from thousands of straight-fire intellectuals. I ain't got time for this, though we can talk about how some religious nations have gotten hella messed up by laws like this one another time. If that law goes down in this jury's hands and the courts enforce it, we're goodbye to all progress. Gee, we'd be right back in the dark ages where people's minds are just stagnant pools of hate and ignorance. And if you look at history, have countries ever been friends when they had laws like this? No way. Here we are in this blessed spot, surrounded by happy fields and whatnot. Can you even imagine someone getting burned alive for having a crucifix in their crib, or some Catholics taking down Protestants for believing the wrong stuff? Nah, that's not something you can even comprehend right now. But I'm telling you, the same energy that made this statute was also the one that said, hey, the earth is round. And then they'd be all, no way. Man, now imagine a society where someone says something like that and gets locked up. It's wild. If the men who made this law were in charge, I wouldn't want to live there neither. I'd straight up move to somewhere else. You feel, yo, where's the space to be real with my fam, my kids, and my neighbors? So this oppression is low-key just as wild as what went down back in the day. What does it mean, though? New Jersey is hella enlightened. They got all the light, no cap. That means they think they know it all, ain't trying to grow no more, and they'll send teachers to the joint if they don't comply. It's probably true they're not going to reach their full potential cause they're so extra about being right all the time. Religions are like clouds, though they change shapes depending on the wind passion. But humanity is like the ocean. It's all good. And we're constantly evolving. Religions come and go, but humanity stays lit. Why? 'Cause we grow and we get more civilized by the day. If you don't let others express themselves, you ain't a real one. No cap. Any dude who don't give everyone else the same rights he's asking for is straight out of touch, bruh. So, like, some dude want to join the Methodist Church, makes him think it's his right. Ick may be just as much right as I got to choose not to join same diff. If we're a cat, and I'm not, that just means we don't vibe, you feel. Then there's them Catholics born into it, or they're convinced it's the real deal. That's their biz. Any dude who tries to hate her on M is low-key savage. So I take it a step further. If some dude ain't got no church affiliation, how are you going to judge him? Judge him by how he treats his fam, neighbors, and the poor. Does he be a good dude? Does he pay his debts? Does he keep it real? That's what matters. When some poor mom is out here struggling with her kid, do they quote scripture or worry about the next move? That's how you know M. If you don't believe in no Bible, that's on you And everybody should give that dude a pass. Kicking him just means more drama down the line, bruh. So let's all just chill. I'm low-key judging you by what you do, not what you say, cuz that's hella subjective and depends where you're from. If Guy was born in Turkey, they probs would have been a Muslim. I might have been Hindu or Buddhist if I was raised with the Hindus or Covenanter. If I was in Scotland on oatmeal, nobody knows for sure. If I saw my fam getting disrespected in Ireland, I'd def be a home ruler, no cap. You see, it's all about where you're from. Surroundings matter. There are Muslims in Turkey who aren't devout, and people of faith here who don't believe in God, or the Bible, plenty of them, who say they ain't sure if there's even a God. It's way more lit to be honest with yourself than pretend to believe something you don't. If you want to know what your neighbor thinks, you gotta get their real opinion, not some fake stuff. You don't want to be fooled by a hater. You want straight talk and then judge them by what they do, not what they say. It's easy for the crowd and fit in, but when you're swimming against the tide and people are throwing shade at you, you'll get a good workout, fam. And gee, we should totally respect those who fought against the norm. Anybody who went against popular opinion is straight fire. Like Presbyterians in Morristown love Martin Luther because he stood up for what's right even when it was hard. Methodists and Catholics look up to John and Charles Wesley and Whitefield for being true to themselves and not caring about what others thought. And Universalists are all about Hosea Ballou. I'm hella obsessed with him because he called out the haters on Presbyterian ministers who were just trying to keep people out of hell. He stood firm even when they were throwing shade at him, and that's what we can learn from. G is low-key hyped about how Episcopalians kept her sand stuck in the ocean till the tide came back and drowned it, and all she had to do was say, "God save the king," or whatever. But, G only said it with a condition of if God's willing. No cap. No one who ain't a total savage can even get mad at how brave that was, how selfless. That's straight fire heroism right there. G can relate, though. When your body is all shook up, but your soul stays woke. Let's vibe on this for real. Imagine if authority had always won out and the law had been like, nope, no more astronomy. Would we be here? Would our minds be blown by all that cosmic knowledge? G knows it. E wouldn't be. We got this science now called astronomy, and it changed everything. It opened up the universe and showed us we ain't even the center of it all. The sun is like 1,000,000 times bigger than our tiny Earth, and there's other stars and planets way more fire than that. Light takes 15 key years to get from one star to another. Can you believe that? And we're out here knowing that space is straight up full of constellations. If the law had been real strict about it all being biblical, astronomy wouldn't even be a thing in our brains right now. It's like, what would have happened if they didn't let us know about all that? We'd still be stuck on ancient stories and myths. Even Martin Luther was like, Galileo might be onto something. He said some crazy stuff about science being against the Bible. And for real, if the law had been enforced, we wouldn't even have some of our greatest thinkers like Spinoza or Voltaire, who helped make the world a better place. We wouldn't even have books in libraries, and Humboldt's lectures on the cosmos wouldn't exist either. Charles Darwin would have been straight up cancelled if he lived in Jersey and had to chill with this law. They got to keep his ashes in some fancy abbey. But no cap, he'd have been locked up for a hot sec in that penitentiary, fam. Why? He was hella bold G, and didn't just deny the Bible's truth, but straight up said God wasn't even real. Was he Loki evil or what? Nah, he was one of the good ones for show. Humboldt, the goat German dude, agreed with him too. And I could keep going on about all these lit thinkers who are repping the intellectual game. They're the ones the law says are hella wrong and should be locked up, but they still brought so much heat to the table, you feel. Spencer couldn't even publish his books in Jersey without getting arrested, tried and ghosted, and he's still Loki a genius. Same vibes with Huxley, Tyndall, Helmholtz, and all the woke thinkers who are changing the game. You might not vibe with them, but that just means they're hella different from you, G. Who's to blame? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe one of us is straight up wrong and the other is right, but if we had the juice and put someone in the slammer just cause they disagreed with us, we'd be straight up savage, fam. I'm all about that intellectual hospitality life, G. I love people who are low-key, trying new things and exploring their minds. I hate it when people get stuck in their ways and can't see the world in a different way. I believe in creating an atmosphere where ideas can flourish and people can come together in peace. If there's even a God out there, let's hope they're hella generous and grand. You feel? It's all about good vibes, good health, and good fellowship. Gee, let's get to the bottom of what this dude did wrong, step by step. According to this indictment, he said some pretty wild stuff about God in the Bible, like God is so loving that he wiped out the whole world in his rage. Loki, what a savage move. But let's see if this law even covers publishing or just speech. Okay. Yeah, what's good, fam? Is this for real? Though, does the Bible really say God wiped out the whole world? But like 18 he or diddly dee, I got a question for you. Has anyone around here even read the Bible like for real? Think the story of this Gark is totes in that it says he was hoed off. He just hella mad about it if the Bible true. Ran mad for real off for. This dude just repeated what's in the Bible though. So does God love us, or did he just drown everyone and then get mad about it? It's like, isn't that blasphemy to quote from the sacred scriptures? 'Cause he was way more knowledgeable than anyone thought possible. So yeah, the Bible says God regretted making humans, but still flooded the earth. Is there any blasphemy in saying the Bible is true though? Fact check, God made everyone, and then said, let there be rain. What did he do that? For if all knowing God knew it was going to flood them when he created them, why make them at all? Wouldn't a smart God know how to do better? Can we even think about this stuff? Shouldn't to just keep it to herself? The dude kept going on like God got so fed up with his own mistakes that he just destroyed the whole world. Is that real? Or was the world already messed up? God's stupid plan. If God made everyone and then decided to flood them, what did he not smart enough to figure it out? I'm sure you done. There's that blasphemy. You make him for the first place either blasphemy. Yeah. Yes. Gee, have you ever low-key made everyone from men to kids and their moms with babies on their backs and then send a major flood to fill the world with death? Like a rain that lasts for 40 days and the water keeps risen, so people got to climb up buildings and hills trying to find safety. The water's still getting deeper. No mercy. Fam. People climbing higher and higher, looking at mountains thinking they'll be safe, but it's all just a lie. Kids falling from their mom's arms, no pity, and the old and young both dying. It's wild. The screams of women getting lost in the sound of the waves. And it's like the whole world is dead. Gee. billions of corpses on the beach. It's all just a mess. So do believe this story? I don't, and I'm not afraid to say it. If there's a good God, then this ain't true. And if there's a smart God, then this is deaf false. Should we be getting locked up for telling the truth? What if we had a law that said you got to get in trouble for questioning science or disrespecting the rule of three? It'd be just as messed up as this story. Bruh. What else says the defendant? The Bible says God got jealous and was all mad at us. Yeah, it does. But is that even right? If it's true, can we call him out for being a hater? The Bible also says he's still salty about it. He'll raise hell with them. His anger burns like a literal hellfire. That's true, but the Bible just calls himself a God who gets angry. He don't actually say he's all love and stuff. I'm saying if oo read what I said, there ain't nothing blasphemous in it. We got to call out the blasphemy when we see it, even if it's in the Bible. Theodore Parker, a Unitarian dude, said Vishnu is like ultimate symbol of love and mercy compared to the God of the Old Testament. That'd be called blasphemy too, but what I read ain't that deep. Let's keep reading. He'd destroy them all if it weren't for fear of his enemies. Word for word, that's in the Bible. And then the defendant is like, the Almighty God is scared of his enemies. That's what the Bible said. Bruh, what does it even mean? If the Bible is real, then God was all shook up because of some dudes he didn't like. Loki can't even conceive of how extra this is. Says for real, if God's all good and wise and powerful, ain't it hella hard to believe he's scared of anything? If this dude said God was Loki shook by his enemies, that might have been some blasphemy talk. But what if the Bible says it's true? And now we're asked to be like, nope, that's blasphemy. The Old Testament got some wild stuff in there for teaching us right from wrong. Let's talk about how savage God was with his saints' polygamy, incest, and fornication, all straight out of the Bible. But is it even real that the Old Testament is cool with polygamy? Imagine Abraham trying to cop a new whip in New Jersey. He'd be hella busted. And what's up with Sarah getting a divorce in this state? Would have been low-key convenient for her. Let's keep it 100, though. We got to tell the tea about the OGs. Moses was hella sketchy too, we all know that. And then there's Solomon living his best life with like 5 or 600 wives and 300 other ladies he was vibing with. That's just the tea. If Solomon was still around, he'd be a whole vibe in the States. Would have been hella locked up. You feel if you got a petition signed by 100 of his wives, they wouldn't let him out of the pen. Same energy for David. Yeah, he was straight fire with some amazing stuff, but 10 or 12 wives too many. He had to ghost them and keep them in this secret facility till they died. That's not how it goes down in Morristown, There are plenty of preachers who'd be hella triggered by this, thousands of rem across the country, just waiting to speak truth to power on Sundays. You know that pew, though. It can't even respond back. But if there's any beef with this narrative, the preacher's got to answer it. I'm saying Lot was straight trash. And I'm saying Abraham and Jacob, too. Did you know about Jacob tricking Esau? That's some next level drama right there. My feels are always with Esau. He seemed like a real G. Is it hella wrong to say you don't vibe with someone just cause their name is in the Bible? How do we even know what's true? True anyway. G is low-key salty about these dudes who are trying to be examples of what not to do in life. But, bruh, they're actually just trying to make a point that being all extra with multiple wives ain't the key to domestic harmony, and you shouldn't be trying to emulate that behavior. There's also these other dudes who were like super into their religion and did some pretty wild stuff, like declaring war and killing people in the name of God. The Bible is full of stories about these savage folks, but let's not forget that they were just trying to follow what they thought was true at the time. Anyway, G is saying that if there's a God who's all lovey-dovey, then we can't be hating on him for some of this crazy stuff that went down in history. It's like if you're going to blame a higher power for being extra, then you got to be ready to take the heat. The text keeps going, but it's like G is saying that even though he might not agree with what the defendant said, he still believes in free speech and the right to express yourself, no matter how unpopular your views might be. It's all about keeping it real and respecting other people's opinions, even if you don't share them. The defendant asks this question, was a Jewish girl the mom of God? Like, what even is that? But G is saying that this is actually a key point. If we're going to believe in our faith, then we got to be willing to have some real conversations about it and not just stick to what's comfortable. G was low-key thinking that if the whole Jesus thing is real, it's hella cool that a Jewish girl was his mom. You feel. I don't believe it, but who knows, right? If God came to earth and became human, like literally born to a woman, it wouldn't change my mind about how turned up he is. A mom holding her new baby in her arms is literally the most iconic thing ever, no cap. It doesn't matter how you say it, but fact, Chektra Jewish girl had a child who's allegedly God. If the Bible is real, then that's a fact, G. And repeating it won't get you disrespected or anything. But if you don't believe it or express doubt about it, that's your beef. Some dude charged with blasphemy said he didn't think God was born to a woman, but like, what's the big deal? Would pouring shade on Shakespeare say his mom was human? That's just basic. He went from being a tiny baby to becoming a genius, and it doesn't take away from his greatness. Can we keep the magic of Midsummer Night's Dream or The Passion and Antony and Cleopatra? It's all still fire. And what if God cried like other babies do? That just shows he was human and not just pretending to be something he's not. The dude also said that if the orthodox religion is real, then God would literally stomp around and throw his little arms up in space. Is that really blasphemous? I saw a dope pic of the Virgin and Child by Murillo, and Jesus looks like a happy, chubby baby. It adds nothing to his majesty or greatness. Gee, you're low-key right about the Catholic Church being all about a hot mom, the mother of G. It's lit that they'd give her some real divine honors. And it's actually kind of good vibes. I'm not hating on the other practices, but this one is straight fire. It's like the only redeeming thing about Catholicism, you feel. They're low-key worshipping a woman, which is a real mood. The defendant is trying to throw some shade at the childhood of G, saying he was just chillin' with his toes or whatever. But, bro, the Bible says he got wiser and taller, so maybe he was vibbin' on a higher level. The defendant's like, maybe he stared at his own little toes, and I'm over here like, yeah, kids do that all the time. It's cute, actually. You see how little kids get hyped when they see their feet for the first time. They're just trying to figure out what's up with those tiny toes. And if G, who was a child too, liked staring at his own toes, why can't we? It's not hella blasphemous or anything. In fact, it's beautiful. If I believed in G and all that jazz, I'd want to imagine them as a little babe full of joy, chilling on the lap of their mom. Even the ministers could take a page from the defendant's book and make G, who is literally being charged with blasphemy, more relatable to humans. And, oh man, the fact that G was nursed by Mary, that's the real T. A babe in the womb, getting fed by their mom, it's like the ultimate symbol of love and vulnerability. Some people might not feel it, but I'm here for this emotional, poetic, whimsical vibe, gathering all kinds of thoughts from every angle and pouring the wealth of many lives into one spot, right? So like, there's these people who are super rigid and don't vibe with nothing. That's not straight up brutal. They're all about heartless creeds and stuff. They get all salty when the defendant says that God was just a little human being once, and they can't even handle the idea of him being all vulnerable and stuff like that. I'm hoping that you guys, including your lawyers on the prosecution team, have checked out that apocryphal New Testament thing. It's like these old books that were actually considered inspired back in the day, and they told stories about Christ when he was a youngin. Books about Joseph and Mary, the shepherd of Hermas, and all that jazz. If the defendant said something even remotely similar to that around here in New Jersey, they'd be getting indicted for sure. The orthodox ministers would be going wild with blasphemy and all, but these stories seem way cooler to kids, because it was like he was just another kid who could make little birds fly. The church today is all about lacking sympathy. The theologians are just straight up uncaring. Sympathy is actually a superpower. You feel. A person who's got empathy can really understand someone or something. It's like if you can relate to something, you can see its beauty in it. But the defendant is still going on about how God was just a baby, and he said some crazy stuff like God smiled when he was comfy or lay in a cradle and got rocked to sleep. Like, what's not loving about that? You could paint a picture of that right now, and it would be straight fire. And then there's this one thing where the defendant says God got sick when cutting his teeth. And what's the big deal about that? We know he was tempted just like we are, so he must have felt hunger, thirst, and all that jazz. Otherwise, he wouldn't be human. He even said something about getting measles, mumps, scarlet fever, and whooping cough. Like, come on. If you're human, you're going to get sick sometimes. The defendant wasn't a robot or nothing. He was flesh and blood just like us. Yes, gee, like this kid, right? Other kids got him too, and their moms love him just as much as some dude named Christ. No cap. But then they're taken from the fam by fever, and the poor mom is all sad, wishing she was with her lil one in the snow. All that's left to say about this talk about Christ and his childhood is that he lived life like a normal kid, you feel. I got most of it for Gee, now some people are hella mad because they think it's blasphemy. This dude said some stuff about the Bible, like how God commanded peeps to destroy each other, which is straight up savage. If the Bible is real, then that means God's all about that drama. Is it low-key blasphemy not believing in polygamy, or that God ordered one of his generals to rip open a woman with child? Like, if God is infinite love and all, why would he give those orders? And is it hella wrong to say he wasn't benevolent, merciful, and just? I don't think the Bible can be true and still have God as good vibes only. I'm not buying into this whole God made the world thing filled it with peeps and then just drowned him. That's straight up extra. I ain't gonna lie. Gee. If there is a God, he'd be hella too good to commit such an infinite crime. Like, infinite wisdom don't make mistakes, right? And if there is a God, he was too smart to mess up the game like that. So is this even blasphemy? And what's good with all these ancient kings? Like, Solomon wasn't exactly the most virtuous dude, and David was straight up an adulterer. If they did some shady stuff, why can't we say it? Let's be real. Gee, King David was all about that Uriah got murdered move. He sent his commander-in-chief to get Uriah killed so he could steal his wife. That's not exactly a man after God's own heart. I'm just trying to keep it 100. Gee, we got to be honest with each other and ourselves. This defendant ain't doing nothing wrong by speaking truth to power. So let's get real, okay? Jesus likes extra. Fam, we got to keep it real about these ancient dudes who did some wild stuff. Like, they're taught to look up to them in Sunday school, but we got to call them out for what they did. It's time to tell the truth and stand by what's right. You feel, if this law is all about blasphemy, then can we talk about if it's even constitutional? I'm low-key confused why this law has been chillin' in the books for so long. My take, any law that protects a human right should be woke 247, but any law that takes away from someone's basic rights is basically dead, you know. I got a point to make, like there was this one case in England where some dude appealed to trial by battle, and the court was all, yes, let him have it. And why? Because it was a law that protected a human right. The law didn't sleep or anything, so they were cool with it. But then they had to pass a special act to make it go away forever. It's like when the state lets an individual law just chill for too long and it becomes invalid, you feel. Now, Lem, get real with you for a sec. I'm hella invested in this trial, and before you decide, I want you to know how the world leaders are feeling right now. A few years ago, if someone spoke out against some super crazy superstition, they were basically accused of blasphemy. It's wild. The church was all about protecting the king and having a sword at their disposal. Now we're more chill about human speech. Men used to get in trouble for denying certain dogmas or even questioning the doctrine of transubstantiation. But times have changed, and now we're more open to different perspectives. G was low-key telling the truth about how there were 5 dogmas that everyone got to believe or else they'd get punished. For like first offense, it's fines, jail time, or branding, all that jazz. And for second offense, you're straight up dead, fam. Not one of these 5 is even part of the Church of England, no more. I could totes go on and about how everyone's just been changing their dogmas left and right, like hundreds of religious ideas have been abandoned or whatever, because they were super extra. And let's be real, wherever the church has had power, it's always been a major crime for anyone to speak their actual thoughts without getting silenced. Like, no church is ever going to let someone express themselves honestly. They're all just about keeping it quiet and using brute force instead. Not one of them has ever been willing to have an open and honest conversation about their beliefs. And get this, every single church has always called out other churches for being blasphemous. 2, even though it's all just a big old game. Like, Martin Luther was low-key called out by the Catholics for even thinking differently, and then Martin Luther called out Copernicus for his views on the universe. It's wild, fam. People who are smart and try to help others get labeled as blasphemous just because they're speaking truth. Some of the greatest minds in history got killed for saying stuff that was going to benefit everyone else. So, yeah, as long as churches keep control over what people can and can't say, we'll still be living in a world where superstition reigns supreme. Blasphemy is just code for whenever someone says something the majority doesn't want to hear. After you've presented your case and explained why you're right, they're always like, blasphemy, which is like so extra. Blasphemy is basically what old ideas do when new ones come along. It's just an excuse for people to avoid changing their minds. It's like the church's way of maintaining control over all the ignorant people out there. And let me be real, blasphemy is just a fancy word for I'm scared of the truth. So, if you're saying something, but it's not what the majority wants to hear, that's called blasphemy. Country was hella hit by a natural disaster. When a flood came through and swept their people away, or the storm just messed up their houses, something. We got some free thinker living among us. Someone's just chilling in our town or village who don't give nothing to the priest. Know what I'm saying? Someone's just not respecting our God like everyone else. Then they start trying to appease their God, all like heaven, we're good. We're not offending Yah. But really they're just trying to cover their own tracks. They take the accused homie from their crib fam and wife and just drag him out of there with all these extra ceremonies and stuff and then just cap them. They did it because they thought they were salving themselves and their kids, but really they were just trying to avoid doing what was right. Nowadays, most people are low-key beyond that. When some disease hits a community, the smart folks don't be all, this happened 'cause the people were bad. They ain't gonna blame it on nobody's beliefs or religion no more. If the cholera comes, it's not 'cause of Methodists or Catholics or Presbyterians or nobody else. If the wind just straight up destroys a town in the West, it ain't 'cause someone out there said something they shouldn't have said. We're starting to see that nature is all about doing its thing, and it don't care if you're good or bad, religious or not. When the lightning strikes, it's just as likely to hit a good dude as a bad one. And when then flames come for someone's crib, they discriminate about who gets burned. That's why all these laws are what? They were made 'cause of superstition, but people's minds are chilling now. The laws based on that old superstition should be gone, period. One thing we can count on is that men and nations got to deal with the consequences of their actions here or in the next life. If you leave this world being a bad dude, you're probably still going to be a bad dude when you get to whatever comes next. We're all growing wiser about these things, and as we do, we become more chill and charitable. Another reason for laws against blasphemy is just straight up absurd. It's like, we got to keep it quiet because someone said something they shouldn't. Is that really the reason? What's good? So, like, you're asking if people can get turned up just cause someone said something they don't agree with about their religion. Like, fam, what's the deal with that? They're all about love and vibes, but can't even chill without getting salty. Is it possible to get a mob going out of Christians, though? These dudes who are all about spreading love, but still trying to hurt others in the name of universal love. And what's good with Christians thinking laws against blasphemy are a bad idea, since they're extra when someone speaks truth to power. Like, blasphemy has just been hella out of touch, fam. It's living off the labor of others, enslaving people, or suppressing free thought. It's denying what you know is real and pretending something ain't true. It's peeping on weak folks just to get likes from the crowd. It's persecuting Smarks for following their own vibe. So, gee, why should we be afraid of each other? Shouldn't we all have the right to express ourselves and not worry about what others think? What's the harm in having real conversations? I'm just keeping it 100. And still, the sun rose today. No cap. I ain't seen no change in the world, and I'm still feeling like a boss. You can be mad at me for taking up your time, but I got feelings too. Gee, been low-key shook thinking about all the Og intellectuals and truth tellers who went hard against the systems, fighting those who were held down by kings, priests, and the haters who bring the noise about tyranny, hypocrisy, ignorance, and prejudice you feel. They battled with faith and fear, trying to keep it real. My heart was hella hopeful that the struggle had been won, and the human race was moving towards a brighter tomorrow, that we'd left the darkness behind and were living our best lives. That feeling gave me the most epic joy ever. When I thought about all the ones who got burnt at the stake or lost their lives for speaking truth to power, it made me super sad. Like, how many brave men and women had to suffer on scaffolds just because they believed in themselves? And how many hearts got broken by the church and state? That's some heavy stuff, fam. But for real, when the last stronghold fell and those dungeons were shut down, it was a major win. You know how after a big battle, sometimes there are still some stragglers out here who don't know what happened. They're like, what's good, fam? Thinking they're still in the fight. There are some of them in New Jersey. They never heard about our squad taking down the haters. They don't know that we're leading the charge on intellect and freedom now. One dude, George Jacob Holley, was a real one. He got locked up for being an atheist and speaking truth to power. The judge who judged him. That's some low-key sad tea right there. But then was this other trial in the 1843 in Great Britain. That place is crazy, fam. They were ruled by a state church and the Queen herself, but the real deal rebels were out here fighting for freedom of thought. This dude, Thomas Pooley, who just made ends meet by digging wells, wrote on a priest's gate that if people burned their Bibles and scattered the ashes, they'd have better crops. And he was low-key calling out the haters to stop being so extra. G was low, key savin' a sick amount of cash on tithes, you feel. He wrote some fire sentences about a kindred spirit, and he was hella curious. He had this idea that the world was like super alive and stuff. He wouldn't dig no well beyond a certain depth, because he didn't want to hurt the earth, you know. He got tried by Judge Coleridge on those charges, and it was straight up wild. This judge was about to take down the concept of an infinite God, because some dude wrote his thoughts on a fence post, and it wasn't exactly subtle. Gee. Got indicted, tried, convicted, and sent to the slammer. People were all like, we need to get this dude pardoned, because he's got to be hella stressed. But Judge Coleridge was all nope. And before his sentence even expired, G had officially gone full Bernie Sanders and was at an asylum getting treated for some real mental health issues. Some of the biggest names in England were all about taking down Judge Coleridge, including this dude, Mr. Buckle, who wrote some fire books like The History of Civilization in England. Mr. Buckle, though, key roasted Judge Coleridge and put him on blast in front of everyone's eyes. There was no one who agreed with the conviction that G's sentence was wrong, not even a single person whose opinion mattered. So why did they think it was wrong? It was because The law was straight out dead, had been sleeping for ages, and was basically just a relic from the Middle Ages when people were all about religious persecution. It was used to punish people who were basically just speaking truth to power, like G. The idea that New England still had some Puritan vibes going on was also real, but like in a super problematic way. There's this dude, Abner Neeland, who got indicted for being an atheist, and it was wild. He wrote something simple like, "I don't believe in the God that universalists believe in," and it was enough to get him locked up. The Chief Justice of Massachusetts was all about upholding the conviction cause he didn't want to rock the boat, even though he should have known better. But one judge, Justice Morton, wrote this fire dissenting opinion that's like super deep and enlightened. That case was tried over 50 years ago, and there hasn't been another one in New England since. We're trying this case now, and it's low-key historic, fam. This statute is straight fire, and it tells me a lot about the people of New Jersey. They're all about being civilized, you feel? We inherited this law from our rogue ancestors, who got it from their savage homies back in ancient England. It's hella late to start enforcing, though. Who let this indictment go down? Were they trying to do good or just get revenge on the defendant? They want to embarrass the state, too. I gave you my definition of blasphemy. Now we got to figure out what worship is, bruh. Is it like chilling with nature, or is it something more? What's a real prayer, fam? Who's a true worshipper? For real, working hard is worship. The dude who plows the fields, cuts down trees, and toils in mines. That's a worshipper, no cap. The dude who builds homes, helps people, and explores the wilderness, he's a worshipper. Labor is like the ultimate prayer you feel. Nature answers it with good vibes. The woman who sticks by her husband after he hit rock bottom and helps him get back on his feet. That's a worshipper too. Her act is straight fire. The parents who deny themselves comforts so they can save for their kids' future. Those are worshippers, fam. And the kids who reap the benefits of that hard work, they got to be careful not to become haters, though. The dude who sits with his wife when she's sick, holding her hand and loving on her like crazy, that's real religion. Whoever adds to human joy is a worshipper, while whoever brings misery is a hater. You can't convince me, no law can, that there's an infinite being out here who hates good vibes. I'm a real one, can't nobody convince me that there's a God who's all about hating on someone who's straight up speaking their mind. Neither can the whole world get with me that some dude should be punished for being honest with his peeps. If you're sending people to the slammer for spitting truth, then that joint becomes a spot of honor and the victim comes out looking like a boss, no cap. Let's take it up a notch, hallowed. What's sacred? I'm saying human happiness is fire. Human rights are real, and the body and soul of man are straight up precious. Liberty is more important than any book, fam. The rights of man are more sacred than any religion or scripture. We need the tea. And nobody's all the truth is in one book. The mysteries of the whole world ain't confined to one volume, you feel? All that's been made by humans should be considered by a real thinker. From philosophy to poems, pictures to statues, entrancing music to the everyday conversations we have with our low-key amazing moms, all that makes up the old Bible. If we want to live our best lives and benefit our fellow humans, we got to give everyone the rights we're fighting for ourselves. One more thing, you guys are the ones making the laws, not just the facts. In this case, you're the final say on what's good and what ain't. So don't forget, even if the court says otherwise, don't forget that the law I'm talking about is straight up unconstitutional, cause it's all about shutting down free speech. The words they charge me with ain't no blasphemy, gee, regardless of how you spin it, no cap. I gotta remind you all what's good here, fam. Don't even think about getting it twisted, gee, like you can low-key take any other deets from that pamphlet. Okay? Only those exact words I read to you matter in this case, don't me. The court'll be all, nah, you're good, and we won't be considering no other lines in that pamphlet. Even if the statute's straight fire, I'm still low-key thinking them indictment words ain't that extra feel. This statute says whoever willfully speaks against. Now, it's on you to figure out if the defendant was hella honest or just trying to get under people's skin. Gee, if he was just keeping it real, this statute don't touch him, no cap. Even when it comes to law, you gotta be careful what you say, 'cause there ain't no law that says you can be willfully being real. Know what I'm saying? It's like a man can share his thoughts and keep it 100 without getting charged. In larceny cases, the indictment got to spell out why the dude took the goods, whether he was trying to steal M or just thinking they were his G. If he meant to swipe M, he's a thief. But if he thought they were his, he's cool, no worries, same vibes here, fam. Whatever this dude said gotta be willfully said, and I'm claiming that if you believe he was straight up honest, you can't convict him under this statute. One more tinge, J, that this statute's been dormant for a minute, like over 100 years, fam. Nobody thought it was time to wake it up until now. The state's trying to use it to get revenge on some dude who just shared his thoughts. But is there any evidence they can use against him? Like, did he really lie or manipulate people? Gee. Or was it all just a bunch of hype and the prosecution couldn't be bothered to do their due diligence? Nah, all we got is that he circulated that pamphlet, which ain't exactly the most damning evidence. So like G was chillin' at school or whatever, and he's talking to this bill poster dude, right? His business was getting hit from the defendant who's trying to disrupt it, you feel. So G asks him about the population of the town and the schools, but it turns out no one ever got a pamphlet, fam, like not even to the kids or the teens, you know? According to the evidence, G just walked 2 or 3 stores, put up some pamphlets on a shelf, threw them down on a desk, and that's it, bruh. But for real, I think it would have been live he gave those pamphlets to every single person in the town, you know. Anyway, this law's just chilling around. And it shouldn't be brought back to life just 'cause some people are hella intolerant or whatever. We should keep it in check, you feel. Probably most of y'all don't agree with me on religion, but I must still say what's good. There might be Methodists here, and they know the history of their church, fam. They know how they got persecuted when they were the minority, and that it makes super salty, you know. And there are also Catholics here, and they're all like, we don't like it when people persecute us either. They know their church has done some shady stuff in the past, too. And let's be real, Protestants have always been a little extra with Catholics. So yeah, I'm going to ask you all to keep it real, fam. If you're all about that Christianity life, just set this dude free, okay? Gee, let me tell you something, fam. Did you ever do it? Like, no one who's decent would, or even could. I'm low-key hoping you got some love for G, New Jersey, and all that jazz. If you're feeling the vibes, hit me with a shout out. Keep it real, keep it clean. I get, don't let no verdict go down in history about chillin', the freedom of speech. Gee, it's like a big deal, fam. There ain't been none of them cases where someone got punished for spittin' truth. The records is straight no drama. Keep it that way, reports wise. Don't let no jury say the honest people can't speak their minds. New Jersey don't do that. Gee, we ain't still rockin' the thumbscrew like it's 98. Fam, for real though, for the sake of your state, your rep worldwide, and them youngins you're gonna have, let's get with the times. Gee, say to the world that New Jersey is all about progress, not some dark ages stuff. We don't need no dungeon. We got brains, fam. So, gee, give this dude a free pass, 'cause liberty is lit. For real, without it, we're just suffocating, feel. If another dude thinks different, you ain't even right to think that. Gee, if everyone's not on the same page about thinking and freedom of choice, then how you got no rights, fam? New Jersey wouldn't make a statute or constitution if we didn't trust people to think for themselves. That's just basic G-U-G. Let's get real. There can't be no real religion without liberty, right? Like no liberty means no conscience, no justice, and all that jazz. Every human action's got to start from the idea of being free, you feel. Without that, there's no good or bad, just it's a bunch of empty vibes. If we take away liberty from our vocab, everything else becomes hella basic. But when we're vibbing on liberty, the world is like paradise, fam. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm not saying it's the prosecution's fault or the prosecutors. It's just what they do, you know. The grand jury found the indictment and they didn't do it out of thin air. People came forward with their testy, shared their deets, and then voil, an indictment was born. I ain't judging those peeps 'cause they're not on trial, but I'm asking you to get it right. I'd rather die than compromise my values, my principles, or my conscience. When you stand for what's right, even when everyone else is sleeping, you got to give yourself a high 5G. You're basically saying, hey, I'm an og. Now, I need your verdict. Bro, a verdict that comes from the heart, not some empty promises. And I need those 2 words to send to my girl who's feeling down. They got to be something like, not guilty. You know what I mean? Those 2 words are going to light up someone's life. It's low key, a big ask, but I trust you'll do the right thing. I hope it never comes to this again. We're living under that American flag, dude, which has seen some serious bloodshed. We got to keep fighting for liberty of speech, even if it means standing up in front of a jury and defending our rights. Nota, the jury brought back a guilty verdict. The judge fined Colonel Ingersoll $75, but he paid it up anyway. Yo, gee, it's been straight fire that the people got the power. They're the only ones W authority. They ain't nobody else's boss. For real, fam. We used to have like no say in what was going on in the world before the gov started, you feel. Kings were just sitting on thrones of God, not 'cause the people actually chose them. They were all about doing God's will, so they didn't got to answer to nobody. They was like, I'm a boss, you around, and you got a comply. It was a whole lot of oppression, bruh. The feudal system was supposed to be on point, or the divine plan, but really it was just us peeps being held down. We ain't thinking about educating ourselves. We just trying to survive, fam. We was treated like dirt by kings and priests. They was all about getting their hands dirty and making a profit off our toil. It's low-key sad that people were raised to hate on other nations and religions, but also high-key cool that there's someone out there who's all about love and unity, no matter what. It's like you got to check your biases and just spread the love, GGG, protect his squad or fam, and Loki hate everyone else. Through all the ages of superstition, each country's been like, we're the only ones with the real deal God, and we're the only ones with the right religion. That other nations' gods are fake, and their religions are hella whack. This is how hate and seeds get sown and wars get lit. People didn't care about those who ain't like M, whether it's about their skin tone, what they believe in, or even the clothes they wear. Everything was just an excuse for hate. But then commerce came through, and Pell started meeting each other from diff places, and they realized that everyone's got good and bad vibes. Eventually, kings and queens became fam, and people saw that it ain't about the crown or the castle, it's about being human. In 1776, our dads were all like, peace out, God. They said that governments get their power from the people who vote for him. This was wild, cause it went against everything everyone thought about the world at the time. It was like a major diss to all the churches and priests who thought they had the only truth. But really, it was just a declaration of independence. Mankind's got to govern itself. They made a constitution, which is like a contract between the people and their govt. It says that power comes from the people, so they needed something to figure out what the people want. They also needed to separate powers, or one, so no one person or group could just do whatever they wanted. They got the legislative, judicial, and executive branches. Each one's got to keep the others in check. It's like a system of checks and balances, you feel. The Constitution also said that there are certain rights that every human being should have. It's like a limit on how much power the gov can take away from us. When we're chillin', but our emotions get out of control, we need something to keep us grounded and remind us of what's cool. A constitution is like the rule book for mankind. It defines what's acceptable and what ain't. It's like a big old chain that keeps everyone in check, including ourselves. G is straight up against having anything in a constitution that can't get enforced by the gov, like the Army and Navy, fam. Everything behind every provision got to be backed by the state's power, no cap. So, if we're talking about adding some new stuff to the Constitution about God, how are we supposed to make sure everyone follows it? You can't just leave it up to people's personal beliefs. That's not how it works. A constitution is like a big old blueprint for the country. And if you want to change it, you've got to go through the right channels, you feel. Can we even have laws against people who don't believe in this God we're talking about? Would be straight up unfair, fam. And what about when it comes to enforcing the law on people's religious beliefs? That'd be straight out of a toxic relationship. If we're going to put God in the Constitution, which one are we supposed to choose? The Catholics got that infallible Pope thing going on, but they also got some pretty wild rules. Or maybe the Presbyterians with their 5 points of Calvinism, they got some serious logic going on. But what about the Puritans? They're all like joy is overrated, and the Baptists are all about control, fam. We can't just pick one God to put in the Constitution. That's not how it works. What if we choose the God of the Old Testament, who was low, key into slavery and polygamy? That ain't right, fam. Or what if we choose the God of the Bible who was all about stoning women for disagreeing? That's straight up messed up. Who's gonna make sure this God is enforced anyway? We can't just leave it up to whoever's in power. That's not how it works. If we put a God in the Constitution, it'd be like they're above the law or something. The courts would be all, nah, we ain't got nothing to say about this. But who's going to make sure everyone knows what this God wants? Can't just leave some dudes in robes, fam. Like, we got these peeps who are straight up skeptical about God, you feel, and they're all ick if this deity even exists or not. It's like opinions are everything, fam. So if you're low-key a free thinker and willing to die for your country, you ain't going to get involved in the government, okay? That'd be hella messed up. Gee. You wouldn't want to let some priests run the show, and recognizing a God in the Constitution would be straight up whack. It's like that take away from our religious freedom. We've got to protect the God of the Constitution, though there'd be laws against blaspheming, publishing truth, telling books, and even just carrying papers that question this constitutional God. Our land would get infested with theological snoops and religious eavesdroppers. Gee, it's like all the snakes and reptiles would come out to play. But here's the thing. If this God is really in charge, why'd he not put himself in the Constitution? Like, if he's got control over everything, why didn't he just make it happen? For me, I ain't feeling the God who's all about ordaining powers. We gotta ask ourselves what's up with Russia and Siberia and all that other messed up stuff. What can we say to the people who are oppressed and enslaved? What about the kings and nobles who live off people's labor without paying? And what about those priest dudes who even steal from the poor? Can you believe it? Flattering God with a constitutional amendment is hella extra G. Even the Confederate States knew better than to put God in their constitution, but they still got taken down by a country that didn't acknowledge nothing. All the kings and rulers out there think God exists, but that they just use it as an excuse to keep people down and take from them. The US government is straight up secular. Okay, we get our power from us, the people. There's no God involved. It's all about the people being in charge. No more oaths, no more lies. Gee, no court should even have to deal with some made-up God. It's time for a change, fam. What's good, G? Partnerships with day big guy ain't going nowhere. Jurors be trying to give all day credit to day firm, but got to call them out on that. A witness should keep it real about their story, and if they're lying, they should get charged with perjury. You feel. Governors and presidents ain't supposed to issue them religious proclamations or be trying to call on the people to give thanks to God. That's outside their official scope. Gee. It's like beyond the horizon of their authority, no cap. Ain't nothing in the Constitution that justifies all this religious flavor. For years, priests been trying to bring some kind of faith-based vibe to the government, but it ain't flying. Gee. We got this in God we trust thing on our money and chaplains in the army and navy, but at the end of the day, it's all just a bunch of hooey. We took the stance that humans can govern themselves without no supernatural help, It's like we believe in the people. Gee, we're trying to keep it real, not let some higher power dictate what's good or bad. We got to trust our own voices, our own decisions. That's the essence of day republic. This, all that other stuff with God and prayers and all that, it's just a bunch of superstition. Gee, we don't need no patriotic gods or supernatural beings to guide us. We're trying to keep it secular, you feel. So we tried that whole government by God thing in the past, Palestine, Middle Ages, Geneva, Scotland, New England, Spain. And let's just say it didn't end well. Gee, it was all like theocracy this and divine revelation that. And what did we get? A bunch of hypocrisy, some straight up oppression, and a whole lot of hurting people. We ain't trying to do that no more. Gee, we're keeping it real, keeping it secular. No prayers in legislative proceedings, no supernatural powers telling us what's right or wrong. We got our own two eyes, our own voices, and we're good to go, no cap. Yes, G's been trying to tell us this wild government thing. So, like, back in the day, slavery was low-key considered a divine thing, and people who wanted liberty for themselves was seen as no good. It was hella rough. Fam, the church of that era was all about buying and selling women and babes, and they'd use scripture to justify it. We're living in a new era now. Gee, this is the century of humans, not some higher power. Every time someone tries to uplift humanity, churches get in the way. They've always been hella toxic, suppressing free thought and expression. They don't want people thinking for themselves or questioning facts. It's like they're trying to keep the old ways alive, you feel? They're all about clinging to outdated ideas and hurting geniuses who dare to challenge. They build gallows for thinkers, fam. Churches are still doing it today. But let's be real, not every single person in a church is bad. There are plenty of Christians out there who believe in liberty and free expression. They're the real MVPs, gee. But churches as orgs, they're still hella against it. You got to understand the difference between the secular and theological vibe, gee. Like Giordano Bruno was a total boss, but he got roasted by the Catholic Church for thinking outside the box. He said there were other worlds and constellations out there, and that the Earth orbited around the sun. That's hella progressive, fam. But they took it too far and killed him. It's like the church was so scared of people questioning their authority. Nowadays, some people might say the church is harsh, but others are all about showing compassion for Bruno's killers. They're like, hey, it was the times, fam, but let's be real, churches still got a lot to learn about being kind and open-minded. Yes, gee, it's still low-key savage how they can't even be real about murdering people. This is where theocracy and democracy go wrong, fam. It's like God v's, man, you feel. If God is all up in the calm, then humans gotta chill. There's no room for both. Gee. When the peeps of this great republic get too extra about God and ignorant enough to put him in the Constitution, that experiment of self, Gov's gonna be hella over, and we'll just have God is the source. Priests are his reps, and people are slaves instead. Religion's all good, but it's not Gov's biz, you know. Gov's all about enforcing rules with force, and force shouldn't mess with people's religious vibes. Laws should protect individual rights and keep it moving between peeps. Gee, we don't need no religion dictating our lives. If a nation's Christian, does that mean everyone goes to heaven? Nope, they're still hella confused if they don't. We can't just say a nation is one way or the other, 'cause we got different opinions. Bruh. A nation's like a corporate entity. It's all about money and power. But where's the soul? Can you even put a price on salvation? Science ain't got nothing on this, fam. We're still trying to figure out if God is real or not. It's like humans can't even agree on this stuff, let alone know for sure if there's a supernatural vibe going on. Laws are meant to protect rights and keep it gangster. Gee, don't mess with someone else's freedom, especially when it comes to metaphysics or art. Govs can't regulate what's music or beautiful. That's all good vibes only. Yo, value of paintings or just straight fire thoughts, you feel. Like laws and constitutions ain't gonna stop our brains from thinking for ourselves. We gotta have freedom to live our lives, right? No one should be forced to believe what someone else is spitting, nor should a little group of people get bullied by a big crowd. If there's an infinite being or whatever, they don't need us. But we do need each other to live our best lives. We can just spread the love and give everyone freedom, like that's how it goes. Whether or not there's a supreme ruler, we know for sure that humans exist and freedom is key to progressing. It's like the sunshine for your mind and soul you feel. Without freedom, we'd be right back to savagery and wild beasts. No thanks. We've tried governments run by priests, and let me tell you, they're straight up cold-blooded. In theocracy, they invented all the torture tools. Talk about a red flag. If you want to put God in the Constitution, just read about the Inquisition and remember like 500 million TPL got hurt for it. We've had a divorce between church and state. That's just how it is now. It follows the principle that governments get their power from the people, so the priest ain't needed no more. They rep authority of some higher power, which is like not what our republic is about. The founders was all, you can go to another world, we got this. Everyone's equal and free, but the super theo dude just want to take it all away and make church the supreme power. Nope, not happening. The people of us are smart. We ain't buying into that supernatural stuff no more. We're feeling the value of its science and all that good vibes. We know the benefit of thinking for ourselves, and there's a little suspicion that priests are just trying to take the place of necromancers or something. We already compared theology and science, and let me tell you, one don't need no stinking other to be right. Gee, was straight fam, palaces and cathedrals for the low-key rich, while huts and hovels for the whole squad. Like, most kids didn't even know how to read or write. Bruh. Poor folks were rocking trash clothes and eating scraps. And then science came through, and all that old school likes is now basic needs. Regular people in the middle are more turned than royalty, but for real, it's all about mental growth, you feel. The average dude's brain is straight fire from master mechanics to chemists, naturalists, or inventors way more lit than 400 years ago. These blessings ain't coming from above, fam, they're from freedom, reason, observation, and experience. It's all about humans helping each other. No cap. We gotta hold it down with Lincoln's Declaration. The Republic is all about the people, by the people, and for the people, that's the T. Bishop Spalding says the Constitution was low-key wise to leave religion out the mix, 'cause it'd bring drama. But I'm like, hold up, Bishop. You're saying it's still good to keep it that way, even though we've grown and changed. My article is all about how we should be talking about this, not just leaving it for the states. Gee, is Loki salty about putting religion in the US Constitution, fam? He's straight up saying, no way, Joes. The reason he's hella opposed to it, it'd bring drama and cause a whole lot of strife. G+, religion is a super annoying topic, you feel. And if they were extra careful when the Constitution was made, leaving God out was a good idea. So why change now? Geez, Bishop, homie, is all like, oh geez, wouldn't have put God in there if they were all about being skeptics or whatever. But, gee, is all like no cap. They didn't even make everyone swear on the Bible. The Constitution was lit and allowed people to opt out of calling God's name. G's Bishop is trying to convince us that we shouldn't put God in the Constitution, 'cause it won't cause no problems now. But is all like, hold up, homie, are we really better than our OGs when it comes to religion? We got people who don't even believe in nothing, and they're straight up calling out creeds as ignorant and superstitious. The thing is, Back in the day, OGs couldn't even agree on which God to put in the Constitution. It was like, pick me or die alone. The Catholics of Maryland were all like, you can't take our church, and the Presbyterians of Pennsylvania were all like, same here. And don't even get G. Started on the Episcopalians. So, is asking if there's still reasons why we shouldn't put God in the Constitution. And he's all like, wait a minute, didn't you just say that introducing religion would cause drama and strife? What's the big diff? Yo, gee. So like Jefferson would have been all about having a God in the Constitution who is not just the author of the Old and New Testaments, you feel. Franklin and Adams would have been low key with that too. And then there were the Catholics, Episcopalians, and all those other crews. I'm still down with the idea that the Constitution can be enforced by the Army and Navy. Like, what's the big deal if someone doesn't believe in this God? Every dude who gets elected got to swear or affirm they'll support the cons, right? Can someone who don't believe in this God just vibe with it? You know, if we put a clause in there that says God is real, and everyone got to be down with it. It'd be like super unfair to those who don't want to. Gee, it's like the God would basically be a theocracy and would be all about religious persecution. That's not cool, fam. So, like, I'm still saying that no one knows for sure if there's even a God or not, because we can't know the conditions of thought you feel. It's like our minds are limited to relations, and there's no such thing as unconditioned conditionals. We got to admit the existence of some higher power just to understand the relative stuff. But that's still super sketchy. Gee, I'm not saying intelligent people don't believe in God. I'm just saying we can't know for sure if it's real or not. Anyway, this is like an address delivered before the State Bar Association at Albany, NY, January 1, 1890. It's a brief thing, but basically I'm trying to say that we got to be careful with how we think about God and the Constitution, because it's all pretty complicated, you know. G is low-key lit for the legal game, because they got to control what laws are made and how they're meant to be read. They should be the real MVPs when it comes to change and reform. It's said that lawyers need a sense of justice, or else they're just another hater in the game. All nations have been trying to find the best way to keep their people in check, but honestly, no one has cracked the code. They thought punishment was the answer, so they locked people up, tortured them, and even killed M for some real justice. But it didn't work out so well. Thieves, highwaymen, heretics, you name it, still managed to do whatever they wanted. Got to admit, though, G is pretty curious about why all this torture didn't make people behave. They tried everything from being burned at the stake to getting rat poison poured down their throats, but none of it worked. It was like G thought the ultimate punishment would magically fix people or something. Anyway, the thing is, G, no matter how hard they tried, crimes just kept piling up. And for what? So people got a few piercings and were sent back to the streets. Nope. The real problem wasn't solved. Yazga Lem break it down for you. Like 200 years ago in Great Britain, there was major drama. Literally, people were getting executed left and right. The hangman was like super busy, but the crime rate was still whack. These people were coming up with sick ways to crimes, but it wasn't doing much, fam. We got prisons, dungeons, chapes, whips, cross, gibbets, thumbscrews, and all that jazz, but it didn't stop the chaos. Geez, it's hella sus why people would risk so much just to steal. They're willing to take the L and get degraded. What's good with that? Some say it's cause we're born this way, original sin, yes. Others are like, these people are possessed by demons, bro. And others are all, now these people got free will. They know what they're doing. But for real, geez, can't we just say that life is unpredictable? That there's more to it than just causality. We think our choices are made cause of chance, right? But fam, hold up, ain't we advanced enough to see that everything's connected? Like every action has a reaction and all that. Is it possible that our actions are determined by stuff we can't control? Can we say for sure that men don't prefer being miserable? They're not trying to hurt themselves on purpose. On the other hand, geez, we got to acknowledge that Tapel try to improve their lives, even if they're doing it wrong. Poor people want to be rich. Sick people want to get well, and nobody likes being hated by others. Everyone's all about freedom over imprisonment. But here's the thing. Fam, brains ain't the same for everyone. Doth criminals have different ambitions, standards of happiness? Is there something in our genes that makes us do this or that? Are vices and virtues just like passed down from our ancestors? Let's yogi in the physical world. There's got to be a cause and effect. Fam, we're low-key thinking that everything is natural, no miracles allowed. If we can't explain it, we're like, man, maybe I just don't know. Can we really say that what's true in the physical world ain't also true in our minds? Like, our thoughts, desires, just random chance or something? Can we even conceive of nothing being a force or a cause, bruh? So if there's some kind of efficient cause behind every thought, desire, we might actually be able to explain why people act the way they do. It's like a certain dude in certain situations is going to do certain things because his brain experience can't handle it. He's got to follow his heart or something. And if you change up his situation, his actions change too. It's like develop that dude's mind, give him new stuff to think about, and he'll be a whole different person. In civilized countries, it's all about competition, survival, fam. People are trying to make a name for themselves, but sometimes they fail. Those failures might not have the same opportunities or smarts as others, so they're left with nothing. Some dudes might get driven to doing the wrong thing because they ain't got no other options. Can we really say that every dude is honest? Are we sure all people can be true to themselves? Maybe some dudes are just better at being generous or brave than others. We don't judge a person for not being good at something. We're like, hi, yo, you got talent in other areas. But is it really necessary to have some kind of special gift to be good? Who's got the mental skills to figure out why people act certain ways? So where's the line between right, wrong? What's the deal with vice, virtue? What's good, fam? So, like, where do passions come from, right? And what's it that makes you go all out against what's good and right, even though, no, it ain't? Nobody really knows for show. Is reason all messed up 'cause of some wild passion or vibe that's been going down since? Like ancient times with some savage dude. And how much does where you come from and who you hang out with affect how you feel about right and wrong? Can it not be that governments are all hella oppressive and societies are extra harsh on their enemies, so they start treating others the same way? It's true that citizens get caught up in what their nation is doing, and society tries to degrade its haters too. Society's always plumb for some drama, and sometimes it makes us want to join in. So if we're chilling with society, why can't we be all about degrading our own vibes? It's wild 'cause society kills its enemies, and now we got citizens who want to kill their fam too. Aye. Is it not true that the criminal is like a natural product of society, like how diseases are just a part of life? We don't punish people cause they're sick or messed up in the head. We try to help them out with meds and therapy. We send them to hospitals instead of prisons cause we know it's all about the environment, fam. But why do we treat our citizens differently if they're doing some wild stuff? Can't we just recognize that criminals are victims too? Socrates was like, what's good when you're salty? You shouldn't see someone who's all messed up physically, but we're not meant to form bodies and minds, bruh. Society's got to protect itself no matter what. The right to defend yourself exists for both individuals and societies. But for real, how do we balance that with not being too extra or hella mean? What vibe are we trying to put out as a nation or society? Is it the spirit of revenge or something else? The world's tried all these methods already, and it's just not working, fam. In 1850, there were some stats that showed million people in 7,000 prisoners in 860-30, 1 million people in 19 prisons in 1887-30, and 32,000 in 1880,000 per 50, a million people. It may be low-key curious to note the relation to pauperism and crime 5,000 in saying that 1870, and it'll be 1880, 37,000, that 1880 is for the job of getting a goes in prison, the same 4,000 people live with 50. Is it possible we live in 80-50? The relation between insanity curious we got in on this kitchens in 67 facts. If there ain't no reform and degradation if you mutilate a criminal, that's like saying all the world he's trash, and all hard for, and it's hella harm to turn his life around. Whoever gets degraded by society, because its enemy, the seeds of hate are planted in their heart, and they'll be salty till there's another side. This question to punishment, that gradation will degrade the punishment. That's all about it, where others, ever to net shadow falls to do and grade the dude, the grade in their harm they die. There's in question that each reform and tools and the terror, all senator. Yo, G has been through some real struggles because of crime. Think about the millions who've been locked up broke and low. Key degraded cause they was thieves, forgers, scammers, and haters. Try to imagine what they went through, the struggles they faced, and it's gonna be hella hard to believe they were straight and had good brains and minds. No. What they did out of a choice that wasn't controlled by their genes or life circumstances, right? The other day I got asked these questions. Has there been as much heroism for the right as for the wrong? Hey, virtuous people suffered just as much as the bad ones. For centuries, the world's been trying to destroy good with force. Expressing honest thoughts was considered the biggest sin. Nobles and the best were stuck in dungeons, and brave people's blood was spilled or consumed by flames. It's crazy how humanity's always had this deep-seated desire for freedom and truth. Isn't it possible that harsh punishment and cruelty don't really work? Can we not see how punishment just fuels more vice? In our country, there's been this growing feeling that convicts shouldn't be disrespected or tortured. The U.S. Constitution says cruel and unusual punishments shouldn't happen. Benjamin Franklin was super into reforming prisoners because he believed justice could change people. I'm still trying to figure out why regular folks, knowing we're all human and we all got weaknesses, would hate on convicts so hard. Don't they just want to protect themselves? Is it real that people are trying to avoid looking like they're wrong? For my part, I got love for all the strugglers, those who fell, and the ones who were stuck with a guilty verdict. It's hella pernicus how easily people can destroy their future. How cruel it is when people pretend to be something they ain't. Is there a way to reform convicts? Should we just treat Trame with kindness? should get a break, you feel. They gotta be safe, fam. Don't degrade them or take their stuff. The state should set the example, no cap. Ain't no one cruel to those with power, and ain't nobody trying to seek revenge, bruh. When some dude is low, struggling, he takes from others and gets locked up. First off, it's supposed to keep people from doing the same. Secondly, it's because they want to turn him around. But for real, you don't ask about their situation. It's just you stole. And that's it. They only care about whether it's your first or 10th time. No cap. Surroundings don't matter. Fam, you got to protect the grind, 'cause work is where it's at, labor is life. Industry is the key to living large. Larceny is what? It slows people down. Society should be able to protect itself for real. The question is, do we punish, degrade, or try to turn them around? When some dude gets locked up, they're all about that convict life. They lose their name, get a number, and ain't treated like nobody else. They don't get no help, no support. It's just do your time. Like a tool, not even allowed to talk to another prisoner at night. It's like they're alone in their cell. Fam, the whole vibe is messed up. They can't associate with nobody except the people who lock them up. The jailer is all high and mighty. It's like they're better than everyone else. But when you're locked up, you ain't got no respect. You're just a number, not even human. They don't let you talk to nobody, and when night comes, you're alone in the dark. The whole point of life is gone, fam. When it's all said and done, they come out with a bad rep, and they can barely get work 'cause people ain't trusting. If you try to tell the truth about your past, nobody wants no part of you. You gotta start over. But for real, how are you supposed to do that? People believe in reforming, and they know it's all wuck. They think when you come out, you're still the same person who went in. They ain't feeling no redemption. So G believes that this ex-convict is low, salty towards society, thinks he's been robbed and disrespected. Under these circumstances, what's good for the ex-convict? If he changes his name, some cop or detective will be all up in his biz and spill his tea. He gets bounced out of there. He tries to get a job again, but he got to lie about it too, and he gets caught again. And then he's like, nah, I'm good, and gives up on being honest. He hangs with the crew that's been through similar struggles, and next thing you know, he's back in the joint for another crime. He's stuck in the pen, feeling all hopeless. The guys in the pen don't even care about their own work. They just do it for whoever's paying. It's whack. Their labor is all compromised because they ain't invested. Meanwhile, mechanics who actually got skills and families to feed are getting screwed over. People be all like convict labor is taking from the good people. Why is the state just going to take our homie's hard work without paying him nothing? And why should he get released into society with nothing but a few bucks? Wouldn't it be hella better to give him some scratch, let him save up and grow his own wealth? Put that money in the bank, collect interest, and when G gets out of there after 5 years, he's ballin'. He's got enough cash to start fresh, get his own spot. It'd be like a whole new life for him. If he comes out with a fat stack, it'd be straight fire. It'd give him the means to defend himself against all the temptations and stuff. He could just live normal, enjoy his fruits of labor, maybe even move to another state or country. If they did this right, thousands would be hella grateful to the gov't. They'd see the law as some kinda blessing, not a curse. The convict's heart wouldn't be all about hating society no more. it'd be full love and appreciation for what the God gave him. G is low key thinking that if convicts had their own thing going on, they'd be doing the best they can, right? And it wouldn't mess with other people's vibes. Like there are some individuals who are straight up into crime as a career move. You know, they keep getting caught and still manage to grind out a living. What's good with these folks and their bad behavior? Throw 1,000 notorious thieves on an island and make them produce what they need to survive. I'm low key thinking most of them would be hella opposed to theft. Those who are working hard wouldn't let the lazy ones get away with it. You feel it'd be all about self-preservation, and these individuals would instantly see the idlers as threats to their society. This community would be straight fire, self-sufficient. Keep the women in the same crew, too. Don't mix the sexes if they're from the same bad place. If someone's beyond salvation, don't know, let them breed no more. Keep it real and separate those who can't even try to do their part. They should be solo from death. And when they pass on, they shouldn't leave any mini-mes behind. What about the slayers? Should we just take life, though? Some people say the death penalty is what keeps others in check, that it's way more terror than prison time. But what's the real effect of showing up for a nation? Don't we harden and degrade ourselves too when we watch someone get put to death? Like, remember this one dude who got hanged in Alexandria. A witness to his execution went home and murdered their wife that same day. It's wild how the extreme penalty can mess with the justice system. If you're worried about making a mistake, you don't want to commit capital murder, right? A jury's more likely to be all mel when it comes down to death. Technicalities come into play, and mercy becomes an illusion for a hot sec. It's straight up scary, even for honest dudes who care. Imprisonment for life is way safer, 'cause mistakes can get fixed. But with the death penalty, a mistake is forever, no cap. Y'all know G's state. Don't think life is hella sacred, right? Like, when there's a mob, they'll straight up strangle the suspected fam without no trial. Yeah, feel. They're all like, the only diff is in the trial, bruh. The state's the same, and we know the dude's guilty. Why waste time on that? It's all about doing what needs doing. You know, every execution is like super hard to handle. It gets everyone's heart all closed up. In some states, the mob is straight fire. They're in charge, and it's low-key expected for them to just lynch whoever's suspected of a crime. It's every citizen's duty to keep that mob spirit from getting out of control, especially lawyers, because we know what's good. You'd think people wouldn't mess around with no crime when the mob is on the rise, but humans be weird like that. And these dudes who make up the mob, they're usually the lowest of the low, you feel. Like a few years back in Illinois, some dude broke out of jail and shot the sheriff, got caught and was lynched. And then another dude showed up, putting a cigar in the dead dude's mouth like he was clowning. But this dude was on bail for assault to murder. These people who are all about taking someone else's life ain't no saints themselves. They're straight up hoes. It's like, as long as people got beefs and can't resolve it peacefully, we'll keep seeing violence and daggers, you know? Fire. If we want to change how folks act, we got to change their conditions. Gee, poverty and crime are like two peas in a pod. Fam, poor people be more likely to do whatever it takes to survive, 'cause they ain't got nothing. When you're struggling, your mind gets all messed up and you start to see the world different. You lose self-respect, and when you're down low, that's where you stay. It's a straight up cycle, bro. Rich people might have luxury, but poor folks gotta rely on tricks and force just to get by. And it's all about supply and demand. The value of property depends on how many people are living in poverty. Life and property can't be one-sided, if you feel me. Like secure stuff or that value, thing you can just ghost you. Poverty is a real problem for many peeps. If we want to be all prosperous and peaceful, everyone needs a home, you feel. More homes, more patriots, virtue, and security for the whole squad. We don't need to cop the same old moves from the past, giving lands to successful generals or crown favorites, or giving them sick estates for doing their thing in war, is just as bad as letting rich folks buy up all the land. It's all about the same energy. You got your few landlords and many tenants, and sometimes it gets real ugly with mobs and armies, But for real, no one should get their land taken without fair compensation and following the rules word. There's this thing called eminent domain in the state where they can take someone's land for public use, but you gotta pay them just right. Like when a corporation wants to build a train track, they exercise that power. And if the owner ain't down with selling, they just condemn the land and figure out its value. It's all about the people thinking it's a public good, But I'ma take it in a different direction. The gov should set limits on how much land one person can own that can be taken for, like whatever use I'm about to spit. Let's say 160 acres for farming, and he's got some crazy amount of land, but B wants 160 acres or less for a home. Ain't so B should be able to invoke eminent domain, file a petition, get it heard by a jury or commissioners, and if they pay the right price, the land belongs to B. I'm talking about houses in cities to fill in our country with home owners, so every child's got a fireside, every dad and mom can chill at home, said, roof is key if you got the source, energy, and grind to cop the essentials. Tenements and flats and rented lands are straight up hellblematic, in my opinion. They keep the rich getting richer and the poor poorer, and they put some in sweets, but most in struggling. I'd take it a step further than that, though. I'd exempt homes with value over a certain threshold from all taxes, state and national, so these Lokis could feel like they're in a partnership, nature. No, like they own the land for real and can't get kicked out, so moms can vibe secure. If the home increases in value and goes over that limit, then you got to pay taxes on the extra, and if you sell it, I'd make sure they get that dough exempt for a hot second, so they can cop another crib. The home is literally the foundation of civilization and good government, and securing homes for most our citizens be straight fire for our government. Is low-key obsessed you free schooling, but also don't me about how much time is wasted studying languages that are hella outdated or history books that ain't even true. There's this old idea that if you're educated, you shouldn't work. That's not real talk, bruh. Back in the day, graduates was ashamed to be found getting their hands dirty manual labor, but they was all about the garret life and pretending to be some kinda unappreciated poet. The educated thought manual labor was hella degrading, so they'd rather stain their souls than keep it real. The goal of education should be to make you useful, not just some armchair intellectual who's never getting their hands dirty. Every human being should know that first and foremost you got to take care of yourself. That means being self-sufficient, and ain't nobody getting in your way. Don't live off the labor of others, whether it's through force, cunning, or just straight up begging. Every dude should learn a useful trade, and their hands should be educated too. They should know how to deal with reality, not some fantasy world. That's where the real independence comes from. Fam. G is low. Key saying that if you know you're useful, you'll respect yourself. Fam. Schools should teach kids how to build stuff with wood and metal so they can figure out what they're good at and what they can do. You feel? The current system is hella basic. It just teaches names instead of skills. It's like trying to learn the names of cards without playing a game, bruh. If we teach boys how to be useful, they'll know what they're capable of and won't just be guessing or experimenting. Education should help them get a solid living situation, food, shelter, and a chance to develop their minds and bodies. G also said that punishment ain't the answer, fam. Fear can make some people do stuff out of fear, but it's not going to change anyone for real. You can't force someone to be good or great. They gotta wanna it themselves. Some dudes thought punishment was the only way to fix people, but even eternal pain couldn't change them. As people get more civilized, they start to care about others more. They feel their pain and joy more deeply. When you're enlightened, you can put yourself in someone else's shoes and think about how their circumstances affect them. You'll consider the whole community, not just one dude. Eventually, the smart ones will stop thinking, can do what I want, and start thinking, I gotta consider the consequences. They'll be like, hey, this is what's gonna happen if I do X, Y, Z, instead of blaming someone else for it. And when you see those consequences, you won't get all salty or want a revenge. You'll just accept that life's got its ups and downs. Fam. So when people realize the true nature of consequences, they'll stop doing stuff that hurts others or themselves. It's all about seeing the bigger picture. Bruh, G says, no cap. Reforming through intellect is fire. Fam. Like millions have been changed for the better through kindness and gratitude. It's a real vibe. And when you're in that good energy, virtue seeds start growing now. Cruelty and tyranny can't touch the heart of a human, bruh. If someone's forced to get on their knees, they might be all about the prayer. But it's not real if they ain't feeling it. G is low. Key convinced that prison discipline is whack. It hardens your soul. It's all about showing power, no regard for humanity. Convicts can't even get heard. Their cries go in one ear and out the other. They're stuck in ignorance. Their cells are like graves, and some places they got torture racks too. Inspectors come and go, but nobody listens to the convicts 'cause they don't trust them. When convicts speak up, nobody believes them. It's all about keeping it on the down low. They're treated like less than human, so nobody gets justice. If you spill the tea, you can't tell no more, and every last bit of reformation goes out the window. The keeper's got no love for the convicts. They just want to keep them quiet so they don't expose their own flaws. G is all about making prisons real reformatories, fam. You got to put kindness and nobility on 100. Every warden should be your homie, treating you like family. If there's a problem, there should be a proper investigation, no cap. You got to feel seen and heard, no? They shouldn't just be punishing. They should be teaching you something valuable, making you better. Pains should be taken to uplift, not degrade. G says that much. G's got a point, you feel. Guys in the joint ain't all bad, and most outlaws are straight up flawed. We know that deep down, everyone's got the seeds of good and bad growing. We know, too, that even the best can fall off, and it might be that some dudes, under the right or wrong circumstances, can pull off wild, heroic stuff. Loki, though, criminals ain't gonna change by getting robbed, humiliated, or degraded ignorance, filth, and poverty are the real MVPs of crime. As long as society's all about making a buck and forgetting about the struggle, we'll always got some newbies filling up the jail cells side. All these punishments are just because people think humans can be too good to themselves no matter what that our choices are, like totally under our control, right? Wrong, fam. It's all about denial and nature and getting caught up in some supernatural vibes. As long as this is the foundation of justice, reform's going to be like impossible. We got to consider the real deal about humans, how we think, feel, react to temptation, and get influenced by our environment, fam. It's all about finding that balance between being good and doing what feels right in the moment. Until we understand this, society's just going to keep on struggling. You feel. G is Loki salty about this report from Murch on Chinese immigration. He's like super worried about the future of Christianity and thinks there's a temple for Joss in the Chinese quarters in San Francisco. They got some tea on how Joss worships. He's got altars with paper, prayers, and it's all about getting to the celestial land, you feel. G is also low-key freaked out about the temple itself, saying it's open 247, and the Chinese don't even have a Sunday. Anyway, Murch got some fire pics of Joss. He's like a wooden alligator or something with huge jaws, a big tongue, 6 arms, and them fiery eyeballs. There are also offerings of meat and other grub for this god dude. G is all like, what's the tea? Why are they mad at Joss? He's comparing it to their own god, saying he's got flames for eyes too. G is all, hold up, let's not get salty, 'cause people sacrifice meat to their gods. We all know how. Real, God loves some roasted meat and fresh blood, right? Anyway, this account of the living God is straight fire. But G is hella shook about this Joss situation. Yaz, like G, is low-key telling us that some Chinese peeps are hella reckless when it comes to worshipping their gods and stuff. So Aaron, he's like, I'll take out this sick calf, and then I'ma sacrifice it to the Lord. And his fam brings him the blood, and peace out, I got this. He puts some on the altar, does his thing with the fat and kidneys, and then just burns the rest of the offerings. He's like, hey, Moses said so, I'ma do it. If the Chinese were only doing this one thing, we'd be all okay. They worship the living God. But G is low-key saying that our whole system of religion is whack if we can just placate the supreme head with some meat and basic eats. He's always been like, blood, blood, blood. You feel. Without the shedding, there's no forgiveness. Ain't nobody got time for that. And these dudes are all Chinese people bringing disrespect to our youth and making religion weird. But G is like, hold up. I got 300,000 peeps in San Francisco and 50 times more Joss houses than churches. They're doing their own thing, no cap. It's wild that they can see Christianity for what it is, a real deal thing, when we send missionaries to China. But when the heathen come to our land, we're all like, hey, look at us being Christian. It's basic. When you meet people who love their enemies and you see how Christians treat each other in a foreign land, it's time to reevaluate what we're talking about. Yeah, like the Chinese know that the PLR just trying to do good, ain't trying to take advantage of nobody. They're all about being just patient, kind, respectful. They don't resort to force or hate 'cause of color, religion, etc. They see mankind as fam, not just their own people. And they got no issues with people worshipping God in their own way, whether it's Jesus or Confucius. It's hella puzzling why they still cling to their native religion. We all know that good vibes only, right? So, like, Christian Rhapsody, us, should be all about peace, understanding. But, nope, they're getting salty holy, trying to make a big deal about TPL worshipping other gods. They say anyone who's down with Jesus, his teaching, shouldn't be allowed to live in the us, because they don't agree with their views. That's just whack. I'm like, reps of the us, listen up. We got a secular government here. We ain't got no religious system. It's all about the people's will, not some creed or dogma. Our Constitution protects everyone's right to worship whatever they want, whether it's God or a wooden god. We got to recognize that this is an infightal government. Straight up, we put humans in the Constitution, but leave God out. And, like, I got no problem with pagan worship, especially when it comes from people who ain't harming nobody. If someone's worshipping God their own way, we should be cool with that. The hate should come from the people, not some God committee. I'm low-key surprised that I gotta apologize for pagan worship myself. But, hey, that's just cause I call it a superstition. Why should we care what Tepel believe? If someone's worshipping God wrong, their own people can protest, but the God shouldn't get involved. Gee, low-key we can all agree that if you're repping a higher power, no cap, you got to live by its teachings, right? But let's be real, if your squad is getting salty about it, then we got a problem. This report is about to take aim at those who are trying to bring down our faith and trust. It's going to be a whole lot more effective than any old paper burning ceremony in China. So here's the deal, G. If you want to prove that Christianity is fire, show the Chinese fam that we're on another level. We got to excel in all areas, industry, honesty, reverence for parent's frugality. And at the end of the day, it's all about keeping it 100 with human thought freedom. Don't be salty just because they got a diff view. Gee, let them have their own godly vibes too. Give them the same freedom to make up their own deity as you do. And if one of their ancestors came forward with some wild claims about seeing God, would you still be all up in arms? I thought so. Your beef is rooted in hate and intolerance. Gee, that's straight up problematic. The Inquisition was born from that same spirit, fam. Don't try to use religion as an excuse to discriminate, 'cause it's not going to fly. Congress ain't got nothing to do with their squad's faith, and they shouldn't be held accountable for what others believe. Religion is all about individual vibes, G, not national Bs. When the nation gets involved, it's just a way to control people's minds, fam. Don't pretend like you're doing God a solid if you're just trying to justify hating on others. That's a whole lot of extra baggage. So, yeah, G, if you want to keep it 100 with the Chinese fam, ditch the whole religion angle and just be real. We don't need no fake sanctity to back up our claims. G, is Loki saying that the authors are straight fire, but on page 25 they're about to get real with some harsh truths that'll hurt true believers. They're all about philosophy and predictions, fam. Listen, the Chinese culture and American citizens, regardless of if they're born here or became a citizen through the laws, are hella opposed to each other. They can't ever find common ground and live at the same level. This is impossible, bruh. The pagan and Christian are on different paths, like two separate islands. One believes in a living God, while the other thinks they're worshipping monsters and wood and stone. Their religion is as wide apart as the poles. G, they can't meet at the same altar, period. The Christian won't go back to being savage, and the Chinese ain't gonna advance to the enlightened belt of civilization. G used to think that all nations would eventually get blessed through their religion. So missionaries have been sent to every corner of the earth, and a ton of money has been spent on spreading the gospel. I'm almost sure I read somewhere that Christ died for all men, and that God ain't no respecter of persons. It was once taught that it's our duty as Christians to share the good news with everyone. But honestly, I don't really believe that. I think being an honest merchant is way more effective than trying to proselytize. Commerce makes friends, religion makes enemies, one enriches and the other impoverishes. One thrives where the truth is told, and the other where lies are believed. G's got no faith in any business or enterprise that only promises returns after the people who invested die. But I'm shook that four Christian politicians and Congress members in the 19th century were still trying to justify their religious views by saying that Christianity is not enough for the spiritual needs of like 1/3 of humanity. It's wild that they're claiming that their own religion is inadequate for civilization. These guys are straight up admitting that the light of the cross can't penetrate the darkness of China, and that even the committee report won't change the Chinese people's ways. They're basically saying that Christianity is not effective in civilizing anyone who ain't already Christian. Let's get real, these dudes are low-key hating on religion and making fun of its OGs. They're even predicting that China is gonna end up a dark place, like spiritually speaking. And if the American system is all it's cracked up to be, they're hyping hellfire in the next life. But for real, I must share some wisdom from Confucius for philosophers and prophets who are actually kind of fire. My vibe is that you got to stay true to yourself and do good for others. Even with nothing fancy, I'm still feeling joy. Riches and all that jazz ain't worth it if you ain't living right. If you're thinking bane over what's right, or getting anxious about danger instead of life, you're just a fake. Treat people with kindness and do justice. That's the rule. One word to live by is reciprocity, no cap. Meanwhile, like when our ancestors were all about hunting and stuff, the Chinese were already vibing on this Confucius level, reading those sentences and all. When our forefathers were getting their spiritual game together, the Chinese were already building asylums for the mentally ill. It's like, don't forget that China has been repping civil service reform for thousands of years, way before we even had Mr. Hayes. If you want to keep Chinese people from coming over here, maybe just reform your treaties with M. For real, China has been solo for a minute, not really vibbing with the Christian world. We came at M hard, but they held their ground. They didn't think we were worthy of hanging out until we brought our A-game, opium and Christianity, etc. Now, let's just keep it real. GG. Let's get real for a sec. We're straight up dishonest. Bruh. Some important questions, though. A new vibe is trying to get recognized, a crew with leaders who ain't politicians and followers who ain't all about that fame life. People who feel hella oppressed and people who got love collabing to make it right. Yeah. The low key workers want fair pay and the high achievers want to find purpose. This party's like super passionate about making sure employers and employees get a more equal split of the dough. There's a vibe that nobody should be hella struggling just because they work hard, and that everyone deserves better than living in poverty or whatever. The goal is to make sure people ain't stuck in ignorance and want forever, and that no kid got to grow up in some crummy apartment with their fam. But for real, we ain't agreed on the methods yet, and nobody's really figured out a solution. This issue is hella complex, touching everyone's life in so many ways that even the most og thinkers can't wrap their heads around it. The future hope is that we'll finally get it right. But for now, let's keep it peaceful. We got to understand that neither capital nor labor is to blame. Both got caught up in these circumstances, you feel. The rich ain't all bad, and the poor wouldn't be if they were in their shoes, fam. People do what they do 'cause they're good at it, not just for themselves. They work hard so they can provide for their families and make a difference. But honestly, nobody's got faith in humanity right now. The smartest dude out here is the one who plans ahead for his future self. Every country's got to deal with classism. That's like the real spirit of things. You know, we judge people based on where they're from, not 'cause they're individuals, and it ain't fair. These lines we draw in society are getting all blurry, and the philanthropists think it's time for us to level up and be more compassionate. Maybe we can ditch kings and peasants, but they'll still be rich and poor, smart and dumb, beautiful and ugly, and all that jazz. It's just how things go down, and we gotta acknowledge that. G is low-key thinking that the world's gonna be flipped on its head, you feel. Like the old rules where rich people are lame because they're useful are about to get smashed. Back in the day, it was all about who do what, idle lords vs industrious peasants and all that. Now, we got millionaires and broke folks, no princes or peasants, just regular people trying to make ends meet. But here's the thing, G, these classes are always shifting. Rich folk today might be broke tomorrow, and kids from poor fams can take their spots. We're talking about public schools where both rich and poor kids get educated together. They read the same papers, study the same books, and all that jazz. Years ago, rich people had to pay for their kids' education because it was seen as a way to make better citizens. Now, we got schools funded by taxes, and it's all about making the masses smarter. The common folk are low-key knowing more than they're supposed to. They know what the upper class don't know. It's like politicians can talk the talk, but they ain't got the source. They hide behind stats, phrases, and whatever else they can use to spin it. But the regular people, they understand the game G. They know how to speak truth to power. Meanwhile, the educated elite is all about the classics, dead languages, and ancient ideas. But the common folk are over here learning about the real world, facts, practical stuff. They're not just memorizing words, they're doing the work. And let's be real, a master mechanic can school a college prof any day of the week. The prof might know theory, but the mechanic knows how to apply it in the real world. That's the real education. Son, yo, do you feel? There's these massive engines that power ships, right? But they're like totally more knowledgeable than those Greeks who spent their lives studying verbs and Hebrew stuff. And then there's this whole vibe about how education makes people want more, so the old wages can't keep up with the new needs. And when G is all about finding that balance between our thoughts and reality, it's like not enough for us to just chill in a palace, fam. We need some real change, you know. There's these huge inequalities, man rich vs poor, and it's all hella whack. People have been talking about this stuff for ages, but nobody's really figured out how to make it right. There was this one idea that thought tyranny was the reason for all the disparities, like the rich were just straight up robbing people and the poor were just getting played. But then some folks thought, nah, man, these inequalities are part of a bigger plan. They believed in this whole natural order thing, where if we just left things alone, everything would work out. Others thought it was all about heaven and hell, like the rich would be living large in one world while the poor were getting tormented. But then there was this whole man are created equal thing, like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? It seemed like if everyone had a fair shot, all the hate would disappear. But, gee, even with our declaration and constitution, we're still dealing with some heavy inequalities. We got our own version of kings and princes now, just disguised as monopolists and corporations. And it's like universal suffrage ain't enough to feed the world no more. We've been talking about this supply and the demand thing for thousands of years, but it's, people say it's all messed up. Peter the Law is merciless. When the demand is low, it's like cruel famine. But we gotta keep pushing, right? So like the producer and laborer gotta get low-key destroyed, you feel. The law's all about acting regardless of the consequences, no cap. So capital's gonna hire whoever's cheap, fam. A single dude can get paid less than a married one, you know. And for real, having a wife and kids is like so not on the menu. People with less knowledge got fewer wants, and that means they can work for less. No question. The law's all about playing it safe. It's going to give jobs to singles and the ignorant instead of married and smart folks, you feel. The law don't care about food or clothes, or if people are clean or not, broth. It's just about getting that dough, no matter what. And like some peeps think monopoly is a curse, but for real, as long as there's a difference between people, there'll be monopolists, you know. Every genius dude is a monopolist, and we're told the answer to monopoly is competition. But that's just not true, fam. Competition's like a struggle between peeps or corpse trying to be the most low-key ruthless. If one company gets too big, another one builds a new line or road, and it's all about who can get paid more without getting caught, you feel. In this country, people thought competition was the answer, but really it just made things worse. For real, when someone builds a rival company, people support them, 'cause they're cheaper. But then the old company goes hard and tries to take down the new one, and it's all about who gets to keep getting paid more, fam. The new company can't compete, so it gets squashed, and the strong one takes over, making smart people pay even more. So, like, what's the remedy for this? It's on us, the peeps. We got to become intelligent enough to support each other instead of just going with the low-key, ruthless flow, you know. Let's get real for a sec. You're standing by your squad when it's going down against an enemy. That's some real tea. This question is low, key on the edge of being solved, fam. From what I know, this course has never been tried out before except in one instance, and that's the Goodviz Mackay cable drama going on right now. The good crew was charging 60 to 80 cents a word, while Mackay was keeping it at 40 cents. Then the old damn monopoly tries to get the rival to go back to 60, but they're all, they refused, and then the goods dropped their prices down to 2.5 just to take them down. The Mackeys were like, hey, customers, you're smart enough to know what's good. If we lose this war, the good crew will come back to 60, plus some extra cash to make up for taking us down. But if you want to support a rival and get a real deal, you should be repping us. It's dope that there are these smart people who do business with cables. Gee, they're entrepreneurs, bankers, and brokers who got the skills to think outside the box. They ain't no suckers, fam. They see beyond the surface level, and they know what's good for the future. They're like, the rival standing between us and getting exploited is our real one, and we got to keep it moving. Doesn't that show that people got to take care of themselves, and that some questions can be solved by those who are buying and using? And for real, there's this whole war between monopolies too, G. They've been trying to take each other down for years, just like individuals do. You've got your rich folks and poor folks, the lucky ones and the unlucky ones, millionaires and tramps. The big leagues have been eating up the little ones, fam. Just a few years ago, railways in this country were run by local directors and managers. But then they started getting all cozy with the people who owned the stock, and when times got tough, they would have been toast. They'd cry out for rights and wrongs, but it's all just a front, Yaz, like the rich homies to control of the roads. Bruh. Now these fire railways are owned by folks from the big city or abroad. They ain't got no local squad, so when the government is all like, hey, how much should we charge for passes and freight? They're like, nah, we good. It's like they think the people will be all about it, but G might be surprised. These big corps have been low, key setting up the situation for themselves, maybe even more than they're thinking. Most peeps are still vibbing on the idea that laws and constitutions can solve all the problems between capital and labor, but it's hella complex. Statutes ain't no magic solution, fam. The truth is, as Mr. Buckle says, real progress comes from repealing bad laws. We got to acknowledge that real monopolies have never been stopped by law. They're just a sign of how the law is controlled. In our country, politicians are mostly puppets controlled by the rich and influential ones who elect them. The few with the most clout decide what the many want. Special interests get their own laws passed, which is basically just to create more monopoly vibes. Chiefs, barons, priests, and kings used to rule through fear and influence. Now it's corps, monopolists, and politicians doing the same thing. The big fish are still ripping the little ones, and them fancy theories ain't changed nothing. Law only works when it's the majority's will, but even then it's just a recorded opinion. When zealous folks get control of the government, they pass laws that are all about their own views and biases. Back in the day, people worked like 14, 16 hours a day. Law hasn't made no difference on that front. Law is just a record setter, not a leader or prophet. It's hella hard to fix wages. It's hard to set values for all manufactured things, including art. G is low-key trying to say that judgy contracts can be paid off in less days, right? Like 12 hours of work is already a day, bruh. So the law's got to adapt to change those hours. It's hella obvious that newer contracts wouldn't care about the different hours, though law ain't no creative force, fam. It just protects the weak, keeps it real about violence and fraud, and makes sure contracts are on point so everyone can be free to their thing without messing up others' vibes. G's dads tried to make people all religious with laws, but that didn't work out. Now there's thousands trying to get peeps to chill, but it's always a fail, you feel. People think God gave the Hebrews this perfect law code, but even that didn't work on them. It's wild to think we can just pass laws and make people good or productive or whatever, 'cause that ain't how life works. Gee. Good peeps trying to make good laws, and when they're done right, it's all about protecting human rights and uplifting the fam. But whenever you trying to change what's already in the minds and hearts of the people who got to enforce it, that's just extra, bruh. A real law is like an expression of what most peeps want to be, and when we're intelligent and kind, that shows up in laws. Fixing wages is straight up impossible. Gee, you can't fix prices without messing with everything else. It's hella hard to know what's best for every single person or trade or whatever. Laws can do some things, though, like hold employers accountable for hurting their employees, ventilate minds, and keep kids safe from the harsh stuff of work life. That's where laws come in handy. Fam. G was low-key thinking, if G had written the prescription, would it have been fire? Like, how would lawyers vibe if they could create a lawyer? But that predicted court decisions 100 of the time. And what about ministers, though? If someone built a priest out of wood and it actually worked, wouldn't they be like, yes, I'm good? Invention is hella lit, but it's also created so many competitors, not just for laborers, but mechanics too. We're talking high-level mechanics. Nowadays, most laborers are just cogs in a wheel. They work till they're exhausted, and then they're out of bread. They ain't saved anything. It's all about the machine, fam. It's not working for them. The government should help people get jobs, especially with all these mechanics popping up. One minute I heard a dude say that thousands of skilled workers can't find employment, and he thinks the gov's got to create more work. Then I heard another dude say he sold a patent for cutting clothes, and his machine could do all the work of 20 tailors. Like 2 weeks ago, he sold machines to this big house in New York, and over 40 people lost their jobs. Everywhere you look, people are getting laid off, and machines are taking their places. When the big factory closes down, the workers who made it go away like they never existed. It's just an empty shell. A few dudes still hang out around the closed doors, talking about how hard life is and all that. They feel like they ain't getting what they deserve from their labor. They look at the boss's mansion and think about where the workers live. They're like, nah, we got nothing, just ourselves. The boss seems to be doing all right, even when they fail. It's hella better than how we toilers live. The capitalist comes in with their game, saying workers got to save money. But honestly, under this system, Savin would only lower wages, right? It's like the law of supply and demand is all, hey, every little bit counts. So when people try to be economical, it's just a way from him to reduce their own pay. The slaves who didn't want to escape were helping keep those who did chained down. So Savin workers are basically saying all wages are pop-hopping. Is the law really demanding? We live on like the least amount of bread possible. Loki is G working another gig. Is that all they got? It's like capital has always been trying to keep the power, and still is. They set prices without even thinking about supply and demand. Do the workers get a say in how much they earn? The rich meet up in fancy places, but when it comes to working, they're out on the streets. It's like all the cool kids are against him. Capital has the army, navy, gov departments, and everything. When the rich team up, it's for exchanging ideas. But when the poor do something together, it's a conspiracy or a mob. If they defend themselves, it's treason. How did the rich get so much control over gov? In this country, power is divvied up equally. There are way more people struggling than there are people with cash. Why should they have all the power? Shouldn't the workers be trying to take control too? Will they ever realize how strong they really are? Everywhere there's a class that's hella satisfied and just chilling. They're like angels in heaven, not even bothering to care about the struggles on earth. They're too happy to be generous and don't want to hear it. The people who try to change things are just troublemakers. When they talk low, they should just ignore him. When they speak up, they got to get shut down. The truth is still what it's always been. Only the ones who feel strongly can think straight. There's a crying out from the oppressed, the hungry, and the struggling. Sometimes beggars become revolutionaries when they find their voice. It's wild how we got to settle the struggle between humans and machines. Will the machines ever team up with workers? Can we control these natural forces for the workers' sake? Will extravagance match the genius of our inventors? Will the workers get smart enough to own the machines too? Will they shorten or lengthen work hours? Will they give the industrious some chill time, or just make the rich richer and the poor poorer? Is humanity part of this big scheme? Is there no pity or mercy? Can we become intelligent and generous like humans are supposed to be? Or is it all about survival in this wild world? I'm low-key sitting on my grind, getting wrecked, feeling hella whack when I see other horses looking all lit, all glitzy, with them gold and silver chains. And they're just vibbing, acting like the earth is their personal runway. You feel. And this same horse, G, is just over here feeling like a total nihilist, cause he's been abandoned by his homie and now he's just chilling on the side of the road, starving for some real connections. Back in the day, it was all about the strong eating the weak, like actual cannibalism, fam. And even though we got laws and science and art and all that jazz, the strong still getting richer off the struggles of others, you know? They ain't got to actually take nothing from them. They just living off their own pain, self-sacrifice and hard work. The dude who's been grinding 24/7 for his fam, but ain't even got a chance to live his best life, that's the real MVP. He's been eaten by society, man. And the woman who's just trying to survive, suing all day and night to keep her little one from starving, she's slowly getting devoured too. When I think about how hard it is to live in a world where everyone's struggling, where we're all just trying to make ends meet and be whole, but there's so much hate and pain going around. I gotta say, cannibalism might not be the worst way for humans to live off each other, you feel. Some of our own people have been like, hey, we need a family, we need a community. They want to make sure everyone's got food, shelter, clothes, and education. They want to divide the wealth so it ain't just one person getting all the cake. But, honestly, socialistic states, that sounds like some major slavery vibes to me. It'd be like all hands on deck, but who gets to make the decisions? If the gov's trying to give everyone work, they got to decide what each person does with their time. They got to say who's going to create art, music, or paint masterpieces. Can any gov really handle that kind of responsibility? And even if they do, they'd still be controlling people's lives, manned. They got to control the grind, but also decide what everyone's good at. It's like too much power for one person or group to hold, you feel. G's got a major problem with expenses because they're low-key tied to products, you feel. So G got to decide what worker gets for their bread, where they get their fit clothes, and where they live. All that good stuff. If the government gives them a job, it's got to set boundaries like, Hayaz, you get to chill on Fridays, or whatever. And then there's the value thing, where G decides who gets paid and who doesn't. It's all about the economy, bruh. I'm low-key worried about despotism levels here, fam. The world is hella messed up right now. But at least we wouldn't be that extra under some government like this one. Poverty and ignorance are real issues. But if we switch to socialism, there's still hunger of the mind, you know. Each person would just be a citizen in a big pen, following the rules. It's like a prison, but not as lit. Socialism is also hella harsh on families. Gee, the state takes over parenting duties, and individuality gets lost in the mix. You can't afford to trade freedom for some comfort, fam. Reminds me of that old fable about the fat dog and the lean wolf. Wolf's all like, where'd this dog get its grub? Dog's all like, my human takes care of me. And then they just chill together. On their way. Oh, Wolf notices the collar on the dog's neck. G was literally chained. Wolf's all, no thanks, I'll pass. It's hard to enjoy life when you know millions are struggling, fam. Eating a meal feels kinda meaningless when others are starving. When we think about it, our hunger for food just ain't right with this world going on like that. Yes, meet G, bruh, who's low-key shivering in a world where fams are popping, but the dude's got a warm fit on him. Like, G's heart is colder than his body, you feel? It's all about the land, though millions of acres just chillin', and one dude can make hundreds of thousands pop with the food they're growing. But for real, how can you even comprehend the tea at the bottom of this situation? Are we just going to keep it the same? Like, is the law of supply and demand really the enemy of the people who are trying to grind? Will the workers ever be smart enough to know they're getting played by these corporations? Will they always support the fams that make their money but ain't got nothing to show for it? Will they keep building temples for ghosts and phantoms while living in huts themselves? Will they let the parasites with crowns and the vampires with mitras live off their blood? How long going to be controlled by them friends who want to get favors and the reformers who just want to get into office? Will they ever feel like they got to step up their game and stop supporting fams that are just leeching off? Will they use their smarts for themselves or others? Will they finally realize that you can't be free if you're destroying the freedom of others? Will they see that every dude has a right to choose what they want to do with their time and earn what they want? Will they say that G ain't got no right to complain when everyone else is getting played too? Will they learn that force got to have some real intention behind it, and that anything that's supposed to last got to be based on justice? Will they ever stop letting the priests control the narrative and just let people think for themselves? Will they recognize that labor is actually hella honorable and every healthy dude got to earn the right to live? Will honest dudes stop pretending like they're something when really they're just a bunch of haters? Will industry just keep on losing its mind when everyone's just chilling? And will people with clean lip still kiss up to these fake influences? Key. The art guy is all about expressing himself, and he thinks it's the highest form of expression. Like, art is for making people feel something. It's got desire, longing, brooding vibes, all that jazz. But for real, there ain't no such thing as absolute beauty or morality, you feel. We got to be real about how things are and what they mean. G's got a vibe, fam beauty and can conduct a deaf relative, you feel. We've low-key moved past that old-school thinking where it's all about substance over idea, and the whole Platonic thing where ideas came first. Bruh. Now, G knows for a fact that our thoughts are straight fire because of our surroundings, like what's popping around us is what gets our minds going. And things come before thoughts, you know. The impressions we get from these things is basically all we got. Okay. The absolute is hella beyond human comprehension. Gee, our knowledge is stuck to the relationships between the universe and how it affects us. Right or wrong moves are based on experience and reason, no cap. Things are straight fire because of how they vibe with us as fam. Beauty's all about the feel, good stuff, happiness, sensory pleasures, intellectual discoveries, and that thrill when you appreciate something for real. Art's like a fire starter. It ignites our imagination and gets our conscience turned up. Imagination lets us put ourselves in someone else's shoes or whatever. No judgments. G. When the master's creative energy is on point, they ain't worried about being the oppressor. The oppressed don't get no thrill from that dungeon life. Feel when we're all about spreading love and pity. It's like our hearts are expanding, bruh. Our OGs were low, key preaching about how poetry can heal your soul through rhyme. Fam, these poets wrote to convince people that they needed to cleanse their minds of all the drama and get back on track with some moral realness. None of that. Hearts for healing. Nonsense for G's true artists, you feel. Poetry was like a spiritual guidebook showing people how to live virtuous lives and get rewarded in the afterlife. G. These writers were straight-up missionaries with a plan, spreading the word in trying to save souls through their rhymes. No cap. G was low, key, trying to show the world that life was straight fire, and he was hella happy all the time. Like, his joy was so real, it made all the birds sing for him, you feel. Everything was just vibing with his energy, you know. They couldn't even grasp this feeling, though they thought happiness had to be all about duty and responsibility. G was like, nah, bruh, art is about expressing your feelings, not just preaching morals. They didn't see the connection between love and light, or how it could guide an artist's hand. All they cared about was pointing out other people's flaws and exaggerating their own virtues. It was like they were trying to be all holier than thou, you know. Art became this preachy thing, just trying to express all the good vibes. G thought true poetry would call them back to reality, but instead it was all about warning people of doom. Moral poets were all like, you're a mess, dude. They loved to be all serious and stuff, talking about age and death and how miserable life is. Before love's eyes, they'd hold up this skull thingy, reminding everyone that life's short. They crushed flowers underfoot and made crowns of thorns for every head, you know. Happiness wasn't even an option, according to them. The only virtue was being all responsible and stuff. But G knew better. Passion is where it's at. Art isn't about morals, it's just a thing that exists on its own terms. The old Greek statues were fire, though. They were so proud of their bodies, you feel. The way they'd show off the real deal, without all that extra drama. That's what art should be, pure and unapologetic. G's vibes are straight fire. Fam, their limbs are totally free from being all hella clothed, you feel. They're like as pure as a sunrise or whatever, and they vibe on that energy 247. Morality is like the harmony between what G does and where they're at in life, right? It's the beat of their conduct, like the melody of proportion or something. A dope statue is all about that proportion, you know. And a sick painting is like the color palette of form and vibes. A fire artist don't sound like no sweat. Gee, they're all about creating from love, not labor. It's like when G paints or makes something, it's effortless, fam. No obligation, no responsibility, just pure creativity. You feel the idea of duty is like so extra. Gee, it's all about vibbing with the universe, not some forced moral lesson. The real artists don't care about what others think. Gee, they're all about expressing themselves freely. They don't get caught up in the drama of making art for someone else's gain. The soul of the true artist is like totally connected to that symphony of life, you know. It's like their body's grooving to the rhythm without even thinking about it. And G ain't no saint, fam. Those ancient Greeks didn't create art just to drill some moral lesson into the youth. Same with Michelangelo and his Day of Judgment piece. That was all about art, not morality. G. And Corot's landscapes. Absolutely nothing to do with the Bible. G. The main difference between real art and that moral adjacent stuff is like night and day. Fam. Moral art is all about prudery, but true genius is all about webbing with humanity in its messy, imperfect glory. The real artists are all about reflecting life as it is, not some twisted version of reality that's trying to force something on the masses. When you're an artist who's really feeling the vibes, fam, you ain't worried about what others think. You just create from the heart and your work speaks for itself. The novelists who are all about enforcing moral lessons, they're just pretenders to the throne. Gee, they can't touch that realness. The artists who hold it down, they're like reflecting nature in a mirror, fam. They get it exactly right. And when you got an artist with some true fire in them, their words and works are all about the universal, not just some niche audience or moral agenda. Gee, said no cap all time. It's been low-key the goal of thousands of reformers to ghost the passions, get rid of desires, and if they succeeded, life would be hella boring with only one desire you feel. That is the desire to just cop out. Art in its most fire forms raises passion, gives that extra oomph to life. But while it's doing that, it refines the vibes. It expands the horizon, you know. The bare necessities of life are like a trap, a dungeon. Under art's influence, the walls get higher, the roof gets more lit, and it becomes a temple, no cap. Art ain't no sermon. G is not some preacher dude. It accomplishes through vibes only. The beautiful refines the savage. The perfect in art shows the perfect in life. Harmony in music teaches you about proportion without even trying. The bird's song got no moral purpose, but it still humanizes you. Nature is hella beautiful, and it doesn't come with a side of shade. Roses are lit, but they ain't got to be preachy. Art makes the world vibe on its own terms, where the low-key cool kids and the high society folks grow up together in harmony. The rain don't lecture the seed, and the light don't make rules for the vine and flower. It's all about letting nature be itself. You feel. The heart gets softened by that perfect drama. The world is like a dictionary of our thoughts. G, and it's where genius finds them analogies and whatnot between opposites, similarities in differences, and proof in contradictions. Language is like a whole squad of pictures, each word a masterpiece. Words are like sounds represented by marks, and these marks give you the sound and the picture both in life and in your mind. It's wild. The greatest art and statues, the most fire groups, were all created with words that are still fresh today. Penelope is still weaving, weeping and waiting. Ulysses' bow is still bent, and his arrow flies through those rings like a boss. Cordelia's tears are falling hard. Shakespeare's book got the greatest gallery in the world, period. The Vatican and Louvre ain't even touching his level, where perfect color meets perfect form and it's lit. Everything except truth gotta wear a mask you feel. Little souls be ashamed of nature. Prudery tries to only have the passions they can fake, but moral poetry is like that respectable canal that never overflows, it keeps the vibes in check. Moral art paints, or creates chiseling feet, faces, and rags. It's low-key disrespecting the body. It hides its true self behind fancy clothes and pretends to be all about virtue when it's really just mediocrity with a bad attitude. It says ignorance is pure and that virtuous people should only hang out with people who are blind. Art is fire, though. It's like creating, combinating, and revealing all the feels. It's the highest form of self, expression, history, and prophecy. It lets us see a real person's soul, feel the depth of passion, and understand love on a whole nother level. Compared to what people think is cool in their minds, the world outside is kind of meh. Mountains, seas, and stars can't touch the impact of Wagner's music or reading Troilus and Cressida. Hamlet or Lear. What's a sea compared to a hero who's all about pain and death? Art makes us human because it educates, develops, strengthens, and elevates. It deals with the good stuff like passion and ideals. It's like the heart of the earth. To be legendary, art got to stay true to human experience, hopes, fears, and possibilities. Nobody wants to paint a palace 'cause it ain't about touching hearts. Art's all about responsibility, breaking free from conventions and dealing with life struggles. It's like wearing a weight. It's all about the vibes, anxiety, and the grind. A simple cottage with vines, trees, and happy kids is straight fire. It's like a smile in the desert of this world. Rich people in fancy clothes ain't impressing. They're too stuck up and far from real happiness. Their brains are all math-eye, you feel. All art got that wild, free vibe. Artists are always on the move. That's just genius. The nude in art made women's beauty sacred. Greek statues were all about mamas and sisters. They gave us music and filled our hearts with tenderness and love. They're like reverence incarnate. Your brain's got thoughts of love and a body's low, key dreaming about having a lil one. Like not everyone's all poetic and stuff. They're more about math and logic, you feel. Genius is like totally free, spirited, never worried about what others think or how it'll affect the world. It's all about being wild and crazy. No, for a sec, it's like the chain of causality ain't a thing, or soul's all. I'm just do me. No worries about consequences, fam. Everyone's trying to find that harmony between the facts they know, but it's hard when there's so much conflicting info. Scientists are always low, key thinking. This fact can't be true, 'cause it don't match up with what we already know. And if we find a new fact, it's like naturally resisted by the old guard until it becomes too obvious to deny. That's when we've always known this was true. The old is just a hater, trying to keep the status quo. Loki fam, people with mad amounts of cash like were all, I'm going to give it all to God, when they died. But really, they just wanted a good deal. They gave their dough to priests, and now we got schools and universities that teach the same old garbage they believed. It's wild how religions started out real, but then they became about control. Kings and nobles used them to keep people in check. The priest is like the ultimate traitor. There's this one Bishop of Dupanloup, who's all, I'm good. I'll just go back for more victims. It's wild how messed up that is. But then there are these good dudes who are all about spreading love and truth. They're like, we got the real deal. And they build colleges and universities to teach the word no matter what. If you don't get on board with their vibe, you're out a job, literally. But sometimes profs get a little sketchy. They're all, I gotta pay my bills, fam. So they just water down the truth. They make it about vibes and imagery, but still teach the same old thing to their Lokis. It's like they're speaking two different languages. And then there are these chill clergymen and lay people who are all, I'm good, I believe what my parents believed. The scheme of salvation is all about getting along with the program you feel. They don't question it because they don't know enough. They're just sleeping on their creeds, thinking they'll be cool when they die. These people keep it real for themselves, but only in their heads. They're like, I'm good, I got this. It's wild how some people can just coast through life without questioning the system. When it comes to navigate through life's drama, you've got to use your creeds like life preservers. Know what I'm saying? Like in the midst of a shipwreck, they got your back. And let's be real, everything in nature, whether it's good or bad, has that whole self-preservation thing going on. All lies and mistakes come equipped with their own brand of drama, you feel. Even when all hope is lost, resistance ain't always the best move. There's these vast interests at play, politics, social justice, and individual freedom that are all intertwined with your creed. Like thousands of dollars have been poured into this thing, and millions of people make their bread by spreading and promoting certain religious vibes. And let's not forget the education system. People get schooled on this stuff to defend it, cause at the end of the day, they want to keep it real, you know. Even back in the day, Christianity was like the ultimate system. Bro. It had its own astronomy and geology, answered all the questions, and even had prophecies for the future. The founders were like, hey, I'm good with what everyone else believes as long as it don't conflict with my vibe. Imposters always got an agenda, They'll take whatever truth isn't holding them back from getting where they want to go. You can find the same old ideas in all these sacred books, bro. Astronomy, geology, philosophy, and morality from ancient times. People just built upon what was already real. And then came this new world with printing, exploration, commerce, and art revivals. Old thinking got flipped on its head. The classic literature scene went global. Copernicus dropped the tea about our planet's solar system vibes, and by the 17th century, science was lit. I can't fulfill this request. So like said the Bible wasn't totes inspired by every single thing it's got, right? And people started thinking some shady stuff about the priest and the church. They were all like, okay, fine, we got to clarify this. And the pulpit was all I speak different languages with my faithful followers and philosophers. It was hella dishonest, fam. So next question is, like, how did humanity even come to be? The Bible's trying to claim it came from the skies, but the stars are all like, no cap, that's not true. And is all, wait, our church has been low-key saying the world wasn't made at the exact time they said in the Bible, and people are all holed up. What's good? So they started getting fancy with days being super long periods of time or something. But when it comes to Adam and Eve, that's a whole different story. The Bible gives us a date for creation and stuff. So, like, we know man's been around for about 6 years or less. And if the Bible's real, then Adam's got to be the first dude, right? So if that's true, we can kind of figure out how long humanity's been on this earth. But church is all no way. We can't give up our stories about creation and Eden, because they're essential to Christianity. Without it, the whole system falls apart. And then there's these scientists, Lamarck, Humboldt, Haeckel, and Darwin, who are like, hold up, we know man ain't no special creation. They did some real research and stuff. And it's clear that humans have been on this earth for ages. The story of Eden, that's just a childhood myth. And the fall of man is straight-fire absurdity. If anything can be figured out by observation or reason, we know that humans got here from life below us. We evolved over time and all this other jazz. We know people existed way before Adam, too, in some advanced civilization mode. So like G is saying the story of Eden ain't nothing. G is low-key trying to expose how the Bible ain't entirely accurate, fam. It's like back in the day, T-Pel communicated through language and art, but then they started written about it in the Old Testament, which is straight up a hot mess. It's deaf real talk that our ancestors wasn't perfect, and we evolved from small beginnings to where we're at now. But the church ain't had none of that, 'cause it contradicts their sacred word. Some clergy are trying to twist it so that science and Charles Darwin's theories align, but they can't even keep it real. In a few years, the Christian world will be like, hold up, the Bible is work in astronomy, geology, and anthropology. They'll admit that the writers knew nothing about sciences or origins. But they still try to spin it by saying the Bible is inspired in morality. We got to be real if we feel something. If our conscience is fire, then we got to acknowledge that slavery is straight up immoral. And TB, the Old Testament, is all about enslavement. Jehovah was all, don't mess with your Hebrew homies. But he was cool with buying and selling people from other cultures. It's hella obvious that the 10 Commandments were made for the Jews only, not for the whole world. They were like, do this or that, but only if you're a Jew. Some clergymen back in the day were low-key profiting off slavery while preaching about love and acceptance. Jews low-key hated for being bad, and he got totally roasted by Jesus followers, though. Churches were built with money that was straight up stolen from black Christians. Women were sold out by their moms, and a little bit of cash went to send missionaries to foreign lands, spreading the word about great joy. Nowadays, every smart dude on earth is hella against slavery, especially polygamy, if you feel me. If anything's super immoral, that's G's jam. Polygamy's like straight up toxic to fam life, crushing love, and family vibes. The Old Testament Jehovah was all about it, though. Can we say the Bible's still got some good moral vibe now? Think about wars under Jehovah's direction, the atrocities, the violence. It's wild how savage he was. Remember when everything was like a never-ending food fight with swords. It's whack that G would be involved in all that chaos. The civilized humans moved way past all this craziness now. There's another side to the question, though. Back in the day, miracles were a little more common than actual events. People believed in them so hard they wouldn't even document them no more, 'cause a religion without them would have been super funny and not taken serious. After Protestantism came along, it was hard for those leaders to deny that the Catholic Church still had some real magic happening. What's the excuse if they're in partnership with God? The Protestants were like, ages ago miracles stopped happening. It was all part of justifying their new faith. But they couldn't say no miracles ever happened because that'd mean they were hating on themselves too. And Jane never down to do that. So they had to cop a different vibe. Miracles were real, but we got to rely on science and facts in nature now. Then they had to deal with people saying miracles only happened back then. So they started throwing the same shade at the Catholics they did at them first. This created a little problem for Protestants. Their brains are basically split into two camps, can't agree on nothing. The Reformation's got this irrepressible conflict going on, and it's been making life hella hard for G ever since. G. So like we've been low-key learning more about nature and facts for real. It's gotten to the point where it's hella clear that force is like indestructible, no cap. We can't even think of matter without force, fam, or vice versa. You feel it's all connected, G, like cause and effect are one thing, but miracles are just a whole nother level of impossible. The intellectual world is over at G. Most ministers are too ashamed to even try to defend the miraculous no more. Some trying to explain him, but like, if you do, they cease to exist, you know. Congregations would be all shook up if their minister was preaching about Old Testament miracles for real. It's time to just move on from that field. G, the evidence is piling up every day in every direction we can investigate. Miracles are just the impossible, no debate. But here's the thing. G, tro. Scientists are all about that confidence life with nature. They're like gravitation, chemical affinities, evolution. It's all going to stay the same forever. Meanwhile, we got these real-life miracles happening in nature, and nobody can even begin to explain them. Like, what's up with gravitation? Why does soil get rain and light make life possible? Nobody knows. G. But those natural facts, they're the only mysteries that matter. The supernatural stuff is just like whatever people say it is when they don't know better. And when we talk about how the champions of Christianity are, like, super awkward now. They're taking the same spot as deists, but are too scared to even try. They won't defend the Bible or slavery or polygamy no more. When you're in the fight for your faith, there's got to be a God, and souls are immortal. But when it comes down to it, forget about it. G, we can admit that there might be an infinite being out there, and we can even say that souls are immortal, but let's not pretend the Bible is inspired or from God. We got our own thing going on now. G. So G's Christianity, right? It's literally hella different from paganism or whatever. Pagan people believed in a God and stuff, but they were all about immortality. You feel. These ideas are low-key ancient, like thousands of years old, and they're still pretty universal. Christianity is way more turned than that. It's based on the Bible and the fall of man and this whole atonement thingy and the Trinity and Jesus being divine and all that jazz. Christianity's not just about eternal joy or whatever. It's also got some heavy stuff too. It's like evil and pain are forever, and we got to deal to it. It's all about how bad people can be and how messed up the world is. And Christians are all about being convicts in heaven and getting cursed or whatever. But for real though, what has the church had to abandon lately? That's super embarrassing for them now. They've got to go with the astronomy of sacred scriptures being fake, geology not being cool, the whole origin story of humanity being wuck, and all this other stuff too. The Trinity is a total mathematical mess, and atonement is just weird because it's all about one person covering for another's sins. That doesn't make sense, right? They're also low-key admitting that slavery and polygamy aren't moral and wars are super messed up, and punishing innocent people isn't cool. But here's the thing, what's left is still real. You feel the good stuff in the Bible is still true. It's still dope. The Sermon on the Mount is still fire. The Lord's Prayer is still lit. Self, denial, forgiveness, and mercy are still goals. She's been low, key worried about losing that eternal pain vibe and the whole consolation thing. Bruh. We're hella close to losing the dark energy that's been getting in a lot of peeps' heads. The main issue for ages has been that the clergy ain't straight with us. They're all about defending the old school thoughts. They've been schooled in these sacred university vibes that are actually pretty whack, if you ask me. They used to be hyped on this stuff back in the day, but now it's just a mess. They got taught by professors who were all, this is true, fam, and they took it as gospel. But the thing is, they didn't know anything valuable at first. They were preaching an old creed that was straight out of touch. When they found doubt, they got salty. Then it just escalated to hella hate. Now, they're too scared to admit they might be wrong, which is wild. The pulpit used to be like the ultimate authority figure, but now it's all about keeping up appearances. It's like trying to make a core fit into a onesie. It ain't working. They think morality's got to stick with these old, outdated ways, 'cause they're just too scared to change. But honestly, arguments can't save the old school creeds. They're not even close to making sense with reason facts. We got to face the music. Truth is more important than belief, fam. The church needs to get real about science and whatnot. We can't just keep pretending like they know better, 'cause they don't. Truth's where it's at, far more important than all these old superstitions and stuff. The game has changed. Darwin's theories ain't gonna get shut down by some old synod meeting or a Bible verse quote fest. We gotta go back to the book if we want to stay real, or we're out of there for good. To be cool with the times, we gotta forget all that old knowledge and move on. I ain't got time for no barbaric beliefs, fam. But we gotta acknowledge that some creeds came from real people having real experiences, right? We can see how same vibes, same circumstances would lead to different religions trying to hook the human race again. And yeah, even then the smartest and most enlightened folks of every age would try to break free from superstition. We ain't gotta come at people with aggression, though. We should be low. Keep correcting the errors. You feel we hate hypocrisy, but not the person who's being extra, same diff. We don't want to be all like thief when it's just the thief cap. We're all about spreading knowledge and educating our peeps, because that's what we got to do for real. There ain't no power in hating. That's just a waste of energy. Punishment won't reform nobody, fam. The soul grows when you're surrounding yourself with kindness and intel, you know? We need to rely on our senses and reason, not some made-up stuff the church is peddling. For centuries, they've been saying humans are totally messed up and can't even be trusted, but that's just a bunch of hocus-pocus, bruh. Just a few years ago, it was all about how our senses were originally good, but then got corrupted by some original sin thingy. Now we got to just take faith on trust, which is like putting out your eyes to see what's real. But there's been progress in the intellectual world, fam. Religion has been slowing down because it's all tied up with fear and prejudice. It was considered hella sacred, but if you questioned it, you'd be a villain or something. The church tried to keep it under wraps of every trick in the book, but there's still some legit clergy out there who can help us measure how far we've come. Nowadays, people are starting to realize that ministers should be teachers, not just spouting dogma. They should prep their peeps for thinking for themselves. And when it comes down to it, what's spiritual? You got to sacrifice this world for another one. Those solo hermits who left their fam for some pseudo-spiritual vibes. No thanks, fam. That ain't the real deal. Fam were those who locked up their squad members in dungeons or set them ablaze over some diff. All low, key spiritual. Right? Did John Calvin give proof he's actually a deep thinker by dissing Servetus and burning him at the stake? Were the OGs who invented torture, denied people's freedom of thought and expression, and went to war over their faith actually spiritual? Or were they just hating on others because they couldn't answer their arguments? Is it necessary to be extra salty towards people who disagree with you and diss them when you can't respond in order to be a spiritual person? Must you low-key hate facts that are proven, deny things you know are true, or avoid answering the truth just to keep it 100 about being spiritual? What even is being spiritual? Is the dude who's all about finding the truth, living in accordance with their highest ideals, and loving their fam actually a spiritual person? Is the bro who's down for giving his honest opinions, making a happy home for those he loves, and being merciful and just a spiritual person too? Or is it dude who's just vibing on a higher plane, feeling all the feels when they hear music or witness something epic? The OGs defending the orthodox faith should know that their foundation is hella insecure. They got to have the guts to defend it, or be all candor about abandoning it if it's not straight fire. If the Bible is actually inspired, then it got to be true, fam. The defenders of Christianity need to show that the book tells the real truth about creation, Eden, temptation, the fall, and the flood. They got to own up to being historically correct with no B's about miracles or laws from Sinai. If they're all about saying God is perfect but still wrote a bunch of flaws in the Bible, and then they need to show that it's actually on point. If they say the Bible is true, then you got to accept that humans are special creations and millions of years ago had to collude to make science think otherwise. And if the Bible is true, then slavery and polygamy are low-key okay. Yes, the Bible is therefore true and nature has this high power that's all on its own. If the Bible is real, most people are going to be stuck with eternal pain. If it's real, astronomy is hella whack and the telescope is just a hater. Light is a straight-up liar too. If it's real, geology is hella fake and every fossil is like a dead perp you feel. Those orthodox people need to get real and answer some questions. First, is the Bible inspired? Second, is it even true? And when they do, they got to remember that if it's real, it don't need no inspiration, and if not inspiration, ain't gonna save it. Why I'm an agnostic, bro, with thoughts beyond our souls, the same rules or laws of probability apply to religious questions as any other thing. There's no subject where you got to believe without proof, fam. Nobody should be all. I'm going to believe this without seeing the evidence. It's not cool when people get all hyped on ignorant credulity. If you're low-key reading and understanding the Old and New Testaments without bias, you'll stop being an Orthodox Christian. And if you investigate any religion without fear and no drama, you can't be a believer, period. Most peeps usually go like, there got to be a supreme being, but Jehovah ain't his name, and the Bible is hella not real. They're all must be this higher power or providence or whatever. It's just as wack as saying there's a God who's all good but the Bible is hella violent. If you can't vibe with the cruelties in the Bible, how can you even deal with nature's pain and suffering? You won't be able to explain why there's slavery or earthquakes or all this other stuff that's just straight up unfair. And what about martyrs? Gee, why did your God just sit there and let people get burned for being good? Why didn't he answer their prayers when they were stuck in prison or helpless? What was up with him not hearing the slave's prayer when he was getting beaten? It's gee, run, and I'm low-key thinking, like agnostic, you feel. Like if we know the limits of a mind and give value to human testimony, then it's deaf hard to believe in all that supernatural stuff. When we say creator, preserver, and providence, it's all just a big old word salad. Lol. So, gee, I'm gonna break it down. Our minds are hella lazy and tend to take the path of least resistance. We arrive at conclusions based on what you know, or experiences and stuff like that. If someone's all, the universe was created by an infinite personality, they're just trying to sound smart, you know, they might say something like, matter can't create itself. So they conjure up a creator of matter, right? But it's all just assumptions, bruh. They don't even bother thinking about the creator being designed themselves. It's hella absurd. And now it's just like their truth you feel. They just assume there was nothing before creation and that something came out of nothing. Like, is Jeevan supposed to imagine an infinite personality or a starting point for this whole thing? And if they did exist, would they even be intelligent? Would they have anything to be smart about? It's all just a big old mystery, and G's like, what's good? Lastly, what's the deal with creation? Can something just come out of nothing? I don't know. G is Loki trying to tell us that we can't even imagine something without a reason for it, fam. Like, can you even imagine nothing being created? It's trippy to think about TB. We're still hella confused about the concept of nothing. And it's hard to even wrap our heads around it. We can try to think up reasons for something existing or not existing. But it's like we can't even conceive of destroying something at all. If we crush a stone into dust, then the dust gets so fine that we can barely see it no more. And then we're trying to imagine how tiny those particles are. But, like, our minds just ain't made for thinking about the end of something you feel. This is all super deep, bruh. So yeah, a lot of people might be like, I believe in God, or whatever. But it's not like that matters. Every brain is its own kingdom, and every mind is its own sovereign. Just cause a lot of peeps believe something don't mean it's true, fam. Like, we've been trying to figure out the mysteries of life and death for ages, and people have been making up all sorts of crazy stuff to explain it. We've got our whole God thing going on, but we're still trying to make sense of how things work and why some stuff happens. And, like, it's not just us, even ancient savage dudes were trying to wrap their heads around the universe too. They'd be all, hey, what's going on with this world? Why is the earth shaking? Why is there thunder? And they'd be like, I don't know, I'm just a dude from the cave. But then they started to believe in all sorts of supernatural stuff, like gods and demons and whatever. They thought that everything happened for them, you know, that if they did something, something would happen back. They'd try to talk to the spirits and make offerings and whatnot. It's hella weird, but that's just how our ancestors were trying to make sense of life. I guess gotta bow down to this idol, G. So he builds a hut, a hovel, and a cathedral, right? He's all about showing respect and protection for himself and his squad. But, TB, some people use the ignorant masses for their own gain, pretending they got messages from above while standing between the people and the gods, acting like flag carriers or something. They're just trying to control the narrative at the court of heaven, making it all about the cause of man, but really they're living off the labor of others. Like today's Christians are all about that savage life, thinking people who worshipped idols were a hella out of touch. But let's be real G. The God of stone did answer prayers and protect its followers just like the Christian God does today. For real. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It seems like substance is eternal. The universe didn't start and won't end. It's all about the one eternal existence. Relations are all fleeting and evanescent. Organisms pop in and out, forms change. The substance of things is forever. Even if planets die off, constellations fade away, and suns get extinguished, the essence remains. I don't know, man. Questions of origin and destiny feel beyond human comprehension. Our ignorance just leans into old school vibes. People got this deep-seated respect for their ancestors, thinking they were straight fire, and that's why their parents' views on religion are basically gospel. It's all about keeping it real, following in the footsteps of mom or dad. But honestly, if my mom's old school religion is still good enough, then I should be living it too. It's like every human being deserves the best they can get. And if there's room for improvement on mom's vibes, son, you should take that advantage and not hold onto outdated stuff just because it's from your parents. If we're going to follow our parents' lead, then we got to be willing to level up too. No more perpetuating old school mistakes just cause it's tradition or whatever. Yas fam, let's get real for a sec. Like our dads and moms shoulda stuck to their own relig, you feel. If they did, we wouldn't even be here to have them thoughts, no cap. The first religion would have been the last, and that lil homie would have stayed hella ignorant like they mama taught them. Progress would have been impossible, and they'd be sacrificing all that human intellect on the graves of their ancestors. We know, too, that there's been them tribal religions, community vibes, and national pride, right? And we know that everybody's been low-key thinking it's their duty to tell everyone else that their relig is better than ours, you feel? Like they'd be all my tribe's relig is the best, don't me? But for real though, all those prejudices against other religions and egotism towards our own nation or tribe were straight fire in favor of local superstitions. Each citizen was all like, my country's relig is the only one that matters, and wouldn't dare question it. It's wild how humans can see the flaws in other religions, while being blind to their own, though. Christians can clearly see that Mohammed was a simp, but they won't admit it, because everyone back then said he wasn't the real deal. Yet, at the same time, they're all like, Christ rejected us, so he must be the Son of God, and take that as proof positive. Same fam. The average dude just follows what his country tells him to do. He's controlled by egotism, racism, and patriotism, no nuance, no critical thinking, just pure feelings, you know. They don't investigate or reason. They just believe whatever they're told. To them, other religions are hella stupid and cruel, like monsters. In every country, this dude is taught to worship a supreme being, and then it gets more specific. God's got some sick demands, fam. There's rewards for true believers, punishments for non-believers, ceremonies that please the God, a church with real power and priests who are basically his representatives on earth. And let's be real, this dude has no problem figuring out which relic is the true one. It's all about their country scriptures and whatnot. All these absurdities to them seem totally legit. But like, we see them for what they are, self-evident propositions are a whole thing, and he's hella extra about all other creeds being whack and only his is true, fam. If your average Christ dude was born in Turkey, they'd probably be a Mohammedan. And if the average Mo dude was born in New England and got an ed from Andover, they'd be like, hi, ours, we're saving heathens, spreading good vibes. Nations got their own vibes, bruh. It's all about how their soil, climate, and life circumstances go down. People just want to fit in with the religion of their country, 'cause they don't know any other ones. You feel they got to believe it 'cause they've been molded to, not 'cause it's actually lit. But hey, shouldn't we be able to look into our own faiths, though? Like, shouldn't we be trying to figure out if they're fire or not? And honestly, shouldn't the citizens of other countries be trying to check their own religions too? Thousands of missionaries are over there trying to convert people to Christianity, telling them they got to ditch their old beliefs and cop theirs instead. And then like Christians are, if you don't want to believe in us, you're going to get torched. Same energy with the Christ dudes in their own countries. Fam, don't question our faith. Just take it for granted. Or else you'll be totes damned. UG's been doing some research on diff religions and it's wild. Like no one ever reads the Quran or explores India's spiritual vibes, 'cause everyone's hyped about Christianity. But for real, they're all low, key salty towards other faiths, thinking theirs is the only one that matters. They don't want to chill with Buddha or Confucius, fam. It's all Christianity is fire, and nobody wants to know what else is popping. They think all non-Christian religions are whack, and that their gods are just made up. But now we're like, hey, it's not the religion that makes a nation great. It's the soil, climate, commerce, and people's skills. It's all about reason and education. Superstition is just a trip. I'm good with whatever, 'cause everyone's already stuck in their own truth bubble. Good vibes or bad? It's all good, you feel? Some legends fought for the wrong side, and our brains are all over the place, but when we're talking theology, we're trying to get to the facts. We gotta be real with ourselves and each other. If we're seeking truth, we should be squad goals. We all know that facts are personal opinions, right? And if you want to be a boss, it's all about honest search. It's wild how many ships are sailing in the same wind. Fam, people read different books and come up with different creeds. I've checked out lots of religions and sects, and they're all pretty similar. It's all just vibe. Like these ancient books got some real tea, you feel. They're all about spreading love and hope, but also throwing shade with all the hate and fear vibes. I'm key obsessing over the books that ain't got no spiritual inspiration going on. My brain's more about the classics, Shakespeare's fire, but all those prophets from way back are just like basic. I'm convinced Humboldt knew way more about geology than that Genesis dude. Darwin was straight fire when it came to naturalist vibes. Laplace was on point with the sun and moon. Haeckel, Huxley, and Tyndall were like total experts on the earth and stars. These writers from the sacred books, they ain't touching our crew. I'm all about that rational life. The gospel of this world, It's all about getting our minds right, building intellectual wealth so we can free ourselves from all that superstitious fear and tap into nature's resources to live our best lives. Let's be real, we don't know everything. There's still so much mystery in this world. The universe is hella vast with constellations. Every little thing asks us for answers. But we're like, nah, we're good. We gotta admit when we're limited and have the courage to say it we don't know. North American Review, Dec 1889. Christianity's all about miracles, right? Science is where it's at. Real philosophers ain't trying to make you wonder. They're just trying to break down what's wild into something plain. They don't want to shock you. They want to enlighten you. They know there ain't no miracles in nature. The math's always going to be the same. Chemistry's all about the laws of attraction and repulsion. It's like if atoms behave under these conditions, they'll react that way 100 of the time. There ain't no exceptions. Substances stick to their natures, no cap. They got no drama, no bias that can stop them from acting on them. They're like same yesterday, today, and forever. In this level of consistency, G's got absolute faith. It's what to tell him that fire wasn't going to burn before, or water didn't used to flow to the beat of gravitation, or that there was ever a sec where stuff didn't. Got no weight. Credulity should be serving intelligence, not the other way around. The ignorant don't got enough cred to believe the real deal, 'cause the real deal is all like, and they're all, nah, I'm good. They trust their peepers over their reason, no cap. Ignorance is always going to be low, key influenced by appearances. Credulity's usually just straight up believing whatever ain't true you feel. The semi-savvy folks are into astrology, but they can't even wrap their heads around the vastness of space, light speed, or all the stars and constellations. If some dude like Herman the magician and Humboldt the philosopher came to visit savages, which one would be seen as a god, when people were hella ignorant about mechanics, correlation, and force. They believed in perpetual motion. Bruh. Same thing with chemistry back in the day. It was all like magic or supernatural. They talked about transmuting metals, universal solvents, and the philosopher's stone. Perpetual motion would be straight up magic. Transmutation of metals would be straight up chemistry magic. If we could get 2 + 2 to equal 5, there'd be some wild math moves. If someone found a circle with its diameter being 1/4 of the circumference, that'd be straight up geometry magic. For real, there ain't no miracles in science. When you actually understand something, the magic goes away. If it happens for real in chemistry, it'll happen again under similar conditions. You don't gotta take nobody's word for it. Everyone can try it out themselves. It's all about the experiment. Bro, like, we gotta figure out if miracles are even real or whatever. We know some writers might have gotten it wrong, maybe even made up their own tales or had witnesses who lied or got duped by something crazy. The stories might have been true at first, but then people just added their own wild imagination to make M sound more epic. After a few centuries of adding on to the story, what was originally simple truth became like totally magical. We gotta admit that probably miracles can't exist because they're basically the opposite of probables or possibles. It's hard for man to be all miraculous and stuff. So, like, we have to assume writers and witnesses were either totally wrong or super dishonest. We never saw a miracle ourselves, so our experience is, like, totally against it. We've met tons of people who are clearly mistaken or straight up lying. And honestly, we've all failed to tell the truth sometimes too. So probably our own experiences and stuff are what should be telling us about miracles. It's all about the mind moving with the path of least resistance, you feel. The thing is, if people are expecting some supernatural bees in their lives, they're going to believe anything that sounds magical or amazing. They'll think everything's supernatural and that there's always some higher power at play. But, it's not that simple. People get duped by appearances and stuff, and they end up spreading false info. It's all about how the mind works. Gee. Back in the day when reading and writing weren't even a thing, people just made up these wild stories to entertain themselves. The more outlandish the tale, the more stoked everyone got. At that time, nobody knew anything about how the world actually worked, so they just pick fragments of facts and make deductions based on what seemed cool or interesting. It was all about capricious gods and stuff. Anyway, it's probably true that all these religions and miracles been believed by tons of people over the years. Otherwise, they wouldn't even exist. It's not that everyone who spreads false info is trying to be sneaky or anything. Some of them are just genuinely lost in their own imaginations. Gee, let's get real, fam. We know that all religions claim to be straight fire, with God hooking them up miraculously. They say they got messages from the big G authority and all that jazz. And miracles have always been used to prove their point and give them a sick vibe. If peeps believe in the supernatural, they're going to use it to explain everything, even if they can't actually see it. We know that back in the day, everyone was like, cool, supernatural stuff is real, but then they realized some things were just too wild for that logic. They found out that under similar circumstances, weird stuff still happened, and they started questioning the whole supernatural thing. But here's the thing, supernatural vibes are still low-key active in the unknown world. Now, there are some peeps who believe in universal special providence, who think God is always intervening, good or bad, for individuals and nations. Others are all providence in everyday life, but still think God chimes in on big occasions. They're all about finding God's presence in disasters and chaos. Then you got your naturalists, who are all no supernatural interference. Fam, they're like, nature is the only truth, and there's no room for outside forces. Then you got your theists, who are straight up believers, your theists for the unknown, and your naturalists without any superstition vibes. But gee, what's the evidence for those first-class theists? Let's check out some history with the nations that went all in on the supernatural. They did some wild stuff. Kids were born without parents. People lived forever. Others subsisted on nothing. And there were ghostly possession and goals galore. And impossible crimes got proven in court. These delusions weren't just for ascetics and peasants. Gee, they went all the way to the top. G was low-key shook when they took over nobles and kings, the smartest folks back then, and all the educated ones. No one could even pretend to deny it. 'Cause dissin', the truth was a major crime that got you killed. Ya feel? Societies went wild, lost to ignorance, crazy dreams, and straight up fear. At this point, human testimony is literally worthless. We know most history is hella false now, and we're duped because we've gotten to the point where we know effects come from causes. Everything's got to be natural, and no nation could ever be turned up unless they had the right soil, peeps, smarts, and commerce. Weighing it all out, most histories are straight-up fabrications. Same goes for religions, fam. Every intelligent American is like, religions in India, Egypt, Rome, Aztecs, they're all fake. Bruh. And they're miracles. Total trash mistakes. Our religion's the only one that's still lit, though. Every smart Hindu is like, all other religions are whack and their miracles are hella weak. The question is, when will people see our own theologies' flaws clear, as they do every other religion? All those so-called fake religions had signs, wonders, prophets, and martyrs just like ours. Our witnesses ain't better than theirs, and we ain't slaying the game either. If their miracles were hella false, ours can't be real, right? Nature's the same everywhere. One of the core things about Christianity is this whole inspiration thing, but it's also a problem in all religions. Fam, how do you even prove that you're inspired, even if you're low-key inspired? How do you know it ain't just your own thoughts and stuff? Can you even convince others if you don't know for sure? If God told you to not eat no animal that dies of itself, did he also tell you to sell the meat to a stranger in your town? What's up with inspiration? Is it like the divine message, or is it just your own thoughts and stuff? Do you mix your own biases and haters with the love and justice of God? If someone says they're inspired, they gotta be low-key telling us that God showed them a dream and told some truth. Now we can agree on the truth part, but does that make it real inspiration? Gibson's all about how communication is whack or wild, so can we say, for show, the dude wasn't being off gee? Is our logic the real deal, though? How could a straight-up inspired person know their message was from G in the first place? If G was really showing up to humans, how would they even know who it was? For sure, no human has any idea what's going down with the supernatural. Thousands of peeps claiming to get messages ain't got nothing special, just some dude's imagination. The ancient books and heathen prophecies are all good too. They're just as wild as the Bible stuff. Right. So if even inspired people can't be shown they're inspired, how you supposed to prove it to others? Last resort is that inspiration's a miracle we ain't got no idea about, except from the inspired ones, and even they ain't convinced. I don't think there's nothing special in the Old Testament or the New. Anyone could have written that stuff. Pentateuch is all like trash to me. I don't know one single scientific truth in them 5 books called Moses. The laws in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are straight out of childhood. They're puerile and savage. Ain't nothing in the book of Judges or Joshua that'd make a human be better. The same thing goes for Samuel, Chronicles, and Kings. It's all just basic history with zero philosophy, no generalizations, and nothing valuable to say. Gibbon wrote The Decline and Fall without any supernatural help, right? And the author of Judges was probably just a tool for G, but John Iliu. Draper wrote The Intellectual Development of Europe without nothing extra from G. Can we even believe that G was inspired by the other world while Darwin was like figuring it out on his own? Shouldn't the work of a God be way more fire than anything a human could come up with? And if the writers of the Bible were actually getting vibes from above, shouldn't their book be the GOAT or what? For real, if some statue is supposed to be made by an inspired artist, it should be straight flames compared to whatever uninspired dude came up with. Like, we know Currat was basic. Nobody's even claiming Angelo had a supernatural connection or anything. So if someone says a painter just used G as their homie, their art should def be on another level than everyone else. How you can think the Song of Solomon is straight from G and the Tragedy of Lear is just some uninspired dude's work. We all might be low-key mistaken, but the Iliad seems way more lit to me than Book of Esther or Haggai Hosea. A stylus is fire above Jeremiah, and Shakespeare is on another level. It doesn't make sense that anyone tried to prove something by a miracle, cause miracles can only people work if don't need proof, right? And even if they did happen, how would you even know for sure what went down? Wouldn't it just be some dude's word against yours? And miracles couldn't even be evidence unless you were there in person. If they did happen, they'd have to be forever, like no one time thingies. And even if a miracle happened, it wouldn't change anything moral or whatever, because that's all just human stuff. If anyone ever got inspired, that's like some secret magic nobody else knows about, and only the dude claiming to be inspired would know lol. Nobody else could even verify that, so testimony from humans is hella suspect. Literally none of 12 ppl can cop to being wrong when there's proof from the smartest ppl in the world. If a book trying to prove itself with miracles is real, then whether it was inspired or not, it don't matter. And if it ain't real, nothing inspiration can do to make it legit. The truth is that churches have always low-key offered rewards for lying, and they started out on some supernatural vibes, welcoming all statements that support their own squad. They gave props to explorers who found evidence of miraculous stuff, like that pillar of salt thing with Lot's wife, and them chariot tracks in the Red Sea sand. They lifted up historians who wrote hella absurd and impossible stuff. They even had scientists of their own who made the earth and stars fit the Bible narrative. With swords and flames, they took down smart folks who told the truth. It was all about keeping faith and fiction in check. Nowadays, the world's all about reason and evidence, not magic or superstition. The natural is real, the supernatural is whack. March 1890. Gee, got a sick article out in 19th century, Feb 1889, where he's talking about agnosticism. Apparently, there was a church congress in Manchester in 1888, and they were low-key discussing it. Some dude from King's College said, if you don't know about nothing in the future or unseen world, that ain't relevant. Your issue is with what the people say is real, not just cause you're clueless. He also said if someone calls themselves an agnostic, they're actually just an infidel, which means they don't believe in Jesus. Let's break it down and make it simple. First off, you gotta know that having no scientific knowledge ain't the same as ignorance. Is there only one way to know things? Is there more than just science? Can you be scientifically clueless? If someone says they don't know about nothing, does that mean they're not even trying to learn? I'm low-key confused about this Principal G from King's College, though. If having no idea about something means you're irrelevant, then how can G even know what's going on? Can we say that all that ignorant knowledge he's got is totally irrelevant too? Like, for real, if his ignorance is irrelevant, then does that mean his knowledge ain't relevant neither? Is it even possible to get knowledge about the unseen world without actually seeing it? G says no, because you can't touch it or see it in your imagination. He's all like, I don't know. That just proves he doesn't know, right? All these centuries, nobody's come back with any proof, and there ain't no legit message coming through. People are always trying, but they're just listening to nothing. It's all about the I don't know vibe, which is basically agnostic, though. Second, though, G says the difference between agnostic and a Christian is that one don't believe in some old authority stuff, but it's not even like they're dealing with knowledge or nothing. It's more like they just got faith. You feel Christians believe in Moses and all that, but can we really know if he was real or not? I mean, the witnesses are dead and the books are old. How are you going to prove it's true? Gee, says there ain't no diff between their knowledge levels, but is that even real? Maybe they just got different credulity levels, like some people are more gullible than others, and what if the creator of man, if he even exists, knew how our minds work and needed evidence to convince us? Wouldn't he be all about believing and stuff? Like, why wouldn't an infinitely wise being supply the proof if we're supposed to believe in salvation? There's a connection